Sorcerer Supreme at Hogwarts. Chapter 1, Monologue and Life Summary. Monologue and Life Summary. Hello, I hope you like it. This is my first work. Alright. Looks like I've been reborn again. Yes, you heard that right. And you might be wondering, why again? Well, let me explain. I, a handsome young man, self-proclaimed, lived a very happy life on Earth. Which Earth? Well, don't ask me, I have no idea. All I know is that on the Earth I lived in, I was just an average guy who liked going to the movies. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. In short, I died on Earth. In the most cliché way possible, yes, obviously, an evil truck got in my way, and boom. I woke up in the great world of Marvel. Thankfully, it was the MCU and not the comics multiverse madness. But yeah, that's where I ended up, and guess what, the cherry on top, I reincarnated, or maybe possessed, that might be the right word, the one and only Dr. Stephen Strange. Crazy, right? Anyway, back to the point, I was reborn as Strange, from birth. I don't know how or why, nor who put me here. But, of course, I had to prepare myself for what was coming. And so I did. I saved Strange's sister from drowning, studied as much as I could, and helped my new family invest in enough company shares so they wouldn't have to work and could live comfortably. Honestly, by the time I was 10, people thought I was some kind of super genius. But let's move on. When I turned 13, I told my parents and sister that I was going to become a monk. Ha ha ha, you should have seen their faces when I said it, though my sister mocked me about going bald and all that. They couldn't change my mind, though. At this point, I realized I had spent my entire childhood without friends, without a girlfriend, without even going outside unless it was necessary. Damn, I should have enjoyed my life more before heading to that damn monastery. Anyway, after convincing my parents and all that, I did it. And you're probably wondering, why a monastery? Come on, don't be dumb, we all know which monastery. That's right, Camartage. But obviously, I wasn't going to make the whole trip to Nepal and all that. I went straight to the New York Sanctum, where, of course, they didn't want to let me in. Until I said the magic words, Ancient One, I know you're listening, if you don't let me in, I'll change the entire timeline. Believe me, I know everything that will happen for at least the next 50 years, and with the Eye of Agamotto, you can verify it. Phew, now that I think about it, I really took a huge risk. I mean, I had nothing to lose, I already died once. Maybe just a bit of sadness for my new parents and sister. But I was ready for an all-or-nothing gamble. And so it happened. The doors opened, and out came the shine of a very well-maintained bald head, by the way. How do you even take care of a bald head? I don't know, but there it was. The most powerful known being on Earth, scrutinizing me. And since this is my internal monologue, I'll summarize what was said. It was obvious. She asked how I knew everything, tested me to prove I knew about the future, blah blah blah. Of course, I told her I wasn't strange, with a slight hope that she knew how to send me back. But obviously, that was impossible, setting aside the fact that I died there. Not even she knew why I was here, and what's more, I had merged so well with Strange's soul that she hadn't even noticed until I was standing right in front of her. Well, in short, she told me I couldn't train at Camartage yet, that I should come back after the Avengers battle and all that. So yeah, it was easy to convince her. How? Easy, I cut the tendons in my hand. Damn, that hurt, but it worked, and wow. You should have seen the Ancient One's face. Ha ha ha, surprising people is starting to grow on me. So, after seeing my, what's the word? Stupidity, yes, that's it, after healing me, she agreed to let me enter earlier than expected, but with the obvious condition that I wouldn't be allowed to leave until I became the new Sorcerer Supreme. Damn, now that I think about it, that damned bald woman tricked me from the very start. Well, and that's how I got into sorcerer training, blah blah blah. I'll skip the years of training and all that because it was boring. But what I will say is that in just 5 years, I was already on the same level as monks who had spent their entire lives there. And yeah, I know, everyone will say that the real Strange took less time. And obviously, yeah, that's how plot development works for the main character. Haven't you seen those villains who train for 50 years just to be defeated by the new protagonist who started a few months ago, just because of power-ups? Well, I asked the Ancient One about that, and her answer was that it was due to a lack of challengers. You see, Strange faced multiple threats, even Dormammu himself, thousands of times. Meanwhile, I was just training with monks all day, every damn day. Ugh, I should have at least gone out with a girl before locking myself in here. You might be wondering what happened to Strange's girlfriend. The truth is, I felt a little bad. I stole his life, his family. I couldn't do the same with the love of his life. Or maybe that's just the excuse I tell myself since I can't even leave this place. Anyway, the Ancient One took care of moving some things, or people, around so that the timeline wouldn't change too much. So, I'm sure Palmer must have already met a doctor who fulfills the same role as Strange, and she'll eventually marry her destined fiancé, as she's supposed to in this timeline. Damn, I went off track again. So, I trained and just kept training until the Battle of New York finally arrived. That's when I got to leave to protect the monastery, and, I sneaked out for a bit to see the Avengers. But it was a bad idea. Damn, I got distracted staring at Black Widow, and when I saw her, I thought a goddess had come to take me away. But hey, it's not like I'm a degenerate, come on, I lived over 10 years in a monastery, what did you expect? And then, little Hawkeye saw me and alerted the others, so I had to approach them. I have to say, my entrance was awesome, even for me. I levitated in with my magic cape, put on my most manly voice, and said, "Looks like you need some help. Mind if I lend a hand?" Ha ha ha, cool, right? Anyway, Cap accepted my help. I even joined in on the team pose for the mental promotional poster I made, and there I was, fighting alongside my favorite heroes. Spells, arrows, bullets, shields, hammers, and a Hulk were flying everywhere. Obviously, I held back a bit. I could have closed the portal easily, but I didn't want to mess with the timeline too much. I already knew the Ancient One was going to punish me, but in my defense, she can see the future, so if she didn't stop me when I left, I can take that as consent, right? Right. I hope so. I don't want to go back to scrubbing toilets like when I made Mordo bald for eating the pudding my sister sent. Alright, so while I was distracted watching Loki get taken away and befriending Hulk, hey, he's a good guy, kind of like a kid if you take away the destructive rage, excessive steroids, and green skin. I even taught him to do a fist bump. When he tried it with Thor, Thor went flying. Then I got a call from the Ancient One, so I said my goodbyes and had to turn down Tony's invitation to eat Indian food, telling him I'd probably be punished with bathroom duty. Under their astonished stares, I left. And yeah, that's how it went. I was stuck cleaning bathrooms for 3 years, but at least the Ancient One took pity on me and let me go out to see the superheroes, as long as I restrained my powers. She even gave me some kind of device that would alert me if I was close to altering the timeline. Call me crazy, but it looks a lot like the one the TVA uses. But hey, if this lets me go outside, great. That's how I started going out occasionally to help the Avengers. They even gave me an honorary Avenger medal. Since I didn't spend much time with them, I mostly just hung out with Hulk to help him unwind. I have to admit, I like Hulk. Banner, not so much. Banner is kind of depressive and pessimistic, but of course, it's not his fault. Luckily, we got along well. He was happy I helped him keep Hulk from destroying 1 or 2 countries, and Hulk had fun. 2 birds with 1 stone. That's how the years passed, cleaning toilets and occasionally fighting Hydra with the Avengers. I helped out during the Age of Ultron, randomly destroying robots. I met Wanda, Vision, and Quicksilver. I even tried to save Quicksilver, but just as I was about to, my timeline device went off, and I had to let things play out. A shame. Then came Civil War. That fight was pointless. They even asked me whose side I was on, which annoyed me so much that I beat them all up and left. My mind was elsewhere, mainly because the Ancient One's death was approaching. I was dying to ask if it was really necessary for her to die, but before I could say anything, she told me, "Yes, it's time." I wanted to do it a long time ago, but I had to make sure you didn't destroy time itself. I guess she just wanted to rest. After all, she lived for a long time, even darkening her soul to endure longer. And in the end, she died in the dumbest way. For someone so powerful, getting decapitated by a weakling is ridiculous. So, I became the new Sorcerer Supreme. I kicked Kaisalia's ass, and when I got ready with the Time Stone for an exhausting battle with Dormammu, I was shocked to find that I completely overpowered him. I didn't destroy him or anything, but I could hold my own. That's when I realized that after suppressing my powers for so long to avoid messing with the timeline, I had seriously underestimated myself. After that, I made Dormammu retreat and returned to enjoy my freedom. But damn it, the Ancient One tricked me again. Now, as Sorcerer Supreme, I have so many duties that I can't even leave. Worse than before. That bald woman must be laughing her head off, even though she's already dead. At least now I don't have to worry about the timeline and all that, since I control time now. Mwahaha. Well, not exactly, but you get the idea, let me enjoy it. Where were we? Oh, right, Thanos and all that. Well, basically, I kicked his ass while the Avengers watched in shock. Since Vision didn't die, I convinced Wanda to join Camartage. The others made peace, and then the TVA showed up to bother me. But I kicked their asses and sent them home. Of course, they came back to nag me about not creating variations and blah blah blah. I had to compromise a little, and time passed while I trained Wanda to be the next Sorcerer Supreme. It would be fun to see her bald. Until the day finally came. Just when I thought I could retire, get a girlfriend, at least go on a date, she arrived. She was some sort of super mega powerful Wanda from another timeline. Apparently, she was seriously looking for a missing Vision. All Wandas are so obsessive, it scares me to think what would happen if they ever broke up, though I doubt that will ever happen. Anyway, this Wanda was much stronger than the one who killed all the Illuminati, so I had to give it my all. Literally. I think the solar system might be different now. You're wondering why? Because I exploded. Yeah, you heard that right, I had to blow myself into 1,000 pieces along with the darkened Wanda. Yeah, I know, I suck at nicknames, but what can I do? I'm about to die. So, to stop her, boom. I exploded. Damn, I died again without ever enjoying my youth. I didn't even get a girlfriend in the end. Just when I thought I could leave everything to our Wanda and escape into the world or the galaxy, shit. Anyway, they say that if you stay a virgin past 30, you become a wizard. I died at 40, but I was already the Sorcerer Supreme. Shit, then what am I? Some kind of super wizard sorcerer or something. Ah, whatever. So, you're probably wondering why this long monologue summarizing my life if I'm supposed to be dead, right? Well, it's because of what I'm seeing in front of me. Yeah, that's right, seeing. Because apparently, I'm not dead. Just to clarify, I'm looking at the tiny hands I now have and the two giant elderly people standing before me. Looks like I've been reborn. Well, at least I seem to know where I am. Some kind of psycho must have overheard that super wizard sorcerer thing, because yeah. I'm in a world known not just by me but by everyone, and it's none other than Harry Potter's world. And how do I know? Because right in front of me, there's an elderly couple, way too old to still be alive, staring at me. They must be around 500 or 700 years old, and with the magical energy I can feel radiating from all the objects around, their French language, and because there's a damn philosopher's stone sitting right on the fireplace, only one last name comes to mind. Flamel. By the way, what kind of lunatic leaves the philosopher's stone on top of a fireplace? What if it burns? Wait, I just realized what I was about to say is nonsense, so let's just leave it at that. Well, it looks like this life won't be boring this time around. Chapter 2, Rebirth, again. Rebirth, again. France, 1977. In a small, friendly, and quiet neighborhood, the soft cry of a baby was heard for the first time in a long while, if you could call it soft. Damn it, again. It seemed the baby's cry disturbed the residents of the house, as the lights turned on and the sound of slow, brittle footsteps echoed through the halls. As the door opened, an elderly woman and her husband peeked outside. Their faces did not clearly reveal their age, not because they looked younger than they were, but quite the opposite. Nico, look, someone left a poor baby at our doorstep. Poor thing, he must be cold. Pick him up, the woman said, pushing her husband forward. Why am I crying? I can't control my tear ducts. Wow. Luckily, you seem to have energy, little one. Come, let me help you. The frail old man bent down, and strange noises came from his bones. Wow, old man, I think you need more help than I do. But this seems oddly familiar. The child stopped crying and suspiciously looked around, or at least as much as he could, given that he still had little control over his head. Nico, hurry, bring him inside. We don't want him catching a cold. The woman urged her husband, who quickly entered the house and lit the fireplace. Ugh. Damn it, I can't get any words out of my mouth. All right, stay calm, Stephen, observe and analyze. As they slowly carried him inside, the baby tried to take in as much information as possible about his surroundings. All right, Penny, I brought him in. Lay him on the couch near the fire. Please, send a letter to the Aurors so they can check on his parents. The man, slightly out of breath, placed the baby on the couch while giving instructions to his wife. Aurors, Nico, and that thing on the fireplace, is it what I think it is? If it is, I think I know where I am and who this old man barely able to move is, Nicolas Flamel. After a while, during which the couple settled the baby in and checked for any injuries or scratches, the flapping of a large black owl was heard. GAA. Wow, awesome. Those are the famous messenger owls. That just confirms my suspicions. The child was fascinated for a moment before his attention returned to the bright red stone sitting atop the fireplace. Do they seriously place something this dangerous on top of a fireplace like it's a decorative vase or something? The child's internal monologue was interrupted when he noticed fluctuations coming from all the objects around the fireplace, or more specifically, the house itself. Well, it makes sense. Over 700 years, and no one has managed to steal it, not even get close. It must have that level of security. As he observed swords gleaming with powerful fluctuations and even a simple fruit bowl radiating a surprising amount of magical energy, the child was astonished by the sheer level of magic present in the objects. Nico, Mr. Richard said that if you want, you can go see the child while he sends his Aurors to check the surroundings. It's highly unlikely he comes from a Muggle family, as they wouldn't be able to bypass all the house's barriers. Perenelle said as she read the letter brought by the owl. All right, let him come. Meanwhile, I'll lower the barrier so he can enter. Please, keep an eye on the little one, he seems quite interested in the decorative swords, Flamel said as he slowly left the room. After some time, while Mrs. Perenelle distracted the baby by showing him the Philosopher's Stone as if it were a keychain, the doorbell rang, and Mr. Flamel went to answer it. Hello, Mr. Flamel. It's been a long time. I hope I'm not intruding. A man with a slightly exaggerated mustache, dressed in what seemed to be the uniform of the French Aurors, arrived. His prominent belly stretched the fabric of his robes. Hello, Mr. Richard. Don't worry, we needed your assistance. Please, come in. Flamel gestured for the Auror to enter while explaining what had happened and mentioning the child. So, this is the little one. Before arriving, I had the Aurors scan the area, and they found no magical fluctuations or any trace of where the child came from. But don't worry, I will take him to a safe place where he will be properly cared for. Mr. Richard spoke with eloquence, but his curious and greedy glances toward the stone that Mrs. Perenelle had left on the fireplace did not go unnoticed by anyone, including the child. Is that so? And where will you take the poor boy? Perenelle asked, feeling a hint of guilt. Despite only playing with him for a short while, she had already grown fond of him. It appears the child might be a wizard. Even young children are somewhat affected by anti-Muggle barriers, so he will likely be placed in an orphanage under supervision until his magical abilities awaken and he is old enough to attend school, probably Beauxbatons. But don't worry, he will be fine. The man spoke with confidence, though there was a subtle hint of reluctance in his tone, something easy to miss unless one paid close attention. But for the Flamels, who had spent centuries navigating schemes and control attempts, it was easy to detect. Nico, I would like to keep him if we could. I've always wanted to know what it feels like to have a child or a grandchild, and for him to appear like this, it seems like a miracle brought by magic itself, Perenelle said as she gently stroked the baby's tiny head. Nicolas Flamel looked at his wife before turning his gaze to the baby, who stared back at him with bright blue eyes filled with intelligence, as if he were waiting for an answer. Pardon my interruption, madam, but don't you wonder where the child came from or who left him here? What if this is a trap for the stone? The man insisted, feigning concern. Don't worry. What could a baby do? Besides, after so many years and failed attempts, if someone manages to steal the stone using a baby as bait, then perhaps we no longer deserve to have it. We will keep the baby, and tomorrow we will go to the ministry to handle the paperwork. Flamel spoke firmly as he approached to touch the child's small forehead. The baby continued staring at him intently, but there was now a noticeable sense of calmness in his gaze. Such an intelligent child, it's as if he understands everything that's happening. Flamel then turned and motioned toward the door. Well, it's your decision, Mr. Flamel. If you need anything, feel free to call me. I am at your service, the man said before taking his leave. All right, let's go to sleep. Tomorrow, we have a lot to do, and after so long, we also need to get things for the little one. Although I don't like this idea, we should get a house elf to help take care of him. Flamel's face showed a hint of sadness at the mention of the creature. That's fine, Nico. It's the best way to ensure the child's safety and well-being, considering we are quite old. Don't worry, I know you dislike having these poor creatures as slaves, but it's not as if we treat them that way. Perenelle, who looked much more fragile than Nicolas Flamel, picked up the child and carried him to his room. She drew her wand and transformed a nightstand into a small crib. All right, you'll sleep here. Rest well, we have a long day ahead tomorrow. She gently patted the baby's belly until he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 3: 3 First Steps and Big Decisions. First Steps and Big Decisions. Nico, come quickly, look. Little Steppy is taking his first steps, a woman shouted to her husband from the backyard as she watched a nearly 1-year-old baby slowly rise from the blanket on the ground. Around him, a small house elf spun anxiously, worried that the child might hurt himself. Haha, it's okay, Misty. Little Steppy won't get hurt, the blanket is enchanted. Don't worry so much, Perenelle said to the house elf, Misty. This elf had been a gift from her friend Newt, who rescued her after his children encountered dark wizards trying to smuggle magical animals. Misty had been trapped in one of the cages. Fortunately, the Flamels needed a house elf, and the Scamanders, unsure of what to do with her, were happy to help. Without a wizard to serve, elves fall into a deep depression, often leading to their death. Ugh, this is easy. Who do they think I am? I'm a super genius baby, though I'm actually more than that, and I can do anything, Stephen thought. Although not entirely happy, he realized that even though he had been an adult when he died, his childlike mentality had taken over. So, while he had the memories of 2 adults, his mind was now that of a child. He accepted this after 2 weeks in this new world when he noticed that his memories felt disconnected from his body, more like 2 long movies he had watched rather than something he had experienced personally. This time was different from when he was reincarnated as Stephen Strange for the first time. Maybe it was a blessing, as he could now enjoy his childhood. And yes, he still carried his old name, Stephen Flamel. The Flamels had chosen the name Stephen when they adopted him. Although it felt strange to have his former name, at least his last name had changed, something he was grateful for, as he had never liked his previous surname. Jojo, little Stephen is growing so fast. Maybe it's time to get him some little friends to play with, Flamel said as he approached with a plate of cookies. Master, let Misty handle it. The timid little elf hesitated as she approached Flamel, reluctant to leave the child, who stood proudly in the same spot for 10 minutes. Relax, Misty. Stay with little Stephen. I'll take care of this. I've already told you that you can relax a little, don't be so nervous, Flamel said, smiling at the elf while pointing at the baby, who had fallen on his bottom for the 3rd time. Jaya, Master Stephen, forgive my carelessness. Bad Misty, bad. The little elf, upon seeing Stephen fall, began to cry as she smacked her own hands. No, Yuga no, stop. Stop hitting yourself, it didn't hurt me, Stephen thought, frustrated. It's okay, Misty. Little Steppy doesn't want you to hurt yourself. We've already told you, don't worry, Perenelle reassured her. Come, have some tea and calm down. We don't want the little one to get angry again like last time, she added, recalling the time Stephen got so upset when his favorite toy broke that he accidentally activated some of Nicolas Flamel's magical tools. Yes, Jojo, what a great magical awakening for just a 1-year-old. I can't imagine what he'll be like when he grows up, Nicolas Flamel said proudly, despite the fact that the ruined tools had been worth a fortune to an average wizard. Yes, but I'm a bit worried. Maybe we should put a magical suppressor on him while he's still a child. I don't want him to hurt himself. Can you make one, Nico? Something that doesn't stop his magic but prevents him from using it unintentionally. Perenelle, concerned for the little one's safety, expressed her worries to Nicolas. All right, it's easy, don't worry, I'll take care of it, Nicolas Flamel said as he gently patted the boy's head. Stephen had just taken 2 steps and was clutching his pants, just before a cracking sound came from his knee. 2 years later. Happy birthday, Steppy. Look, your grandmother brought your favorite cake so you can enjoy it with your friends, Perenelle said as she entered the dining room, surrounded by children between the ages of 2 and 4. In the main seat, sitting like a little prince, with bright sky-blue eyes full of intelligence and silky blonde hair, dressed in a small blue suit that matched his eyes, was little Stephen Flamel. Today, he was turning 3 years old. The children around him were friends he had made when his grandmother decided to take him to a magical daycare where French wizards sent their young children. Among them were even some future Beauxbatons students who quickly got along with Stephen. Steppy, Steppy. Hurry, blow out the candles and make a wish, exclaimed a little blonde girl who radiated a soft glow of beauty. Even at that young age, everyone could tell that she would grow up to be stunning. However, since she was still small, she wasn't yet enchanting others, which allowed her to make friends easily. She was Fleur Delacour. All right, Floppy, calm down, the cake won't fly away, or maybe it will. That would be a fun way to surprise someone, Stephen said, looking at the cake with a mischievous smile. Some of his friends rolled their eyes, while others looked at him in worry, fearing they might be his next victims. From the first day he met his classmates, Stephen had proven to be an expert prankster. His specialty was surprising people, whether in a good or bad way. Of course, he always made sure no one got hurt and that everyone laughed afterward, which quickly made him everyone's favorite. Stephen, stop thinking nonsense and just blow out the candles already. I want cake, said a chubby 4-year-old boy. His name was Samuel Watterson, one of Stephen's first friends. Yeah, Step, hurry up, I want to go play. Isn't that right, Ricky, said a 3-year-old girl who, if not for her long hair tied in a bow, could easily be mistaken for a boy. She was even wilder than most boys. Her name was Isabel Lines. Why yeah, sure, replied a short boy with glasses timidly. Although he seemed shy, he was actually the bravest of the group, being the first to stand up to a classmate who had tried to imitate Stephen and brought fireworks to the daycare. Protecting his friends, he was Richard Walter. The day went on with the children running everywhere, while occasionally, a small elf dressed as a maid worriedly tried to prevent them from getting hurt, until it was time to say goodbye. Bye, Steppy. Come to my house to play later, said little Fleur as she held her father's hand. Bye, Step. Bye, Mr. and Mrs. Flamel, Isabel said as her mother scolded her for being covered in cake. Gee, goodbye, Stephen, I had fun. Thanks for inviting me, said little Ricky softly as a house elf came to pick him up. Bye, buddy. The cake was awesome. Next time, I'll bring one from my mom's shop, Samuel said, while his mother wiped the food stains from his clothes. Phew, today was exhausting. But I had fun, hee hee. Time to measure my magic level. Hopefully, I should already have the same magic as a first-year student, Stephen thought as he removed the bracelet his grandparents had given him when he was a year old to prevent his magic from going out of control. Yeah, awesome. Looks like by the time I turn 11 and go to school, I'll have more magic than even many 5th or 6th years, hee hee, the blonde boy smiled as he rolled on his bed. Now the question is whether I should go to Beauxbatons or Hogwarts. Chapter 4, For the Eldrich Portal. The Eldrich Portal. In a room that looked like it had been hit by several storms, surrounded by books and papers with illegible writings, sat an 8-year-old boy. Ugh, damn it. I'm so close, I just need one more rune, just one, the boy shouted, shaking his hands over his head. Step, why don't you go out and play with your friends? You've been locked up studying all week. Why not take a little break, dear? An elderly woman entered the room after hearing the boy's frustrated sighs, carrying a tray of cookies. Yes, Grandma, I'm almost done. I just need to place the last rune, and that's it, Stephen said, trying to coax his grandmother into giving him a little more time. Stephen, you know you can't activate the runes without your grandfather or Misty present. We don't want you blowing something up again, Perenelle said, giving her grandson a firm look of admonition. I know, Grandma. I'm just Calcu. Wait, that's it, I found it. Grandma, I'm going to find Grandpa and Misty to verify it. Yes. I think I finally did it, the blonde-haired boy exclaimed, jumping happily from his seat and dashing out of the room, leaving his grandmother behind. Oh, that boy. Well, he'll have to clean up his room later. What a mess. Perenelle murmured as she looked around and slowly walked away. In another room, Nicolas Flamel, the greatest alchemist of all time, was enjoying his downtime, playing with some of the trinkets he had created. Clash. Grandpa, I did it. Help me verify it. I need a wand and Misty to observe, the boy said, entering joyfully and kicking the door open. Again, kid, I told you not to kick my office door. And what did you accomplish this time? Another bomb. Ha ha. A wand, huh? I think I left it around here, the old man replied, slowly turning around as he searched for the wand he had created for his grandson to test his spells. Normally, wands are given to young wizards when they start their magical education, as that is the optimal time to control their growth and power. But at just 5 years old, Stephen had control equivalent to an 11-year-old, perhaps even better. So one day, he asked his grandfather for a wand to test the rune work he had been doing. From a very young age, Stephen locked himself in the library to study Nicolas Flamel's books. The Flamels didn't mind, as they believed that the more you know, the less harm you can do to yourself. Of course, they also weren't too worried because they didn't own any books on dark magic. As long as he was supervised during his experiments, they thought there wouldn't be much trouble. Or so they believed, until Stephen started exploring runes to create, as he called them, spells from a place called Camartage. The Flamels had never heard of it, but it piqued their curiosity. Using these ideas, Stephen created a circle of sparks that later exploded. Fortunately, the only damage was to himself. He completely burned off his hair, eyelashes, and eyebrows. As punishment, he had to go an entire week without fixing it. Here it is, take it. Wait while I activate the test circle and, in the meantime, organize my books, please, Flamel said, walking over to a magical circle he had created to prevent his grandson from destroying the property. He placed a glowing rock on a rune in the corner. Misty. With a small cry, a plop was heard, and an elegantly dressed house elf appeared. This was Misty, the Flamel family's house elf. The Flamels had struggled to convince her to wear proper clothing. Every time they tried to give her new clothes, she would burst into tears. Eventually, they managed to trick her by telling her it was just for appearances and that she was merely borrowing them. After years of working for the Flamels, Misty was no longer as nervous and even felt proud to serve them. All right. Misty, Grandpa, you will finally witness the true Eldrich spell, Stephen said while pointing forward with the wand in one hand and tracing a circle with the other. At first, this movement seemed strange to the Flamels, but then Nicolas observed closely and realized it produced the same effect as wand movements, perhaps even improving it. This intrigued Flamel, as it was a novel method of control. As the boy concentrated, a circle of sparks slowly formed before them, opening until it reached the size of a circular doorway. Yes, a doorway, because through it, they could see a surprised Perenelle standing in the kitchen. Oh, Grandma, there you are. Come on, join us, Stephen said, beaming with joy at finally making his magic work. His smile shone as brightly as the sun. No, Master. Who? Let Misty check first, the little elf said bravely before diving headfirst into the portal. The sight made the family laugh, though they were also astonished by the magnificent spell before them. After Misty confirmed there was no danger, Perenelle slowly stepped through the portal, while Nico, wand in hand, closely observed the portal's workings, just in case. So this is the spell you wanted to achieve, kid. Well done, though I think it could be a bit problematic if it comes to light, Nicolas said, his initial amazement shifting into concern. Why, Nico? I think it's a fantastic magic. Any wizard would want to learn it, Perenelle said, looking at her husband with curiosity. Yes, every wizard would want to learn it, and it could even change the magical world. But Nicolas replied, glancing around the room with sadness. It's a transportation spell, but the anti-apparition barrier didn't even flicker. That means any dark wizard with this spell could do many things, even use it to commit crimes, Nicolas Flamel said, trying to sound gentle so as not to disappoint his grandson. I knew it, Grandpa. Don't worry. This rune I created is just the foundation for many other spells that will later be easier to use. And this spell was the hardest to create, so unless someone knows what I know, it's unlikely anyone else will achieve the same result, the boy said, his voice filled with exhaustion and a hint of pride. Then, I can finally res-T. As he spoke his last words, the boy's eyes began to close, and he slowly fell forward. Fortunately, the little elf snapped her fingers, preventing him from hitting the floor. Oh, this child. How long has it been since he last rested? Misty, please take him to his room, Perenelle requested, worried about her grandson, who now floated with his eyes closed but with a huge smile on his face. Chapter 5, 5A Magical Revelation. I need to make this announcement after having created this chapter over 4 months ago. Spoiler alert, in this chapter, Stephen will tell the truth to his grandparents, but he has a justification, more like Stephen will appear. And how would you explain that to their grandparents? I directly saved myself the trouble of always creating silly excuses and instead made it so their grandparents already know they come from another world right from the start. At this point, if you don't like the truth being revealed, it's fine if you choose not to continue the story because many people complain about the same thing. Remember, the Flamel couple is over 600 years old. Try deceiving your grandfather, who is possibly less than 100, and see if it works. A magical revelation. After finally completing the rune necessary to recreate the spells of Camartage, I think it's time to tell my grandparents the truth, something I've been keeping to myself for so long but need to let out. The next day, Stephen took advantage of the fact that everyone was still seated after dinner, gathered a bit of courage, and spoke to his grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, there's something I need to tell you. I know it will sound crazy, and you might want to send me to St. Mungo's, but please, I need you to listen calmly, Stephen said while receiving doubtful looks from his grandparents. The Flamel couple exchanged a glance, then, intrigued, turned their attention back to the nervous child. With a smile, they responded, encouraging him to continue. Go ahead, dear, we're all ears. I'm Iroh. Sorry, that's not it. I've reincarnated here. Twice. That is, I died in another world and was reborn, then I died again and ended up here. So, in truth, I'm not a child, or maybe I am. I'm an adult trapped in a child's body, Stephen said, unable to lift his head. Oh, was that all? Nicolas said, not giving it much importance. Nico, don't be silly. Can't you see the boy is worried? Perenelle scolded her husband before turning back to Stephen. Tell us everything, dear, don't worry. A bit surprised by his grandmother's understanding and his grandfather's indifference, Stephen calmed down a little and began to tell everything, what he had experienced on Earth, what happened when he was Doctor Strange, how he studied and how Marvel's magic worked, all the way to how he died and the sensation he had from the moment he was reborn in this body. He spoke for what felt like hours until his throat went dry, prompting the house elf to bring him a glass of juice. Don't worry, dear. Even if that's the case, the day we decided to adopt you, you became our grandson, and that will never change, Perenelle said, hugging her grandson with tears in her eyes after hearing that he had to endure not one but 2 deaths, neither of which were gentle. I think I might know why you were reborn here, though it's just a theory, Nicolas said as he looked seriously at his grandson. You said that woman, was her name Ancient One? She said that the first time you were born, your soul and Strange had merged to the point of becoming just one stronger soul, right? The grandfather asked, looking at his grandson for confirmation. Yes. She said that not even she noticed until I appeared before her, and out of fear of disrupting the timeline, she let me train at Camartage until the day Doctor Strange was supposed to know what to do, Stephen said while looking at his grandfather with doubt. Then, when you died the second time, you were already much stronger. I assume even your soul had grown, and your explosion should have destroyed your magic along with your soul. Ah, yeah, I think so. I had to stop Wanda at all costs, and I couldn't let her switch bodies or something like that, Stephen said, remembering Wanda's crazed look, corrupted by all kinds of dark energies. And here's my final confirmation, you said that magic in that world. Marnell, was it? All magic must be borrowed, with interest, from higher beings who reclaim it after death. It was Marvel, Grandpa, and yes, all magic in Marvel is borrowed. Even those higher beings draw magic from other dimensions. Why? Stephen asked, now curious about his grandfather's reasoning. It's because of your feeling of disconnect with your past memories. You said you didn't feel like they were yours but rather as if you were watching them in a pensieve. I think there might be a theoretical explanation for that. Enough beating around the bush, Nico. Just say it already, you're making us all nervous, Perenelle said, tired of her husband's roundabout way of speaking. Sorry. What I think happened is that when Strange exploded, his soul fragmented, separating Strange from the boy from Earth once again, and all the magical power he had tried to reclaim the soul or repair it. Since your soul was so strong, it likely had some influence. But obviously, those beings wouldn't let their magic be wasted on a dead person. So, the magic automatically sent you to a universe where magic belongs to everyone. Here, magic is born within creatures and wizards. So, when you arrived here, it was meant to repair your soul, but that didn't happen. Instead of bringing your soul and placing it in another person, I suppose due to the laws of this world, because if universes have laws, according to many ancient wizards who tried to study them, the soul and its remnants created a safe body. Do you remember when we found you, Perenelle? He was perfectly fine, even dressed in very warm clothing, Nicolas said while looking at his wife. You're right, Nico. When we found him, he was clean, dressed, and well-fed. It even seemed odd that someone would abandon him, Perenelle said, touching her chin as she recalled the moment. There you have it. A safe body was created in a secure environment, in the safest place within the strongest magical barriers in the world, apart from schools and the ministries of magic. But I suppose you weren't sent there for one simple reason, Perenelle's compassion and need. She became attached to you instantly because she had always wanted a child or grandchild, and you appeared. Just like Perenelle said that day, you were a gift from magic itself, Nicolas said with a smile, looking at his grandson and his wife. Wait, Grandpa, but if that's the case, what does it have to do with my memories? I have all the memories of both lives. Yes, you have the memories, but you don't feel like you lived them. That's because those memories belong to the souls that formed your body. You didn't live those memories, but they are stored in the body that was created. You yourself said that, even though you had those memories, it wasn't like when you were reborn as Strange, rather, you felt like a normal, ordinary child who just knew more. So, you're not an adult in a child's body, you're a child who can see the memories of an adult. But in the end, you're just a child who knows many things. Nicolas approached Stephen and patted his head before saying, so don't worry. Live as a child should, and don't obsess over those memories. Watch them as if they were those giant screens muggles have, the cinema, and just relax. Tears fell from the child's eyes as he was embraced by his grandparents. Suddenly, he felt a kind of magical pull spreading throughout the house, activating some of the magical tools. Even the philosopher's stone began to glow. Ho, it seems you've been holding onto this for too long, and when you let it out, you opened the floodgate. You can even feel the magic in the air. Kid, you're going to have a great life in the magical world, Nicolas Flamel said as he observed his grandson, sensing the magical surge emanating from him, so strong that anyone would be amazed. Flamel even compared it to when he first met Dumbledore. As Stephen looked at his hands and felt the magic coursing through his body, as if greeting him upon finally accepting his soul, he felt exhilarated. With a smile, he told his grandparents, "Grandparents, I want to go to Hogwarts." No. They both said in unison. A magical revelation. Chapter 6, The Passage to Hogwarts. The Passage to Hogwarts. Stephen's magical outburst triggered some alarms at the French ministry, which immediately sent a letter to the Flamels. They even attempted to send Aurors, whom Nicolas Flamel dismissed using the excuse of an alchemical experiment gone wrong. Obviously, the Aurors were not satisfied with that explanation, but there was nothing they could do against the men with the most connections in the wizarding world. Time passed with a more relaxed Stephen, peacefully enjoying his childhood with pranks and all sorts of mischief, as if the seal of a beast had finally been broken and he no longer had to think like a mature person, without neglecting his study of Eldritch magic, of course. In addition, he tried to convince his grandparents to send him to Hogwarts, something they firmly opposed, especially when they learned the reason, which Stephen easily revealed to them. He told them everything that would happen and showed them the magic of camartage, which he had already managed to modify to prove he was safe. Come on, Grandma, I'll be fine. The noseless bald guy won't be able to do anything until at least when Harry Potter turns 14. Even if he does, I can easily escape with a portal, even using the illusion spell, and I could even tie him up with the Eldrich whip and run away. Stephen continued trying to convince his grandmother, who had the most say in the house. After finding the rune to modify camartage magic, Stephen was able to decipher most of the basic spells. However, some worked differently, like the mirror dimension, which, when activated, did not function as a separate dimension but rather as a space expansion, similar to Newt Scamander's suitcase. His grandfather told him this was likely due to conflicting magical laws in this universe. Although a bit disappointed, it was still a highly useful magic for creating a small subworld or hideouts. No, Stephen, I would be crazy to let you go to any school other than Beauxbatons. Why don't you want to go there? All your friends will be with you, it's the school where your grandfather and I studied, and we still have some influence there thanks to our investments over the years, his grandmother gently tried to persuade him. All right, kid, stop bothering your grandmother. Let me say something. Nicholas, who normally watched everything from the sidelines with the little elf and rarely intervened, suddenly spoke to Stephen and then turned to his wife. Penny, maybe the boy needs this. We already know that when young Potter joins the school, Stephen will be 2 or 3 years older. If at 9 years old he already shows the skills of someone who has studied magic for at least 3 years, by then he'll be more than capable of defending himself. And as he said, things will only get dangerous when young Potter turns 14, said Nicolas Flamel, unusually siding with Stephen, to the latter's pleasant surprise. Yes, Grandma, just like Grandpa said. Who's to say that by the time I'm 17, I won't be able to face both Dumbledore and the bald guy together? Stephen's voice, tinged with pride and mockery, resonated. Don't worry, Penny. I've prepared some protection amulets just in case, and I'll even talk to Dumbledore. If you want, we can also join the Hogwarts school board. It's not like we lack the funds, and the boy can visit us anytime through the portal, Nicholas added. Seeing the cracks forming in his wife's resolve, only one final push was needed. Yes, Grandma, not even the anti-apparition barrier can stop me. In fact, Grandpa and I managed to link the rune to a door that I can place anywhere, allowing you to move between continents without any problems. We can buy a house there and connect them easily so we can be both here and there. Stephen played his trump card at the perfect moment, taking advantage of his grandfather's support. Nico, ugh. Fine, you can go to Hogwarts, but under my conditions. And you'd better behave until you turn 11 and receive your letter, or else you'll go to Beauxbatons as you should. His grandmother finally relented. Great. Grandma, you're the best. Don't worry, no pranks or weird stuff, until I get to school, Stephen muttered the last part under his breath, making a promise. Ho, good for you, kid. Though it'll be fun to see how you break the news to your friends, and especially to the Delacour girl, his grandfather said with a smug smile full of schadenfreude. Ugh, Fleur. That girl has become so violent. What happened to the little princess who used to follow us everywhere? Could it be her Vila blood? Stephen wondered, remembering the beautiful girl who had gradually become almost as aggressive as a demon. Whose fault do you think that is, huh? She used to hang out with you little troublemakers, you corrupted the poor girl, his grandmother accused, blaming the pranks they constantly played. They often left Fleur behind, dressed like a princess, unable to run. Eventually, she had to start dressing like them. No, I think she may have inherited that from her grandmother and mother, Nicholas muttered under his breath, recalling the Delacour women. Well, I'll deal with that later. Now that I've finally convinced Grandma and created most of the spells, it's time to intensify my physical training. Stephen declared. Although he had spent most of his time studying runes and magic to modify camartage spells, he had also dedicated time to martial arts he had learned as a monk. While camartage magic could be fueled by internal energy, it also required physical endurance. Even though Stephen was stronger and had more magic than a typical school-age child, he could only cast 5 or 6 spells before becoming exhausted. With Stephen training his body and occasionally going out with his friends, whom he had already informed of his study plans, he had to hide from little Fleur for a week until she calmed down. Every time she saw him, she would shout, "Traitor," and chase after his cart, which suffered many scratches while she yelled things a child shouldn't say. He finally managed to calm her down by giving her a hug and promising to visit her every summer vacation. His friends, though a little sad that they wouldn't be studying with him, reluctantly accepted his decision under the same promise. After all, it wasn't like they wouldn't see him again. Thus, the 3 years passed until his Hogwarts letter arrived. Normally, in France, the Beauxbatons letter should have come, but Nicolas Flamel took care of notifying the relevant schools, to which Dumbledore gladly agreed, without realizing the mistake he might have made. Chapter 7 The Arrival at Hogwarts. The Arrival at Hogwarts. The peaceful day breaks. The peaceful day at home was finally interrupted by the sound of an owl's wings as it delivered an envelope. "Grandpa, Grandma, the Hogwarts letter is finally here," exclaimed Stephen, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and rather athletic boy, as he ran in from the yard, sweaty. Yes, it seems the time has finally come. Though it makes me sad to be apart from my boy, it's time for you to study and make friends," said Grandma Perenelle with a hint of sorrow. Now, don't worry so much, Penny. Misty already secured a house in Hogsmeade, we just need to connect the door, and we'll be just meters away from Hogwarts. Don't stress too much. I also managed to join the school board easily thanks to Dumbledore and Mrs. Longbottom, said Grandpa Nicolas Flamel, trying to reassure his wife. All right. I can finally go to Diagon Alley and get my wand. Even though I occasionally use the one Grandpa gave me, I have to do so under supervision. Master, wouldn't it be easier to shop at Place Cachet here in France? Asked the small house elf, Misty, softly from behind the excited young boy. No. You don't understand, Misty. If I'm going to a magical school in England, I must buy my supplies in Diagon Alley, the boy stated seriously, as if it were an immutable fact. I see, Master Stephen. You are so wise, said the elf, believing in the boy's nonsense as if they were unbreakable laws, completely ignoring the eye rolls from his grandparents, who were already used to his antics. All right, we have until September to prepare everything, so it's time to move. We need to visit the French Ministry of Magic to handle the paperwork before we leave, said Grandma as she started listing the things they would bring, disregarding the fact that their house would be easily connected to the new one. Even though we never let anyone from the ministry bother us and rarely had visitors besides the families of the children, the French ministry won't like us moving, especially to England. I hope they don't put up too many obstacles, otherwise, I'll have to ask the Delacour family or even Dumbledore for help, said Grandpa, thinking about the ministry officials who always looked at him with greed, as if he were a pile of gold. That was the main reason he avoided going out. Yeah, I hope it goes smoothly, Stephen said with a slight tremor in his voice, remembering that every time he mentioned leaving for Hogwarts, the little fairy would turn into a demon and give him a beating, effectively banning the word Hogwarts in her presence. You know you have to say goodbye to your friends, right? Grandma said with a mischievous smile, noticing her grandson's small tremor and reminding him that he had to face that demon. Though, to her, the girl was like a little angel. She was unaware that all of Stephen's friends had been trained in martial arts by him to defend themselves if anyone ever bothered them, and the best among them was little Fleur. After preparing all the paperwork, which, fortunately, didn't face much resistance, since Mr. Flamel had come prepared and the Scamander family was in the country, making things easier thanks to one of Newt's sons, the family got ready for the move. Jojo, are you sure you don't want more ice for that eye, boy? The old man said with a teasing smile as he looked at his grandson, who sported a black eye from a well-deserved beating by his little friend. I'm fine. It'll disappear in a couple of minutes. Ugh, Stephen replied with a forced smile, recalling his little friend's fury after he said they might not see each other until Christmas and taunted her that she wouldn't be able to hit him for months, earning him a few extra beatings in advance. Everyone else watched from the sidelines, unwilling to interfere in their daily sparring or the beatings Fleur gave Stephen. All right, let's go, everyone. The portkey is ready. Ugh, this is going to make my bones ache. Fortunately, we only have to do this once, and then we'll use the door, said Perenelle. Stephen needed to know the location before using his portal, so they had to travel with a portkey first. After that, they wouldn't need it anymore, unless they traveled to another country. The reason the entire Flamel family had to go together with the portkey was that they were one of the most closely watched families. If Stephen went alone and the Flamels suddenly appeared in Hogwarts, it would draw attention, potentially putting Stephen in danger. The stone was already a target, while many thought it was just a legend, others did not. Dumbledore assured them the school was safer than ever, but if people discovered there was magic capable of bypassing even the strongest barriers, it could turn the ministries against them. Thus, Stephen was forbidden from publicly demonstrating this magic until he developed a counterspell for it. This was a challenge for Stephen, as it had never been necessary in the other world, but he was close, perhaps 1 or 2 more years, and he could finally reveal it. After the rough journey, during which Stephen vomited for 2 minutes straight, and the Flamel couple needed Misty's assistance, the family regained their composure and greeted the portkey official, who eyed them suspiciously, noticing they carried nothing in their hands. However, he didn't care much. After leaving the British ministry, where a chubby man named Fudge nearly kissed their shoes after meeting Minister Millicent, the Flamels finally arrived at their new home, stepping off the famous night bus. "I never want to use this country's transportation again." "Ugh," Stephen groaned as he stumbled out, running toward a bush in the corner. "Well, I must say it's not that bad. Back in the day, we had to travel in carriages that were far bumpier and much slower," Grandpa commented calmly, unfazed, under the watchful gaze of the driver. Fortunately, they had no other passengers, so they weren't bothered much and didn't worry about the driver, who was bound by a magical contract preventing him from revealing passengers' drop-off locations unless they were fugitives or criminals. Though the Flamels weren't exactly hiding, they certainly didn't want the entire British wizarding world knocking on their doors. "All right, Misty, let's go inside, get everything in order, and connect the door," said Perenelle, seeing that her grandson had recovered. Yes, mistress. "Come on, boy, get inside." "Kids these days are so fragile," the old man scoffed as he raised his hand, his joints cracking audibly. "Says the one making that noise," the boy thought, rolling his eyes at his grandfather's shamelessness. Looking up, he saw the massive castle in the distance and smiled. "At last, I'm here." Hogwarts. Chapter 8, The Journey on the Express. The Journey on the Express. After the Flamel family settled into their new home and connected the door, not much really changed, it just felt like the house was bigger now. Stephen went shopping with Misty in Diagon Alley. The experience was nothing extraordinary since he had already visited Place Cachet several times with his friends under his parents' supervision. So, he only bought the essentials, maybe a few books he was missing for his studies, some sweets, and prank items. After all, now that he was going to Hogwarts, he had fulfilled his promise, so it was time to unleash all the pranks he had been holding back for almost 3 years. He was especially excited to meet the Weasley twins. Although they were a bit mischievous, their pranks could lead to a small alliance. Above all, he wanted to meet Headmaster Dumbledore. Although there was controversy about him, some said he was bad, others said he was good. For Stephen, with the memories of Dr. Strange, someone who allowed himself to be killed by his trusted men to prevent a dark manipulated child from becoming corrupted, deserved great respect. He even asked his grandfather about what would happen to the Philosopher's Stone, to which Nicholas replied that they would continue with their lives as always, without it. Perhaps they would even ask Dumbledore himself to come up with an excuse to destroy the Philosopher's Stone and finally rest in peace. This meant that, even if Voldemort wasn't the one seeking the stone, it would still be destroyed. They just needed an excuse so that the magical world couldn't use its influence to stop them. This left Stephen a little sad, knowing that maybe they wanted to rest in peace, but his grandmother assured him that they wouldn't, not without seeing the faces of their first great-grandchildren, which made him blush slightly. The conversation ended with his grandparents teasing him about his nervousness when they talked about finding him a future partner, though a small shiver ran down his spine when they mentioned Fleur. While Stephen prepared everything for school, he took advantage of the time to study all the school books. For someone who had been studying magic since he was 5, it turned out to be too easy, to the point where he already knew everything the 7 years of studies could teach him. But he didn't need to go to school to learn, he was going there to enjoy his youth. And so, time passed until, finally, the time came to board the Hogwarts Express. His grandparents looked puzzled, but Stephen's simple response was, "Someone going to Hogwarts has to travel on the Hogwarts Express." His grandparents accepted this little stunt and let Misty take him to King's Cross Station. "Wow, so this is the Express. It looks pretty normal, to be honest." "All right, Misty, stop crying. It's obvious, when I go to school, you won't be there to help me." "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Stephen said, crouching down as he comforted the little crying elf. "Hugh, Master Stephen, but Misty is very sad," the little elf sobbed, unable to stop her tears, lamenting the separation from her master and playmate, as Misty had never left his side since he was a child. "It's okay, Misty, I'll miss you too. But don't worry, I'll see you in a couple of months, and maybe I'll even sneak out to check on what the grandparents are up to. You can go back now, and don't cry," Stephen said as he hugged the elf, under the puzzled gaze of some people in the crowd who found it strange that a wizard got along so well with his house elf. "Hugh, all right, Master, I will leave. You can call Misty anytime." "Misty will come with a snap," the elf said seriously, her face covered in tears. "I don't think Hogwarts will mind, so I promise. Don't worry." "Go help Grandma," Stephen said as he turned around, hearing the pop of the elf's teleportation. As he walked near one of the beams, he felt something bump against his foot, activating one of the artifacts hanging around his neck, causing a chain to wrap around a young man's foot and leave him hanging upside down from the ceiling. Apparently, the red-haired boy had accidentally hit his foot with his cart, triggering the mechanism. "Awesome." They turned Percy into a piñata. A duo of identical voices spoke in unison, drawing Stephen's attention while ignoring the red-haired boy, who seemed to be Percy Weasley, hanging upside down. "For Merlin's sake, Percy. What are you doing up there?" A woman emerging from one of the columns, carrying two younger children in her arms, left the little ones with who seemed to be the eldest brother and quickly ran toward her son. Excuse me, ma'am. That seems to be my fault. My grandfather is a bit overprotective and gave me defense amulets. When Percy bumped into my foot, he must have accidentally activated the mechanism." "Don't worry, I'll get him down," Stephen said, recognizing Molly Weasley and her eldest son, who seemed to be Bill Weasley. Behind him were Charlie Weasley and the little ones, Ron and Ginny. "Wow, they really are red-haired," Stephen thought as he approached Percy, who was hanging and calling for help. Stephen grabbed him by the collar and swung him back and forth, as that was how the spell was deactivated. In reality, it was more of a prank spell because if a real protection spell had been activated, it would have been a bit more violent. This spell was basically created to show that people should be careful with Stephen. "This is the first time I've seen a spell like this." "Did your grandfather create it?" asked a man who arrived just as Stephen was lowering Percy from the fool's trap. Also red-haired, he seemed to be Mr. Arthur Weasley. "Yes, sir. To be honest, I took a bit of a risk by coming to travel on the Express, so he made me wear a few just in case," Stephen explained. "Marvelous spell, danger at the Express." "May I know who your grandfather is, young man?" the man asked, sounding puzzled by the supposed danger in the station and the grandfather's concern for the boy. "Oh, yes, my grandfather is Nicolas Flamel. I'm Stephen Flamel, his grandson," Stephen said, a bit of pride in his voice. The entire surrounding area fell into a deathly silence, faces frozen in shock and disbelief. "Ha ha ha, that's the reason for traveling on the Express, to make a shocking first impression," Stephen thought with a smile, seeing that the surprise had been well received. He cleared his throat. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go find a seat on the Express." "See you at Hogwarts," Stephen said, completing his little stunt. The reason everyone was so surprised was that no one knew the Flamel's grandson would be attending Hogwarts. Stephen had asked his grandparents to make his arrival a grand surprise. After all, he was the grandson of the two longest-living, richest, and most powerful people in the French magical world. Don't be fooled by the frail old man he always pretends to be. Flamel was one of the most powerful alchemists of all time. Maybe he wasn't great with a wand, but he could create alchemical tools that could change the world. Since he retired, not much has been heard about him, but everyone knows his legends. Thank you for reading. Chapter 9, 9A Magical Year Begins. A magical year begins. Everyone on the Express followed the humming until they found the culprit, a well-dressed blonde boy with blue eyes, cheerfully walking down the aisle while singing a song. A couple of little girls were drawn to him. He looked like a prince. "It looks like this one is empty," said the young boy, none other than Stephen, very pleased with the surprise his entrance had caused. He felt this was going to be a great year at Hogwarts. As he thought about the pranks and mischief he could pull at school, he heard someone at the door. Turning around, he saw two red-haired boys hesitating over who should open it. Finally, one of them decided to do so. "Hello, how are you? We didn't know if we should come in. Or not. He's Fred. And he's George. We're the brothers of the guy you left hanging like a piñata." Unfortunately, the twins introduced themselves. They spoke at the same time, making it hard to keep up with them. "Hi, I'm Stephen Flamel, nice to meet you," Stephen responded, surprised to run into the twins again. "Yeah, we heard before. When Dad was surprised, haha, they said in unison as they sat down. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. It was the snack trolley lady, asking if they wanted anything. No, thanks. We're good. We stole the cookies Percy was keeping. Haha, they were under his bed, said the twins, showing a jar of cookies. It's fine, guys, pick whatever you want. My treat, Stephen said with a smile. The twins were delighted. Awesome. Rich Kid is paying. Rich Kid is the best, the twins cheered as they began selecting sweets. Even though they were pranksters, they knew not to take advantage of others, which Stephen appreciated. All right, but if you keep going, the lady won't be able to sell to anyone else, Stephen said as he approached the trolley. If I buy one of everything, will there still be enough for others? He asked, earning the trolley lady's appreciation. Yes, dear. I have plenty more, don't worry. In the past, Slytherin kids used to buy up all the sweets for themselves, so now I come prepared, the woman said with a satisfied smile. Then, that's what I'll do, Stephen said, setting up the table in the center so everyone could enjoy. The twins eagerly helped move the sweets. Hey, Rich Kid, I like you. Yeah, Rich Kid, you're awesome, the twins said, though Stephen was starting to lose track of which was which. After stuffing themselves with sweets and listening to the twins' stories about the pranks they played on their brothers, Fred and George asked a question. So, Stephen, we'd like to know something. Yeah. Do you also know how to make those tools? The ones like the one that left Percy hanging? We're dying to know, the brothers asked. Yeah, actually, I made that one. You didn't think a defense tool would activate just because my foot bumped into it, did you? The tools my grandfather gave me only activate in life-threatening danger, Stephen explained, making a disgusted face. Ugh, this candy tastes like vomit. Ha ha ha, one time. Wait, that tool with those awesome enchantments, you made it yourself, the twins exclaimed at the same time, shocked. Haha, your surprised faces are priceless. I wish I had a camera, Stephen said, spitting the candy into a jar. That means, Fred. That means, George. They looked at each other, then at Stephen seriously. Please teach us how to make prank tools, I mean, alchemical tools, they asked in unison. Sure, Stephen agreed instantly, popping another candy into his mouth. Wow, you agreed too easily. Way too easy. I was planning to offer you the cookies in exchange, the twins said to each other. So you wanted to bribe me with cookies, huh? Well, I'll take the cookies, Stephen said, extending his hand. The brothers hesitated, exchanging glances, before slowly handing over the cookies as if they were a precious treasure. Wow, these are amazing. You never thought about selling them. Your mother could make a lot of money, Stephen said, taking one and reluctantly returning the jar. Amazing, right? But I don't think she'd sell them. After all, she has to take care of a lot of kids, Fred commented as he fought his brother for the last cookie. Yeah, there are so many of us at home that she doesn't have the time, George added, eyeing the half cookie he had managed to grab. But I suppose your younger siblings will go to Hogwarts in a few years, Stephen remarked. Yeah, but it'll be another 2 or 3 years before they can, George said. Then make some money and help your mother open a shop, problem solved, Stephen suggested. Actually, our plan is to open a joke shop. Yeah, that's why we wanted you to teach us, Fred and George said enthusiastically. They spent the day on the express until they finally arrived at Hogwarts. Dressed in their robes, they got off the train and gathered with Hagrid, who led them toward the castle. Careful with your heads, everyone, Hagrid warned as they crossed a dark bridge. Finally, they reached the magnificent castle and headed up the stairs where Professor McGonagall awaited them. I'll leave them here, Professor, Hagrid said before departing. Attention, please. In a moment, you will enter in a line, where you will be sorted into your houses. Remember that houses will gain or lose points based on your behavior, McGonagall explained, giving the Weasley twins a particularly sharp look. I felt like she looked at me too. Was that my imagination? Stephen thought as McGonagall left. Stephen watched, waiting for something interesting to happen, but most students were calm and chatting. Eventually, McGonagall returned and called the students one by one. When it was Stephen's turn, he approached the stool with the wrinkled hat. The hat began to sing, and Stephen was surprised to feel a magical pulse emanating from it. An old wizard was staring at him, looking both shocked and delighted. "Now, Stephen Flamel," McGonagall announced as Stephen sat under the hat. "Oh, excuse me, child, could you turn off your occlumency?" "Don't worry, no secrets leave me, not even for the headmaster," the hat said, noticing the occlumency amulet Stephen had activated. "Oh, sorry," Stephen said, touching the necklace to deactivate the barrier. I see why you're so careful. You have a brilliant mind filled with memories of other worlds. I see the thirst for knowledge of Ravenclaw in you, but at the same time, you seem to resent it after so long. I see your desire for friendships like in Hufflepuff. And though you lack much ambition for Slytherin, your pureblood status could bring any house to its knees. Courage is overwhelming, especially if you're willing to destroy yourself to save a world. Gryffindor, the hat finally shouted. I bet it just wanted to see my memories, Stephen thought as the hat sorted him into Gryffindor after taking so long. He returned to his seat, reactivating his occlumency barrier. After the sorting, the feast began, and Stephen smirked mischievously. So, nothing about the third floor or other dangerous places. Just as I thought, these years will be so boring until Harry arrives. Then it's my duty to make them fun, he murmured to himself, his grin catching the attention of the girls and scaring the boys. Thanks. Chapter 10, the first day, between jokes and spells. The first day, between jokes and spells. After dinner. After stuffing themselves to the brim, everyone was sent to their dormitories by their prefects. In Gryffindor's case, it was one of the older Weasley brothers, Charlie, who led them. As they walked, Charlie explained everything they needed to keep in mind, while the twins tried to annoy him from both sides. As a good older brother who knew his younger siblings well, Charlie ignored them. The password, requested the fat lady in the painting. Lionheart, Charlie replied. As he said the correct password and the door opened, he explained that everyone had to remember it, or they would have to sleep outside until someone let them in. Looks like we're together. Great, the twins said, quickly choosing their beds and jumping onto them. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Lee Jordan, introduced another boy who had entered with them. Hi, Jordan. I'm Stephen Flamel, nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Fred, and he's George. No, he's George, and I'm Fred, said the twins, looking at Jordan with confusion. Stephen went to settle into his bed, thinking about what the year had in store for him. The first day of classes. The next day, the first day of classes finally arrived, starting with Professor McGonagall and later Professor Flitwick. As always, Stephen woke up early and went to train. Not caring about the location, he began exercising in the courtyard, drawing the attention of everyone passing by. His movements and techniques were so precise that some wondered if, in a duel, he could dodge spells as easily as he seemed to move. When the time for the first class with Professor McGonagall approached, Stephen quickly cleaned himself with a few spells and got ready. Before leaving, he tossed a pillow at the twins to wake them up. Upon entering the classroom, the first thing that caught his attention was a tabby cat, which Stephen immediately recognized. With a mischievous smile, he pulled out what he had prepared for this moment and approached the cat. Hello, kitty. What are you doing here? PSH, look what I have, you'll like it. The cat tried to ignore the student, but its attention was drawn to what Stephen pulled from his pocket, catnip. Stephen's sinister grin grew wider, and before the cat could escape, he tossed the catnip right where it was sitting. I found it while training in the courtyard, Stephen lied, though it was obvious that this type of herb didn't grow at Hogwarts, and if it did, Filch would surely collect it all for his cat. Although McGonagall tried to resist her instincts, it became too difficult to endure. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore and threw herself onto the desk, rubbing against the catnip. She continued until the arrival of the mischievous twin snapped her out of it, causing her to transform back into her human form. Oh, Professor McGonagall, it was you. I didn't know, I'm sorry, Stephen said with a big smile, which the professor didn't believe for a second. But without proof, she had to endure it. That's fine, Mr. Flamel. Take your seat. You too, Mr. Weasley's, the professor said, frowning at them while the twins, having learned what had happened from Lee Jordan, struggled to contain their laughter. All right, students, pay attention. The subject of transfiguration is one of the most dangerous if not handled with control, McGonagall explained while transfiguring the desk into a large red pig, then into a giant dog, and finally back to its original form. But today, we will start with something simpler, transforming a matchstick into a needle. Hand out the matchsticks, please, she said while writing a detailed explanation of the spell on the board. While everyone tried to change their matchstick, Stephen observed the others, noticing how they forced their wands as if transfiguration required physical strength. He smiled, amused. Mr. Flamel, stop observing your classmates and demonstrate how you transform your matchstick, the professor commented after watching Stephen for several minutes, simply smiling and teasing his seatmate, Lee Jordan, who was struggling with the transformation. Okay. Phoo, Stephen gently blew on the matchstick, which twisted several times before transforming into a small needle with delicate engravings, demonstrating his control as if he were simply blowing out a candle. Professor McGonagall and the Gryffindor students were stunned, while the Slytherins, after a moment of shock, began glaring at Stephen with hatred. A student from another house showing superior skills was unacceptable. Haha, why so surprised? Stephen teased, amused by his classmates' expressions. No wand, no incantation, just blowing, McGonagall murmured, struggling to process what she had just witnessed. But she quickly composed herself, proving why she was one of Hogwarts' most experienced professors. Magnificent work, Mr. Flamel. 10 points to Gryffindor. If you don't mind, I'd like to keep your needle, she said, slowly taking the needle and placing it on her desk. Wow, how did you do that, Stephen? Exclaimed Lee Jordan, and the Weasley twins also approached, asking him to teach them. Stephen gladly agreed, even helping other Gryffindor classmates, earning 5 more points for his house and more glares from the Slytherins. After class, they had a break before Professor Flitwick's lesson. This time, they shared the class with the Hufflepuffs, and once again, Stephen stood out, showcasing his mastery of the levitation charm by moving his finger at lightning speed, surprising Professor Flitwick, who nearly fell off the books he used as a platform. He earned another 15 points for Gryffindor. The week went by like this, with Stephen earning points left and right, astonishing professors and classmates, gaining admiration from many and hatred from a few. Until the day everyone had been waiting for finally arrived, especially the Slytherins, potions class with Professor Severus Snape. Everyone, but especially the Slytherins, eagerly awaited their house head to put the blonde prince they despised in his place. Stephen, for his part, also looked forward to the class, but for different reasons. Although he liked Professor Snape, knowing he had given his life for the future of magic, he couldn't help but enjoy teasing people with stoic faces. Every time he remembered strange burning Mordo's hair, he couldn't help but laugh. So if Snape was going to be his Mordo, he had to plan a prank, but looking at his greasy hair, Stephen knew he didn't want to earn his hatred, but rather the opposite. What could be harder than making the person who hates everyone smile? Stephen was dying to see everyone's shocked faces when he managed to get Severus Snape to show a smile. And that might be even harder than facing Wanda in her multiversal form. Chapter 11, 11A Bitter Potion. A bitter potion. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. There will be very little foolish wand waving in this class, and many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly understand the beauty of a softly simmering cauldron, with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, ensnaring the mind and beguiling the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even put a stopper on death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach, Severus Snape said, his piercing gaze scanning the room. Wow, I have to admit, that was a pretty cool entrance. The other professors introduced themselves rather plainly, and the only one who might have outdone him was Professor McGonagall, though I kind of ruined her moment with a simple plant. Haha, Stephen thought. Mr. Flamel, it seems you are not paying attention in my class. Or perhaps you find it boring. Because, from what I've been told, you appear to already master every subject, even before arriving at school, Snape said, his eyes locked onto Stephen. Oh, yeah. I had to learn alchemy from my grandfather. After all, it's one of the basic arts, Stephen replied with a slight smile, one that Snape clearly did not appreciate. Basic arts? Well, that may be the case for someone who created the Philosopher's Stone, isn't that right, Flamel? But you should understand that only someone like your grandfather would consider potions to be basic. 10 points from Gryffindor for disrespecting an ancient discipline, Mr. Flamel, Snape said arrogantly. Ugh, I thought he'd ask me the usual cliché questions, but I guess that's reserved for Harry Potter. It's obvious I could answer them easily, he's just looking for an excuse to deduct points. How childish, Stephen thought as Snape continued explaining how to brew a cure for boils. Although, I have to admit, he's quite good at his job. Now, how do I rattle the stone-faced bat? Stephen mused as the class went on. He had been paired with Fred since Snape had deliberately separated the twins, knowing their tendency for chaos. All right, Fred, toss in the thorns, and I'll mix. Don't worry, I'm a professional, Stephen said with exaggerated confidence. Mr. Flamel, it seems you still refuse to take my class seriously. 10 more points deducted, Snape said as he passed behind Stephen. Childish bat, he's just taking points because his Slytherins couldn't earn them, Stephen thought as he continued preparing the potion, ignoring the professor's remarks. After several more deductions over trivial matters, mostly Stephen's fault for running his mouth, they finally finished their potion. Stephen and Fred were the first to finish and stepped forward to present their work. Fred handed the potion to Snape, as Stephen was already at his limit. Professor, we're done, Fred said, extending the vial cautiously. Oh, I expected better from someone who calls my subject basic and himself a professional, Snape sneered, clearly holding a grudge. The potion is average, but it seems you didn't properly seal the vial. 5 more points deducted, after all, sealing a bottle is quite basic, Snape remarked. That was the final straw for Stephen. Despite his classmates' attempts to restrain him, he couldn't hold back his frustration any longer. What did you just say, old man? I've had enough of you, Batface. I'll show you how to seal a bottle, I'll shove it right up. He couldn't finish his sentence because his classmates managed to cover his mouth, but most of what shouldn't have been said was already out in the open. The entire class fell into stunned silence, while the Weasley twins were rolling on the floor, crying with laughter. Even Snape displayed a rare expression of genuine shock. Well, I did manage to surprise the bat, but damn, I think I went too far, Stephen thought, realizing his mistake. Detention. Follow me to the headmaster's office immediately. Snape ordered, his fury barely contained. Wow, I broke his composure. I screwed up, but this is going to be fun, Stephen thought as he left the classroom, under the mocking gazes of the Slytherins and the worried looks of the Gryffindors. Lemon drop, Snape said when they arrived at the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. After ascending the spiral staircase, they found Dumbledore and McGonagall, who had already been informed of the incident. Hey, old man, long time no see, Stephen greeted, shocking McGonagall and earning a chuckle from Dumbledore. Old man. Mr. Flamel, how dare you address the headmaster like that? McGonagall scolded. Now, Professor McGonagall, I allowed him to call me that when we first met. No need to worry, Dumbledore said, recalling how Stephen had earned the right to address him that way after winning a bet when they first encountered each other. So, what brings you here with Professor Snape? Dumbledore asked. Before Snape could speak, Stephen answered. Nothing much. I was just trying to befriend Professor Snapey, and he didn't seem to like it, Stephen said, earning another smile from Dumbledore, while Snape looked like he was about to explode. Snapey, what a wonderful nickname, don't you think? Dumbledore mused, clearly enjoying the situation. Forgive me, Headmaster, but I believe this insolent boy needs a fitting punishment, or even suspension, Snape quickly interjected. Calm down, Professor Snape, I don't think suspension is necessary. However, respect for the professors must be upheld. Let Professor McGonagall decide the punishment, Dumbledore said, turning to McGonagall, who seemed deep in thought. Well, since he is from my house, it's my responsibility to maintain order. I deduct 200 points from Gryffindor, and his punishment will be cleaning all the trophies for 3 months, without magic, McGonagall declared, regretting the loss of so many points for her house. Okay, no problem, Professor. After all, I've spent years cleaning bathrooms in a monastery, this is child's play, Stephen replied cheerfully, earning strange looks from everyone present. Little did they know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare. From that moment on, all the professors would start blaming Snape for corrupting their best student, unaware that the boy had planned his fun long before ever setting foot in the school. Chapter 12, The Prank Plan and the Punishment. The Prank Plan and the Punishment. Well, Mr. Flamel, your job is to clean all the trophies in the display case. And don't leave the area, Mr. Filch will check on you from time to make sure you're doing your work. And remember, no magic. Good luck, said McGonagall as she turned to leave. This is going to be easy, whistled Stephen as he cleaned, humming a festive tune. But suddenly, Filch's yell was heard, followed by someone else's mocking laughter. Peeves, you damn nuisance. I told you to stop dirtying the hallways. Filch shouted before a mud ball hit him square in the mouth. Ha ha ha, Filch, you stink. Your mouth is all dirty, ha ha ha. Peeves cackled as he disappeared into one of the walls. Seeing that Peeves was gone and there was nothing he could do, Filch went to clean himself up, but not before warning Stephen, stay here, kid, I'll be right back. Don't even think about sneaking off. After a moment of silence, while Stephen continued cleaning the trophies, he muttered to himself, look, here's Voldy's award. Who would have thought a good student would turn out so ugly? Suddenly, he felt something flying toward him from behind. He reacted quickly, tilting his head to the side, dodging what appeared to be a mud ball. Immediately after, several more flew toward his face, but he easily evaded them by moving his head. Aya, you little cheater. Stop moving. Peeves screeched, frustrated that his prank wasn't working. Peeves, ha. Ha ha, I think I have an idea, Stephen thought, still dodging the mud balls. He locked eyes with Peeves and then flashed a rather eerie smile, one that made Peeves pause for a second. Hey, Peeves, right. You're a disgrace to prankster ghosts, Stephen taunted. What? You little brat. Peeves is the best prankster, shut up. Peeves yelled furiously, throwing the mud balls even faster. All right, calm down. Even though you're disappointing, I have a way to help you pull off the greatest prank of all time, Stephen said, smirking. This seemed to catch Peeves' attention for a second. Peeves doesn't believe any prank can be better than Peeves' own. Though Peeves seemed skeptical, he was still curious about what Stephen had to say. Come on, drop those mud balls. By the way, where did you even get so much mud? Stephen asked, eyeing the large reserve of mud behind Peeves. From the greenhouse. There's lots of mud there. I hope he didn't ruin the professor's plants. Though I've never seen her angry. All right, listen up, the plan is simple, Stephen said, placing a hand on Peeves' shoulder, making the poltergeist flinch. Why you? How can you touch Peeves? Peeves asked in shock. Don't sweat the small stuff. Now tell me, why, as a ghost, do you play dumb pranks instead of actually scaring people? Stephen questioned, looking at Peeves with amusement. Peeves' pranks aren't dumb. And there are lots of ghosts in the castle, nobody gets scared anymore. Peeves scoffed, looking at Stephen like he was an idiot. That's because you don't know how to scare people. You're wasting your potential. Come, I'll show you, Stephen said as he walked toward another hallway where people were passing by, with a skeptical yet intrigued Peeves floating behind him. As for Filch's warning before leaving, Stephen didn't even pay it a second thought. Watch and learn, Stephen said as he used transfiguration to create a small doll from the remains of Peeves' mud. Then, after checking that no one was looking, he placed the doll in the middle of the hallway and signaled Peeves to hide. And now what? Is the doll going to explode into tiny pieces? Peeves asked impatiently. No, idiot. Just watch, someone's coming. As they hid, they saw an older Ravenclaw student approaching. What a cute doll. Who could have left it here, the girl said as she bent down to pick it up. Ugh, it's made of mud. Gross. As soon as she touched it, her hand got dirty. She quickly straightened up and wiped her hand with a napkin. But when she looked back at the doll, it was gone. Confused for a second, the girl shook her head, assuming it was just a prank. But as she turned to continue walking, the doll was now a meter ahead of her. The girl walked cautiously, keeping an eye on the doll just in case something happened. After a few steps, seeing that nothing was happening, she relaxed and looked ahead. And there it was again, the doll. She quickly turned around, the doll was gone. Nervously, she turned back, and now the doll was even closer. Terrified, she pulled out her wand and pointed it at the doll. Just as she was about to cast a spell, the doll moved its head, which began melting into mud, and stared at her. Ayawa. The girl let out a terrified scream and ran off. Ha ha ha, see, Peeves. That's how it's done. And no one gets hurt, physically, Stephen said, glancing at Peeves, who was now floating midair, cackling like a madman. You convinced Peeves. Peeves wants to do it too. Peeves declared, clearly excited by the new way of pranking. Good. Come here, Peeves. I'll teach you some famous clown pranks that will be a hit this year. And so, the Worst Prankster Alliance was born. Later, the Weasley twins would join. All of this, simply because Professor Snape wanted to punish Stephen, something the other professors would constantly remind him of. A few months later, the Prankster Alliance had become famous across campus. But the teachers couldn't do anything, as no one was ever harmed. Stephen planned everything down to the last second to ensure that. Though the professors received constant complaints, all they could do was scold the boys with a few words and nothing more. This earned the admiration of the Weasley twins, who were usually punished for their pranks. Alright, guys, today we're pulling off the killer clown prank. Fred, did you get the watermelon? Stephen asked the group. Here it is, boss. I asked the house elves in the kitchen for it, Fred responded. George, the clown costume. Done, boss. I got some older students to help out. Good. Peeves, your job is to scare people into coming this way, got it? Easy. Everyone fears Peeves and runs when I stare at them for too long, ha ha ha. Peeves said joyfully. Over the past few months, he had built up a reputation. If Peeves stared at you for too long, misfortune was coming. And he wasn't wrong. If Peeves was watching, it meant something was being planned. Once everything was in place, Peeves successfully scared a group of students into running straight toward the trap. As they hurried down the hallway to escape Peeves, they saw someone lying on the ground ahead of them. Then, they spotted a clown with a massive mallet approaching. This made the group stop, unable to comprehend what was happening, and before anyone could say anything, they watched in horror as the clown raised the mallet and struck the head of the person on the ground, making it explode into 1,000 pieces. Aewa. Help! A murderer, some screamed. Even the only boy fainted, while the brave girls quickly drew their wands and started casting spells everywhere. The spells were easily dodged by the clown, who was none other than Stephen. After a few failed spells, one of the girls finally regained her composure and shouted. Stephen, damn it, it's you. It was Angelina, one of the Gryffindor girls who recognized the exceptional movements Stephen sometimes displayed in training. Haha, hello Angelina, how's it going? What were you guys up to? Stephen asked as he took off the mask as if nothing had happened. Damn it, you scared us. You idiot. Yeah, fool. Though even dressed like that, he still looks good, shouted the girls behind Angelina, although something strange was mixed into the background. Everyone ignored it for the sake of their integrity. Haha, that was great. It was more surprising how you dodged the spells. Yeah, you always manage to surprise me, said the twins, laughing, earning hateful glares from the girls. Enough, you two, come help Lee Jordan, who fainted, said Angelina, pointing to the floor where Jordan was lying. The boys helped carry him to the infirmary, earning a scolding from the nurse. Poppy, we brought one who fainted from fright, said Stephen, already familiar with Nurse Poppy Pomfrey. Again. When will you stop playing around like this? By Merlin, what if you get hurt, said Nurse Pomfrey. Don't worry, I put a pillow in case he fell. It was all planned, said Stephen. Yeah, planned and all, but still, leave now and let him rest. He'll wake up soon, the nurse shooed them away, not wanting to hear the same excuses they always gave when they came in. As Stephen and the twins headed to Gryffindor Tower, they ran into Professor McGonagall, who stopped them. Mr. Flamel, the headmaster has requested to see you. Follow me, please, she said as she walked towards the stairs. I would have liked to change at least. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up later, he complained about his clown costume as he followed the professor. Jam, said Professor McGonagall as she opened the staircase. Haha, the old man's passwords are still his cravings, huh, said Stephen, to which the professor gave him a disapproving look for the headmaster's nickname. Enough, keep moving, Mr. Flamel, she said as she climbed the stairs and then knocked on the door. When they heard the headmaster say, come in, she entered with Stephen behind her. Before Stephen could say anything, a mocking, sarcastic voice was heard. It seems that Mr. Flamel has dressed accordingly to match his behavior. It was Severus Snape. Standing beside him was the small Professor Flitwick, and behind them, Professor Sprout. Snapey. You're here too. What kind of trouble did you get into to end up in the headmaster's office? Said Stephen in surprise, then looked at the headmaster, ignoring Snape's icy stare. Headmaster, forgive him, he's not a bad kid. He just struggles to make friends. Humph, nonsense as always, Snape grumbled, knowing how their interactions always ended, while turning to see both professors stifling their laughter. Everyone was already familiar with the amusing rivalry between Snape and Stephen, which had initially started with Stephen losing control of his emotions. But after Stephen gave him a few drops of the Philosopher's Stone potion as an apology, their hostility ended. Drops that had been difficult to convince his grandfather to give him. Not because his grandfather was stingy or selfish, but because he feared Stephen would be targeted to obtain it. But Stephen spoke about his lack of control around his professor and mentioned that Dumbledore trusted Snape. Then, after speaking with Dumbledore, his grandfather agreed. Since then, although venomous words flew from one side and taunts from the other, Snape no longer deducted points from Stephen for trivialities, though he still did when he had sufficient reason. Thank you for reading. Chapter 13, The International Competition. The International Competition, ****. I've heard that you've created several spells. Is that true? Dumbledore asked with a curious look. Well, yes, a few spells. But everything is fine, I haven't done anything illegal. I simply took the liberty of creating some prank spells, Stephen said confidently. Then there's no problem. Professor Flitwick told me that you are very skilled in charms, even some that don't require a wand. Additionally, you have demonstrated some spells of your own creation. I would like to study them if that's acceptable. But that's not why we called you, Dumbledore said with a smile, while the professors looked surprised to hear this. What? At 9 years old? McGonagall asked, concern in her voice. I could use magic since I was a baby. My grandfather created these suppression bracelets to prevent me from accidentally hurting others, Stephen said, showing a silver bracelet on his right wrist. You still have that bracelet? Then how can you use magic? Professor Flitwick asked, surprised. No, Professor. The bracelet is a magic suppressor, but it can be deactivated. I only activate it when I train physically, Stephen explained. And why the need to activate it, Mr. Flamel? Professor Sprout inquired. I don't think it's a problem to tell you. My body is special. If I have magic flowing, I recover physically much faster. I could even train all day without getting tired. But that wouldn't serve the purpose I aim for, Stephen explained. Wow, although wizards already have fairly resilient bodies. That explains why some of your classmates mentioned seeing you lift a giant mallet effortlessly, Professor McGonagall commented. Excuse me, Headmaster, but I believe we are straying from the purpose of this meeting. I don't think inflating the ego of a clown, I mean, Mr. Flamel, is the reason. Am I right? Snape said, taking the opportunity to insult Stephen. Very well. I called Mr. Flamel because Professor Flitwick, who is in charge of the International Under-14 Dueling competition, inquired whether Mr. Flamel would be interested in representing Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, awaiting Stephen's response. A competition? I'm interested. But I don't think my grandfather would want people to recognize me. Although I don't exactly hide, I don't think becoming internationally famous would be optimal given my surname, Stephen said, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Don't worry, Mr. Flamel. Although many pureblood families prefer to show themselves, there are also many who prefer anonymity to avoid political intrigue. You can use an alias, and as long as it is verified by the judges, even a mask, Flitwick said cheerfully. I have already spoken with Nicolas Flamel, and he agreed to these conditions. So, the decision is entirely up to Stephen, Dumbledore added, watching Stephen while reaching for a chocolate cockroach that he ate with pleasure. Then it's decided. I'd love to compete, Stephen said happily, accepting the offer. He just needs a squeaky nose, and his costume will be complete, Snape muttered as the conversation wrapped up and he began to leave. See you, Snapey. Thanks for your words of encouragement, Stephen said, cheerfully waving at Snape, who huffed, closed the door, and left. So, we have a few weeks until the tournament. Professor Flitwick will provide you with dueling training until the competition begins, Dumbledore said as he sat back comfortably. Before anything else, is it possible for me to use some of my own spells? As long as it's not dark magic, I don't see a problem. But I'd like to review them beforehand, just in case, Flitwick said. Of course, I'll show you the book I wrote. I'd like to publish it, but I'm still missing one spell, Stephen said as he and Professor Flitwick left. Professor Sprout followed them out, heading toward the greenhouse, while McGonagall stayed behind to speak with Dumbledore. After changing clothes and informing his friends about the tournament and his training schedule, Stephen went to class as usual. At the end of the day, he met with Flitwick and brought his Eldrich magic book to show him. Fabulous, fantastic, incredible. Did you create these spells when you were 9 years old? Flitwick asked, utterly fascinated by the book's contents. Well, yeah, something like that, Stephen thought while responding to the professor. They are amazing, though they seem a bit complex, especially since, besides magic, they require physical endurance. Is that why you train every day in the school courtyard? Without a doubt, if this is made public, it will change the lives of wizards in England, no, the world. Yes. I've been training since I was 5 years old. It's a martial art from a place called Kamartaj, located in Nepal. The plan is to publish it, but there's one spell I'd like to include, but I'm unsure whether I should. It's this one, Stephen said, pointing to the last spell in the book, the portal. Is that a portal that creates a doorway to another point? Is it similar to portkeys? Flitwick asked. Well, yes, a little. Let me show you, Professor. I trust you, but I'm not sure I want to reveal this to the public yet, Stephen said as he grabbed his wand and, with his other hand, traced a circular motion. In front of them, a golden circle appeared, growing in size until it reached their heads, since the portal was positioned above them on the ceiling. That's incredible. A portal like this would allow travel without the discomforts of apparition. Even people who can't apparate could use it. Brilliant. But, what is this wave ring it says is needed? Are you using it? Flitwick asked, still marveling. No, the ring isn't needed anymore. Wait, a ring. That's it. A ring. Professor, you're a genius. Stephen exclaimed, suddenly lifting the tiny professor and spinning him around in excitement until Flitwick started screaming. Sorry, Professor, but we'll have to postpone today's training. I just need 2 days, Stephen said, dashing out with the book tucked under his arm, leaving Flitwick dizzy and disoriented. But we just started. The professor murmured before sitting on the floor. 2 days later, while Flitwick was grading assignments in his office, a loud noise at his door startled him. It was Stephen, who kicked the door open, carrying a freshly bound book with a cover that looked brand new. He slammed it onto the professor's desk with a thud. Here, Professor. The book is finished. Thanks to you, I found a way to stabilize the spell, so now it can be safely used by the public. This is the first copy, it's for you, Stephen said, while rummaging in his pocket and pulling out a strange double ring, placing it in the professor's hands. This too. This is the wave ring. It's used to open the portal. But you'll need to practice how to use it first. Oh, thank you, Stephen. But can I know what exactly you changed? Professor Flitwick asked while playing with the ring in his hand, which automatically adjusted to his fingers. The truth is, it's simple. The portal is created thanks to a pair of runes that can be engraved on the wand. My grandfather helped me carve some runes into this wand without altering its function. It transforms magic and activates the portal. So, it has an energy transformation rune and a rune that opens the portal, which is the maximum a wand can handle, Stephen explained. Yes, anyone could engrave their wands. It would be dangerous if someone dark used it since it could bypass anti-apparition barriers. You're right. When I showed you the portal, we were in Hogwarts, where there's an anti-apparition barrier. Flitwick stood up, suddenly realizing this. You hadn't noticed, Professor. Well, never mind. The function of the ring is the same, but since it's made of a special metal, it can hold up to 5 runes. This makes it possible to prevent it from bypassing anti-apparition barriers and even adds a rune to ensure it can't be stolen or modified. And to think the solution was so simple and obvious. In my attempt to make it easier to use, I lost sight of the fact that I needed to study the basics before advancing, Stephen said, feeling both guilt and joy. Yes, but if they manage to destroy the modification rune, couldn't they then study it and copy your magic? Flitwick asked. Don't worry, Professor. It's written in a runic language that doesn't exist, at least in this world. It took me a lot of effort to make it work. And if someone can modify these runes, it means they know more about Eldrich magic than I do, which would also mean someone from Camartage is here, making it impossible, Stephen said proudly. Then that's fantastic. If you need help, I can contact some acquaintances to publish your book, Flitwick offered, happy for his student. Don't worry, Professor. I have a more fitting promotion idea. By the way, we can start training now. I'm eager for the competition, Stephen said with a grin. All right, very well. Follow me to an empty classroom, Flitwick said as he climbed down from his seat, holding the book Stephen had given him, and walked out. They arrived at a room where training dummies were set up. The professor explained. During a duel, witches and wizards face each other and bow as a sign of respect to their opponent. He demonstrated the proper greeting and dueling etiquette before continuing. After that, you must take a combat stance of your choice and attempt to subdue your opponent through various means, disarming, stunning, paralyzing, injuring, among others, including killing. However, the last one is not allowed in competitions and would result in disqualification or even Azkaban, Flitwick explained seriously. I see. So as long as magic is used to defeat the opponent, anything goes? Stephen asked curiously. Yes. Once, a witch used a gargoyle to strike her opponent. Though transfiguration isn't commonly seen, as it leaves the caster vulnerable while focusing, and enchantments are much quicker, there are still many who use it since it technically falls under magic, Flitwick answered, unaware of the mischievous glint in Stephen's eyes. Chapter 14, Eldrich in Action, Victory in France. Eldrich in action, victory in France. And so the months passed. Everyone took their exams, and Stephen finished first in his year, breaking several records. Although he was quite busy with his studies, he always found time to meet up with his group and pull pranks. After almost a year of studying, at 12 years old, Stephen became more and more handsome, attracting the love-struck gazes of the girls and the hatred of nearly all the boys. This also earned him the nickname, the Dark Prince, due to his charming appearance and the terrifying pranks he pulled. Despite the fact that many had fallen victim to his jokes, no one could truly hate him. He always made sure that everyone was okay and looked out for people whenever he went too far. When the exams ended, the time came for the international dueling competition. Stephen had already participated in most of the national matches to qualify, which were nothing special, as a few well-placed stunners while dodging with minimal movement were enough to advance him to the big leagues. Although Stephen didn't expect much, as most participants were between 11 and 15 years old, the finals were to be held in France. It's been months since I last came back, said a blonde boy wearing a white cat mask that only revealed a pair of bright blue eyes. Some wondered if he had the blood of a magical creature. All right, Stephen, these are the quarterfinals. Your opponents are two Demstrang students known for their use of dark magic. Although they don't use highly damaging spells, I'd prefer if you dodged any of their attacks. The other one is from Ilvermorny, highly skilled in transfiguration. It's rare to see, but if he's a good user, he'll be a tough opponent, said Flitwick while accompanying Stephen as his designated mentor, since the Flamels couldn't attend. However, Misty had come along and brought a tool created together by Nicolas Flamel and Stephen. It was a camera that took moving pictures and connected to serve as a video recorder. This was the best they could achieve in such a short time. Unfortunately, they couldn't use a regular recorder because electricity couldn't function properly in places with high magical concentration, but this would do for now. After a few suspenseful minutes, the time finally arrived. Stephen was up against Bernard Sven, known for using explosive magic and corrosive dark spells. You all know that when one contestant surrenders or is unable to fight, the match is over. Lethal and unforgivable curses are strictly prohibited. Now, bow and take your positions, said the referee, stepping back to wait for the judge's signal. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the quarterfinals. Today, as our guest commentator, we have the multiple-time dueling champion and current professor at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor Phileas Flitwick. Announced the commentator, introducing Flitwick, who was there to comment on today's matches. Hello, a pleasure to be here today, responded Flitwick with a smile. So, Professor, one of today's competitors is one of your Hogwarts students, correct? The commentator asked. Yes, that's right. He's the one about to face Bernard, Steve Rogers, said Flitwick, using Stephen's alias to keep his identity a secret, an obvious tribute to Captain America. Indeed. Steve Rogers, the youngest competitor at just 12 years old, is one of the most anticipated participants in this competition. I must say, his outfit is quite stylish, commented the announcer. The clothing Stephen wore closely resembled that of the monks of Camartage, a deep blue robe similar to Strange's. This attire provided far better mobility than the usual wizard robes. Without further ado, let's witness the battle between Bernard the Demolisher and Steve the Intangible, announced the commentator. Begin, declared the judge, lowering the flag to signal the start of the duel. Bombarda, shouted Bernard while standing in a defensive stance. Wow. Starting off strong with an explosive spell, which Steve effortlessly dodges. For those in the stands, don't worry, we have wizards stationed all around the arena, as well as a protective barrier for the spectators. Steve is effortlessly dodging all of Bernard's attacks while steadily closing the distance. He's putting his wand in his mouth. What could he be planning? Professor, could you tell us what your student is up to? The commentator asked Flitwick, who sat beside him, visibly intrigued. I see. So that was his plan, muttered Flitwick under his breath with a look of understanding before replying, if I say it now, the surprise will be ruined, but I assure you, it will be interesting. Don't worry. Receiving no further answers from the mysterious Flitwick, everyone focused on Steve, who suddenly raised his hands in front of him, clapped twice, and a whip of golden light shot out, ensnaring Bernard and pulling him toward him. As Steve made another gesture, a glowing ring of light encircled his fist, which he then used to punch Bernard, knocking him unconscious. Stunning the audience, Stephen grinned and said, "Looks like I win. And the winner is Steve Rogers, with a magical punch," shouted the commentator, snapping out of his shock. He then turned to Flitwick. What was that? Yes, those are magical spells based on light, created by Steve. One is the Eldrich whip, and the other, I believe, is called the Tau Mandala. It works with fists but can also transform into a shield, a sword, and other weapons. I even saw him using them as fans while training, explained Flitwick, recalling the dueling lessons he had given Steve at Hogwarts. Are you saying that a 12-year-old competitor created 2 spells specifically for the competition? The commentator asked, astonished. No, not just 2. He wrote an entire book called Eldritch Magic, and all the spells are based on light and burning energy. I can even say that many of them are as powerful as dark arts, if not stronger, but without the risk of falling into darkness. Since it's based on true light magic, it could change the wizarding world significantly. However, some people might not like it because this magic combines close combat and requires physical endurance, along with magic. So, many who dislike exercise won't be too fond of it, explained Professor Flitwick, taking the opportunity to promote his student's book. He even demonstrated that he could use some of that magic himself, duplicating the whip that Steve had used and using it to grab a water bottle from several meters away. Amazing, Professor Flitwick. I'm very interested in that book. But for now, let's call the next contenders, Igor Sven, Bernard's brother, known as Igor the Tower for his powerful defensive spells, and Richard Simons, the one-man army, famous for his incredible transfiguration magic, creating numerous soldiers. Begin, declared the judge. The duel started with Igor focusing on defense while Richard cast spells, forming stone soldiers. A solid strategy, building his army while keeping his opponent at bay. Once he had between 50 and 60 soldiers surrounding him, he sent them forward while shielding himself behind them. As expected, Igor couldn't withstand the fight against so many opponents at once. Although he managed to destroy a few, he couldn't hold out and was knocked out. This looks fun. It's been a while since I fought against so many at once, Steve commented as he watched the end of the match. After a nearly 30-minute break to allow the competitors to recover, the moment for the final battle arrived. This is the last battle of the International Magical Dueling Competition, announced the commentator. Ignoring him, Richard watched Steve closely, studying him. Finally, Steve spoke up. How many of those can you control at once? Why should I tell you? Richard replied suspiciously. Come on, if you tell me, I'll let you summon all of them before I even start moving, Steve said with a smirk. What? 100? Richard hesitated. Ha ha ha. Why the hesitation? Is it 100 or not? Steve laughed. Yes, it's 100. I hope you keep your word, Richard finally answered, no longer in the mood to argue. You know the rules. Now, begin. After hesitating a bit and seeing that Steve wasn't attacking, even motioning for him to go ahead, Richard began creating all the soldiers he could. The audience watched in shock as Steve allowed Richard to build his army, which turned out to be twice as large as the one he had used against Igor. After a few minutes, Richard, now sweating profusely, finished transfiguring his last soldier and shouted at Steve. I hope you're ready. Steve, wearing a wide grin, didn't even grab his wand. Instead, he clapped his hands together, and 2 short swords of light appeared in his grip. Time to let loose a little. Let's go. Steve yelled as he sprinted forward, dodging soldiers. With every dodge, his blades cut through the soldiers, slicing them in half. He even used the light whip to grab one soldier and hurl it at the others around it. Whenever he couldn't dodge an attack, he formed a glowing ring that became a shield. Suddenly, he created a ring of light and launched it forward, cutting through everything in its path like a saw. The barrier protecting the arena was almost destroyed, but fortunately, it was deactivated in time. The wizards maintaining it were visibly shaken. When only 10 soldiers remained, Steve attacked. With a simple gesture, the soldiers exploded into millions of butterflies. Then, he approached a stunned Richard and, with a small light in his hand, lightly tapped his head, awakening him. Richard immediately raised his hand in surrender. As Steve turned around, he saw everyone staring at him in silent shock. Even the commentator had forgotten to do his job. The first to snap out of it was Flitwick, who gave the commentator a couple of nudges to get him back on track. The winner of this competition is Steve Rogers, demonstrating truly incredible magic. No, wait, it's not just the magic that's impressive. Steve Rogers himself, with his fluid movements, fought like a warrior. That skill, that control, they're on another level. I hereby take the initiative to give him the title he truly deserves. So, the winner of this season's international dueling competition is Steve Rogers, the magical warrior. Aya. Warrior. Steve. Amazing. That magic is incredible. After narrowly escaping the roaring crowd, Stephen had to disguise himself, or rather, remove his disguise, to slip away. Upon arriving at the hotel, Professor Flitwick gave him half a day, until nightfall, before they had to return. Stephen used this time to visit his friends, going to each of their houses to let them know he'd be around for the holidays and leaving them a copy of Eldrich Magic. The last house he visited was the Delacour mansion. He stood at the entrance for several minutes, remembering that over the past few weeks, he had completely forgotten to send letters to Fleur, as he had been incredibly busy. Finally summoning the courage of a true Gryffindor, he knocked on the door. After a few seconds, he heard footsteps, and the one who answered was a smiling, breathtakingly beautiful young girl, someone who, in ancient times, could have started wars and enchanted kings to fall at her feet. It was Fleur Delacour, who, at 13 years old, was already beginning to show the effects of her Vila heritage. But Stephen, even if he were to see the Vila Queen herself, wouldn't be affected. Not because of the many protective charms his grandfather made him wear, nor because of the magic he controlled, but simply because he was utterly clueless about women. As Strange would say, a simple but unbreakable spell. The moment Fleur saw who it was, her smile instantly vanished, replaced by a furious expression, and she slammed the door in his face. Well, I wasn't expecting anything less, but I did expect something stronger, Stephen muttered. Chapter 15, An Unexpected Encounter. An unexpected encounter. So, a Prince Charming, huh? Well, I'm dressed in blue, so, does that count? Either way, a Prince Charming knocks on your door, and what do? A. Cry with joy. B. Invite him in. C. Slam the door in his face out of fear and disgust. Well, I would have preferred option B. That would be the most polite thing to do, right? So why am I standing in front of this door that just closed in my face, having an internal monologue for the last 10 minutes? Maybe I should leave, but I fear for my life if I make the wrong choice here. I remember when my friends ran away while Fleur was angry. The next time I saw them, I thought I saw it rain blood. Luckily, we managed to stop her before anyone got seriously hurt. And why did I end up getting hit too? Why? But don't get me wrong. Although Fleur has her moments of fury, she later feels guilty and turns incredibly sweet. She's also a very well-behaved girl. It's not normal to see her angry, or at least that's what my friends say. Then why do I always see her angry? Could it be that they're wrong and I'm the problem? In any case, this is my fault. I forgot to send her letters. Damn, don't tell me I forgot her birthday. No. I remember sending her a bouquet of flowers, just as my grandmother advised me. Though sending flowers to a girl was a bit embarrassing, Grandma's stare was terrifying. It even reminded me of Dumbledore looking at a future Harry. I hope I'm not being raised like a pig for slaughter, as Snape would say. After all, she's my grandmother. Alright, I'm getting off track. Gryffindor, lend me your strength. Haha, how ridiculous. Alright, enough. Time to be brave. Finishing his monologue, Stephen took a deep breath to steel himself and stepped toward the door. Knock, knock. Fleur, I know you're behind the door. Open up, please. I don't have much time before I have to leave, Stephen said softly through the door. Fleur. Floppy. Fleury. Fuchsia. Haha, come on, Belle, open up, Stephen called, using the silly nicknames he used to tease Fleur when they were younger. Belle was the nickname he had given her since her full name was Fleur Isabelle Delacour. Shut up already, idiot. If you have to leave, then go. Stop bothering me, said an angry voice from the other side. Come on, Belle. If this is about the letters, I couldn't send many because I was busy training for the dueling tournament. After a soft sound from the door, it cracked open slightly, revealing only a platinum blonde lock of hair and a single, beautiful greenish-blue eye. What dueling tournament? Fleur asked softly, intrigued, as she loved watching dueling competitions with her family. She even dreamed of participating in one when her parents allowed it. The tournament held here in France for under 14s. I competed in it, Stephen said, knowing this would get Fleur's attention since she loved magical duels and battles. I was there, and I didn't see any. Wait, you're Steve Rogers, the one who used that combat magic. Fleur exclaimed, throwing the door wide open as she realized Steve's true identity. He was still wearing the same robes from the duel. You created that magic? Fleur asked, momentarily forgetting her previous anger. Yeah. Actually, I just had to fix a few things, Stephen said, somewhat relieved. Awesome. Give me a book, Fleur demanded with a huge smile, extending her hand expectantly. Haha, I missed you too, Belle, Stephen said, looking at her for a moment before pulling her into a big hug. Fine, give me a book, and you can go. I'm still mad at you, Fleur said, trying to hide her embarrassment, though her flushed face wasn't helping. All right. Here's this book, and this other one explains the martial arts and training methods for using Eldrich magic more efficiently. This one won't be made public, so keep it for yourself, and if you want, share it with your family, Stephen said, handing her another book with body techniques that connected to magic. Maybe I should make a deal with Magical Ministry so Aurors can train with this too. Stephen thought, considering that most wizards disliked physical training, but Aurors would need it to be more effective. But these training exercises look just like the ones we did as kids. I even still do them, Fleur commented as she skimmed through the training book. Yeah, I've been training you all since we were kids so you could use Eldritch magic more effectively. You should be able to use it well, but you need to practice linking martial arts with magic, Stephen explained. Though I doubt you'll have much trouble since you picked up martial arts incredibly fast, so fast that even I struggle to beat you, Stephen admitted. Obviously, little Steppy. Even if you started before me, I can easily catch up to you, Fleur said, placing a hand on her hip, lifting her chest, and raising her chin with a smug tone. All right, Belle, I have to go. I need to get back to Professor Flitwick. Don't worry, I'll be back for Christmas. Oh, and take this, Stephen said, placing a beautiful silver double ring, elegantly adorned, into Fleur's hand, leaving her stunned before she became deeply flustered. This ring is for last leaf magic. It creates a portal. It's easier to learn than apparition, and you won't end up with your body in pieces while practicing. To link it to you, just touch it with a strand of your hair, and that's it. The book explains where you can and can't use it, Stephen quickly explained, ignoring Fleur's embarrassment, which quickly turned into anger. I got it. Now leave already, idiot. Fleur shouted, furious, as she turned around, stormed inside, and slammed the door in Stephen's face, only to immediately crouch down and cover her face in embarrassment. Idiot, questioned Madame Delacour, peeking from behind the staircase, a teasing smile lighting up her face. Beside her, little Gabrielle peeked out as well, her innocent smile matching her mother's. Who? Who? She asked before running off with her mother while Fleur, flustered, chased after them. Meanwhile, Stephen turned away after the door was slammed shut. As he walked away, he heard shouting behind him but didn't understand what was being said. He headed toward where Flitwick was waiting for him, feeling an odd sense of passive hostility. However, since he didn't feel any intent to harm him, only a silent resentment, like that of a florist catching someone stealing flowers, he simply continued on his way. Am I imagining things? Stephen wondered, glancing around and seeing nothing, before shrugging and moving on. On the mansion's second floor, a man glared at Stephen in anger before sighing in resignation and turning back inside to calm his wife and daughters before they wrecked the house again. Thanks. Chapter 16, Back to Hogwarts and New Beginnings. Sorry if I didn't upload the chapters one said I would. But I had to go to the clinic for an ear infection that kept me up all night with pain. They gave me a shot and I'm technically better now. But I'll continue translating chapters tomorrow. Remember that I'll be uploading 5 more chapters to Patreon for just $3. And the novel already has over 115 chapters. Back to Hogwarts and New Beginnings. Upon arriving in England, Stephen received several letters addressed to Steve Rogers, including an invitation from Cornelius Fudge to meet him. It seemed Fudge was preparing to run for minister, and his grandfather had also received several letters. Though Stephen ignored the man, who seemed trustworthy, he knew that Fudge would eventually become an ambitious politician whose thirst for power would cause great harm. His rise to power could allow Voldemort to build an even more formidable army. Stephen bid farewell to Flitwick and returned to his room, as there were still a few days of classes left before the school year ended. Stephen's participation in the tournament was an open secret at Hogwarts, everyone knew about it. However, no one would openly acknowledge it out of respect for Stephen. When he arrived at Gryffindor Tower, he was greeted by a party organized by the Weasley twins, with all the Gryffindors in attendance. I don't know, boss, said one of the twins. Of course, it's not fair, exclaimed the other. You taught us alchemy, but not that fabulous way of fighting, the first one continued. That was amazing, especially the final battle, they both added excitedly. If you want, I can teach you. But this magic uses stamina, so you'll have to train your bodies as well, Stephen replied while munching on some sweets his housemates had brought from the kitchens. Me too, please. I don't mind working out. I might even look better, said Lee Jordan, who was sitting next to Stephen. Some girls and a few other boys also showed interest in training, some to get in shape and others because they wanted to learn the magic Stephen had demonstrated. All the Gryffindors had watched the battle since Stephen had sent the footage to the twins through Misty. Speaking of which, the twins said, we need you to teach us how to make that imagery-producing box. They were referring to the box in the corner that was replaying the duel. This device was created by Nicolas Flamel and Stephen to display videos, though its mechanism was quite simple. The box took pictures every 10 seconds, lasting the maximum duration of motion in a magical photo. Then, the photos were arranged and played back inside a trunk enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. They were moistened with a potion to allow movement, but that was the easy part. On one side of the trunk, there was a convex lens and a set of summoning runes that activated every 10 seconds, swapping the images. The only real challenge was modifying the rune enough so that the transition between images was seamless. Additionally, it had no sound, but Stephen's grandfather left that part for him to figure out with the twins' help, as this invention could revolutionize the magical world. With it, his grandson could build his own commercial empire. Although the Flamels were by no means short on money, Nicholas wanted to see how his grandson would change the world and push the stagnant magical society forward. Yeah, about that, maybe we can come up with something interesting. But let's save it for later. If you want, you can come to my house during the holidays, Stephen told the twins. Your house? You mean, where Nicolas Flamel lives? The twins exclaimed in unison, excitement evident in their voices. Yeah, but if you don't want to, that's fine. We can meet at your house instead, Stephen said with a teasing smile. "No," the twins shouted. "We'd love to go to your house." "Please, boss," they pleaded, afraid Stephen would take back the offer. "Haha, all right, don't worry. You just need to let your parents know. Maybe I'll introduce you to my friends in France." "France? But isn't your house in Hogsmeade?" the twins asked. "Yeah, but you'll understand when you visit," Stephen replied with a grin. After a few days of rest, the time came to board the Hogwarts Express to return home, which Stephen also took. "You live in Hogsmeade, so why are you taking the Express to King's Cross?" Angelina asked, eyeing Stephen. "It's obvious that to get home, you have to take the Express," Stephen replied, looking at her as if she had just asked a completely obvious question. Angelina rolled her eyes and decided to ignore Stephen's nonsense. The trip was uneventful. He had fun chatting with the twins about ways to improve some prank products. This time, Lee Jordan was with them, eating snacks and pitching ideas. When they arrived, Stephen accompanied the twins to ask their parents for permission to stay with him and possibly visit France. The Weasley family hesitated, both due to financial concerns and because they weren't sure about letting their mischievous twins stay at Nicolas Flamel's house. But Stephen convinced them, explaining that it was his grandfather's idea and that he would be teaching them alchemy. He also assured them that the trip to France wouldn't cost anything since he had a door connected to his home there. This piqued Mr. Weasley's interest, but he refrained from asking further questions, assuming it was a secret of Mr. Flamel. In the end, they agreed, on the condition that the twins visit home on weekends and return the week before Hogwarts started again. Of course, there was also the threat that if they misbehaved, their parents would come to fetch them immediately. The twins eagerly agreed and then followed Misty, who was already waiting. The reason Stephen didn't use the portal was that, according to Dumbledore, a magical transfer system needed extensive regulations and testing from the Ministry of Magic before it could be approved for public use. So Stephen had to delay publishing his book for another year. However, some of his friends and their families already had copies thanks to him. When they arrived at the Flamel house, Stephen watched in amusement as the twins behaved so politely while introducing themselves to Nicolas Flamel, earning a chuckle from Stephen. "So these are the little troublemakers Dumbledore spoke of. They make the school more lively," Jojo, Nicholas said, studying the boys carefully. "Yeah, Grandpa. These are Fred and George Weasley. They want to learn alchemy to create their own prank shop," Stephen explained, observing the twins' nervousness. "Pranks, huh? I don't mind how you use alchemy, as long as you're serious about learning." "It doesn't bother me to teach you," Flamel said with a smile, reflecting on how he had never taken on students, though he had guided many wizards in the path of alchemy. Technically, his grandson had taught himself and had been helping him since he was 9 years old. "All right, follow me to the library. First, we have a lot of reading to do, and then you'll show me what you know," Flamel said as he slowly began walking. "Yes, sir," the twins responded in unison, earning a warm smile from Perenelle, who had been watching everything while Misty served her tea. "Looks like the house is going to be a bit noisier from now on," Perenelle said, fondness in her eyes. Days passed. The twins initially struggled with all the studying, but when Flamel began teaching them practical applications, their enthusiasm was rekindled. Occasionally, they would visit France through the permanent portal, something that both surprised and delighted the twins. There, they met Fleur and the others, spending an entire week sightseeing with them. Although the twins didn't know French, everyone else was multilingual. The one who knew the least was Ricky, who only spoke French, German, and English. A sort of competition had started when Stephen, at the age of 7, had already learned 7 languages. Perhaps this competitive spirit rubbed off on the twins, as they started learning basic French words but quickly gave up upon realizing the language's complexity. And so, the day came to return to Hogwarts. Chapter 17, Monologue of Progress. Monologue of Progress. Hogwarts began as usual, with its typical mix of routine and surprises. This year, there were some changes, a new professor for Muggle studies and another for defense against the dark arts. The previous defense professor retired after an unfortunate apparition accident that left him without a leg. Since he couldn't get to a healer in time for reattachment, he remained that way. The new professor is a retired author with a stern demeanor, not even worth the trouble of learning his name. He'll last only a year, if he even makes it that long. As for Muggle studies, we have some guy named Arif Sikander. Quirrell took a sabbatical year to prepare for defense against the dark arts, but we all know he's up to something. Or, at the very least, he deserves whatever comes his way. It seems like another normal year. Or maybe not, because even though I say that, I want to make the most of these first 2 years. That way, when Harry arrives, maybe I can go a little wild and uncover some of the secrets of Hogwarts that I've been keeping to myself. And, as we all know, Hogwarts secrets can be quite violent. With my combined martial arts and magic skills, I think I could take on any of the professors, except maybe McGonagall, Snape, and, of course, Professor Flitwick. I've seen some of his moves, and I must say, he's a spellcasting machine. Even I would struggle to dodge his attacks. Obviously, I'm not counting Dumbledore. That old man may not be as fast as he used to be, but I remember that most of his spells cover a wide area, so I'd always have to keep my distance. His battle awareness is incredible. I tested it while hiding. He didn't detect me if I remained completely concealed, but any sign of an attack made him react instantly. So playing pranks on him was quite the challenge. Anyway, putting that aside, after the sorting ceremony, new faces arrived. We ate and then headed to our dormitories. The days passed peacefully. Oh, by the way, we won the House Cup last year. Yeah, thanks to me, obviously. Even though they deducted points because of my pranks, they couldn't keep up with the speed at which I earned them. So now I'm even more popular than before. The problem is that the Slytherins became more annoying, intensifying the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Not that it really matters, they're just a bunch of idiots who try to insult you, then run off crying to their parents. This led their parents to try interfering with the school board, but nothing that my grandfather couldn't solve with just his presence. It seems they still don't know I'm his grandson. I wonder if their kids forgot to mention it or if they're just too scared to say anything about Nicolas Flamel. Days and weeks went by. Oh, I almost forgot, I entered the dueling tournament again, this time in the under-17 category. I had to face one of the judges as a test, a 5-time champion. Seeing their shocked faces was amusing. I participated in the tournament, and the final was held in Egypt. Guess who I ran into? Easy guess, Fleur was competing too. Though she wasn't wearing a mask like me, she dazzled everyone while crushing her opponents. I think that's cheating, but I kept quiet about it. Before our match, Fleur approached me and said that if I held back, she'd kick my ass. Well, if I let her win, she'd still kick my ass, and if I beat her, it was guaranteed she'd do it anyway. So we decided to go all out. The match was so intense that they created a new disqualification rule called disqualification for being too powerful. Fleur and I were both disqualified, but they gave me the trophy. Looks like we'll only be able to compete in the adult division in the future, and I bet the same thing will happen. As expected, Fleur took it out on me later, though she apologized and gave me a hug, which was confusing. Back at school, another party, and the usual routine. During the year, the twins, with my grandfather's help, created many prank items that sold out easily at school. Oh, I almost forgot, we created the first magical video recorder and player with sound. Though right now it's just a box full of runes with a crystal on one side, the best is yet to come. It will soon hit the market, but it first needs to go through several formalities. I've already launched the magical technology company, Magitech. Don't judge me for the name, it was the best we could come up with. I started it along with the twins, though they refused to take a share, saying that everything they knew they had learned thanks to me and my grandfather. So we made a deal, they would help me with the company, and when they opened their joke shop, I would help them in the same way they helped me. Their only condition was that I wouldn't give them money to start their shop. They seem very serious about their future, so I had to accept. But with one condition, when they open their shop, I get to advertise it in one of the TV programs I'm planning. I didn't try giving them shares or money because I knew that their shop would eventually become the best in the magical world, making them rich. And now that they know high-level alchemy, their success is guaranteed. So, the days kept passing, as did the weeks. Finally, the magical television passed inspection, and I was able to release it for sale. I also created a magical TV and radio broadcasting center, where we launched news, sports, and theater programs. Creating animated series is actually quite easy in the magical world, you just need to find a good magical painter and voice actors. I spent the summer with the Weasleys, thanks to Mrs. Weasley's insistence, and I brought them some tools we developed at the company. Although the Weasleys are self-sufficient in food, I gave them a magical sprinkler that is more efficient than the expensive ones Professor Sprout uses. I also gave them a magical television, which they only accepted after I told them it was one of the first ones we had created with the twins and that it wouldn't be sold. I gave Ron and Ginny Comet 260 brooms, modified to be as fast as the Nimbus 2000, which would be released soon. Even though they tried to refuse the gift, I explained that since they were modified, the shop wouldn't take them back. I also gave the twins a pair of brooms, under the pretext that they were an investment for the Quidditch team. Before returning to Hogwarts, I spent a week with my grandparents and prepared for my return on the express. I'm interested in meeting Harry Potter. Come on, guys, don't disappoint me. Chapter 18, Meeting the Golden Trio. Meeting the Golden Trio. Stephen arrived at King's Cross from the Muggle side, realizing that he had never actually entered platform 9 3/4 the proper way. So, he was waiting for the Weasley family in front of the barrier. He wanted to ask Arthur a question since, ever since the release of the Magic Phone, a product of Magitech, the Ministry had started bothering him. It was probably Fudge or the pureblood families who saw the device's potential and wanted a piece of the pie, something Stephen was not willing to allow. The only reason they were bothering him was because they believed he was a wizard without backing, as he had been using his alias, Steve Rogers, since founding the company. Hey, Stephen. Hey, guys. Be careful when you come out on the other side. As he waited, a few people greeted him, to which he responded with a smile. Speaking of the Magic Phone, it was far more advanced than Muggle cell phones, similar to a smartphone, though it still lacked a magical version of the internet. It had all the standard features: calls, messaging, photos, and video recording. Making it compact was a bit tricky, but nothing that modified expansion magic and Eldrich illusion spells couldn't solve. Stephen had also adapted other spells from Strange's arsenal for this world, including astral and summoning magic. However, the Ministry began imposing restrictions and penalties, even forcing Stephen to create a censor for portal magic. He reluctantly agreed, knowing that if he refused, they would outright ban its use. At one point, he had considered storming into the Ministry and handing out beatings, but he held back. While watching a video on his Magic Phone, where Ron opened his birthday gift, only for a clown to pop out and scare him into fainting, the Weasleys arrived. "Hello, dear Stephen. Why haven't you boarded the express yet?" asked Mrs. Weasley upon seeing him still waiting. "Hello, Mrs. Weasley. I was waiting for Mr. Arthur, but it seems he didn't come," Stephen said, glancing behind the family. "You can call me Molly. Arthur had an issue at the Ministry and had to go back," Molly explained as she guided the children forward. "Hey, boss. Did you get the video of Ronnie?" "Jaja Jaja, it was hilarious," the twins chimed in as they approached. Seeing Ron's annoyed expression, Stephen held back his laughter as he replied, "Yes, I'm glad you all get along so well." "We don't get along," Ron muttered under his breath, loud enough for only Stephen to hear. "Ever since they got that Magic Phone, they haven't stopped pulling pranks and recording them." "Maybe I should confiscate it and lock it away," said Molly, clearly exasperated. The twins were the only ones in the family with a Magic Phone. Stephen had wanted to gift one to the entire Weasley family, but they had strongly refused. The only reason they allowed the twins to have one was because they had helped Stephen develop new devices. However, even then, they had to share a single Magic Phone. When Molly mentioned the Magic Phone, a lost-looking boy nearby approached. He was thin, though not malnourished, with glasses and oversized clothing. This boy was none other than the famous Harry Potter. The moment Stephen saw him, he focused his gaze on his forehead, not because of the scar, but because of the corrupt magic he could sense there. "Excuse me, did you say Magic Phone? Also, do you know how to get to platform 9 3/4? Hagrid, my friend, sent me a message explaining how to enter, but I don't quite understand it," Harry said, showing his Magic Phone. It seemed that Hagrid had advised him to buy one. By the way, Hagrid had a customized Magic Phone gifted by Stephen. All the professors had one, even Snape, who, despite looking disgusted when he received it, accepted it because the headmaster had said it would be useful for quick communication among the staff. "Sure, let the kids go first and show you." "Fred, you go ahead," said Molly, motioning to one of the twins. "I'm George, he's Fred." "Really, Mother?" and you call yourself our mother." While their mother apologized, Fred added, "Just kidding, I am Fred," before stepping through the barrier, followed by George. "Do you want to go next, Stephen?" Molly asked, turning to see him with Ginny, who was stuffing her face with sweets. "Sure. See you on the other side." He strolled through the barrier without a care. On the other side, the twins had already gone to store their trunks while Stephen watched Harry and Ron come through. He barely resisted the urge to place a clown in their path, but it wasn't the right time. After Molly and Ginny crossed, he bid them farewell and went to find an empty compartment. Fortunately, he had asked Jordan beforehand to save a spot for them. When the twins arrived, they spent their time eating sweets and discussing pranks, as usual. A knock at the door caught their attention. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad?" "It belongs to Neville, and he lost it," asked a pretty girl with bushy hair and large front teeth. Behind her stood a short, nervous-looking boy. "No, but I can help with that," Stephen said as he stood up. He walked over to Neville and plucked a strand of his hair, earning a small yelp from the boy. "Ow. What are you doing?" the girl asked, annoyed, but she fell silent as rings of light appeared around Stephen's hand while he worked with the hair. "Done. It's 2 compartments away, second door," Stephen said with a smile as he sat back down. "Was that Eldrich magic?" "I bought the book even though Hogwarts doesn't require it. The shopkeeper recommended it." "Will we be learning that at Hogwarts?" Hermione asked eagerly. "No, and I don't think there's a professor capable of teaching it yet." "Right, Fred." "Correct. Unless the boss becomes a professor, I doubt anyone will be able to teach it properly," the twins responded. The Eldritch magic book sold extremely well, but the problem was that without proper instruction, many wizards and witches struggled to learn from it. And to think Eldritch magic is technically the basics. "I can't imagine the rest," Stephen said with a smirk. "Boss, are you saying you've created spells even more powerful and complex than Eldritch magic?" Jordan asked, already adopting the twins' habit of calling Stephen boss. "Yes and no. There's even magic that allows summoning creatures from other dimensions, but most of it requires a massive amount of mana, so I can't use it. And I probably never will, because I doubt I'll ever reach the same mana level as the Vishentai." You created that magic. "You're Stephen Strange?" Hermione exclaimed, shocked. "Yes, I'm Stephen, but Strange is just a fake surname I use as a pseudonym," Stephen replied casually before glancing out the window. "All right, enough chatter. It's time to change. We're about to arrive. And please inform the compartments near you to prepare," Stephen instructed Hermione. "Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hermione Granger, nice to meet you," she said before leaving with Neville trailing behind. Once they were gone, the boys put on their robes and got ready to disembark. When they arrived at the station and stepped off the train, they saw the first years crowding around Hagrid, who was calling them over. They waved at Hagrid before heading toward the carriages. Everything was going smoothly on the ride to the castle. After a while, the carriages stopped, and everyone got off, seemingly happy to be back at Hogwarts. As Stephen was about to pass through the great doors, he suddenly realized that everything had gone eerily silent. Looking around, it seemed as if time itself had frozen. At that moment, Stephen understood what was happening. Shit. Chapter 19, Reunion with the Ancient One. Reunion with the Ancient One. Crap. "Hello, Ancient One, long time no see. Did you come to get me?" said Stephen as he turned around to see the bald woman who appeared in some of his nightmares. "Hello, Stephen. This is the 3rd time you've had that name, right? How's your new life treating you?" the Ancient One asked with a smile. "Honestly, I can't complain, except for the woman who scammed me out of a life," Stephen replied with a venomous smile. "Well, I apologize for that. But it was necessary to keep the world safe," the Ancient One said calmly. "I already know that. You don't need to tell me, I was also the Sorcerer Supreme with the Time Stone. So, what happened to you after you died physically? Are you in limbo or something? And how did you get here?" Stephen asked, changing the subject. "It's better if you don't know, kid. It took me a while to find you. Let's just say I was sent by someone higher up to give you a sort of reward for saving many realities." though I won't say who," the Ancient One said mysteriously. "But I thought you came to take me back. I've grown fond of this world. I wouldn't like to return to a place where I don't have many friends. Though I'd love to know what happened after I left, if possible," Stephen said with a relaxed sigh and curiosity. "Well, I can only say that Wanda is doing a good job and that you protected the universe correctly. And not just that one, but many others by stopping the corrupted Phoenix variant of Wanda. So that's why she became so strong," Stephen said, finally understanding how the Wanda he fought came to be. "Yes, though it was quite a strange place where you ended up. Everyone is born with mana furnaces, and universal laws are different. There, destiny rules much more. Southwest, it could easily drive you insane. If someone has a strong destiny, your interference won't change much." "Yeah, I know. I figured that out a while ago," Stephen said in a sad voice. "It seems you didn't fully study it. You should know that destiny is like a rope. The stronger it is, if you try to break it all at once, you won't achieve much. But if you break one strand at a time, you can change that destiny. So don't worry about your friend, just do it slowly," the Ancient One said. "You could always read everything about me. But thanks, I hadn't thought about that. So, what's this gift you were bringing me?" Stephen asked, now happy to know he could change his friend's fate and understanding how to do it. Yes. "One more thing, you haven't entered your astral form since you arrived here, have you?" the Ancient One asked with a smile. "You're right," Stephen said, disappointed. "Are you afraid that your astral form is that of Stephen Strange and that this body was stolen from another child? And do you fear that you're not a complete child, which is why you reject Fleur Delacour's love? Although I think that when Grandpa said Strange soul formed this body, I never knew where a new soul could come from to create me." "So, yes," Stephen admitted with a hint of sorrow. "Always so foolish, never studying the basics," the Ancient One said before striking Stephen's chest hard, knocking his soul out of his body. "This is the last help I can give you, kid. Your soul was created from scratch from a fragment of the soul that remained when you destroyed yourself. That fragment of soul was exactly where two different yet closely connected souls intersected. And as you know, two souls can never fully merge into one, they can only blend. But when that fragment of your soul passed to this side, whether due to the explosion or the love of magic itself, that soul fused completely, forming a new one. And the particles that composed Strange soul and the soul of Stephen from Earth could no longer be souls, being particles, they formed a body for that small soul. So now, you are simply the boy Stephen Flamel, grandson of Nicolas and Perenelle Flamel, whose body inherited the memories of its predecessors. Though if you think about it another way, you're the child of the other two souls that fused to create a new one for you," the Ancient One said teasingly. Hearing all that, Stephen summoned a mirror to see himself. He was the 14-year-old Stephen with an expression of absolute tranquility. "Phew, thanks, Master, as always," Stephen said with a ceremonial bow. "Enough, I already told you that you are someone new. So, technically, I'm not your master. Though, if we go by ranks, I'm your grandmaster because I was your father's teacher," the Ancient One said mockingly. Stephen knew it was a way to relax him. "Well, I have to go now. Oh, by the way, your gift. It seems that unconsciously your body has been emitting magical pulses, and someone back there went crazy trying to come with you. That's one of the main reasons I came. Normally, I wouldn't, but they told me to say, accept it as a gift for saving the multiverse. So here, take it. Goodbye, Stephen. I don't think we'll ever meet again, either in life or in death," the Ancient One said before disappearing, making everything move again and, obviously, returning Stephen, now shocked, to his body. "What's wrong, boss? Why do you look so surprised? And what's that red thing?" "A cape?" Jordan asked. "Huh? Oh, yeah, it's a cloak of levitation. Be careful, it has a bad temper," Stephen said as he observed his old cloak. "Cloak of levitation? You don't mean invisibility cloak? I've never heard of levitating cloaks. And how can a cloak have a bad temper?" Lee Jordan asked. The next second, he saw the cloak moving on its own and hitting him with its corners. "Ha ha ha, Jordan's getting beaten up by a cloak," the twins laughed, teasing. "All right, come here." I think it'd look weird to wear a cloak over my wizard's robes in class." Though on free days, we can wear normal clothes. By the way, I never asked, but can you transform? Stephen asked the cloak. The cloak hovered in the air for a moment, as if inspecting Stephen's outfit, and then transformed into a dark robe. Cool. Though I see that in this form, you can't fly, but you can move, Stephen said while changing into his new robe. All right, let's get inside before McGonagall comes looking for us, Stephen told Jordan and the twins, who were still curiously looking around. Thanks for reading. Chapter 20, Harry and Gryffindor. Harry and Gryffindor. After everyone was seated, it was time for the first-year students to enter. As they began to walk in, Hermione's comment about the ceiling could be heard, making Stephen smile softly. After the headmaster's introduction, which finally marked the beginning of the ceremony, he mentioned the prohibition of the third floor and other school rules. In this world, the reason for the prohibition would be the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone, but in reality, only a replica had been destroyed. Stephen's grandmother had said she wouldn't take any risks facing her great-grandchildren until she saw them with her own eyes. Finally, the sorting ceremony began. As expected, each student was sorted into their respective house. Then it was Harry's turn. Harry Potter. As soon as that name was called, absolute silence fell over the Great Hall, and all eyes turned to the boy as he nervously climbed onto the stool and the sorting hat was placed on his head. Taking advantage of everyone's focus, no one noticed a young man moving while making himself invisible. Not Slytherin, Harry whispered softly. Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure? You could be great, you know. Everything is here in your head, and Slytherin will help you on your way to greatness. There's no doubt about it, is there? The sorting hat responded. I beg you, not Slytherin, Harry pleaded. Well, if you're sure. Slytherin, the sorting hat suddenly announced, shocking everyone. Even the Slytherins forgot to applaud. Harry, not understanding what had just happened, was completely frozen. The most notable reactions came from the professors, especially Snape, while old Dumbledore had already noticed Stephen's presence. All right, Mr. Flamel, although your prank was masterfully executed, let's allow the sorting hat to properly choose young Potter's house, Dumbledore said, having detected Stephen standing invisibly beside Harry. TSK, I guess invisibility alone isn't enough to fool you, old man. Haha, Stephen said, reappearing after deactivating the spell. Flamel, stop fooling around and get back to your seat before I deduct points from my own house on the first day of classes, Professor McGonagall said, visibly furious. Yes, Professor, Stephen said with a mock salute before returning to his seat next to the twins, ruffling Ron's hair on the way. Now, as I was about to say before being interrupted. Gryffindor, the sorting hat announced, giving Stephen a look of disapproval. As Harry was sorted into Gryffindor, the house erupted in applause, with one of the twins shouting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Although I must say, Stephen's prank was hilarious, ha ha ha, said Lee Jordan. I didn't find it funny, Harry muttered under his breath. Yeah, Harry, you should be careful with Stephen, Ron warned his friend. Why? Is he a bad person? Harry asked, looking at Stephen. No, he's not bad. It's just that his pranks are a bit. Ron trailed off, unable to finish before one of the twins, who had overheard, jumped in. It's just that Stephen loves surprising people, and what's more surprising than a good scare? That's why Ron is traumatized, ha ha ha, said Fred. But don't worry, no one ever gets hurt by his pranks. Well, except for those who faint, added George. Hey, even if they faint or get too scared, I always help them to the infirmary, and most of them remember it with a smile afterward, Stephen said, realizing they were talking about him. Well, that's why he's known as the Dark Prince, ha ha ha. Right, Your Highness. Jordan teased from across the table. Stephen rolled his eyes at the ridiculous nickname. Although I prefer the Magic Warrior, Fred added with a grin. There's also the one he shares with Fleur, the Invincible Pair, ha ha ha, George added, recalling the nickname given to Stephen and Fleur during the adult dueling tournament, where they dominated every match without a scratch, using similar combat styles. Magic Warrior. Invincible. Why? Harry and Ron asked, catching the attention of the other first years. But before they could get an answer, Dumbledore called for the food to be served. Seeing all the delicious dishes, they quickly forgot the conversation and began eating, especially Ron, who devoured chicken legs with both hands as if there were no tomorrow. After the meal, Percy, the prefect in charge of the first years, led them to the dormitories. Meanwhile, Stephen was talking with the headmaster. "Old man, why go through all this trouble making Snape watch over Quirrell? Just show up behind him, knock him out with a karate chop, and check what he's hiding." "Easy," Stephen told Dumbledore. When they brought the fake Philosopher's Stone, Stephen was fully aware. In fact, he had been tasked with watching over Harry since Dumbledore suspected that some Death Eaters might have infiltrated the school, though he never imagined that Voldemort himself was the one who had done so. Stephen didn't reveal this information because if they found out, Voldemort's soul would simply escape and possess another person. Even with his knowledge of astral magic, Stephen couldn't destroy a soul, only touch it or push it slightly. And he had no desire to touch a soul as corrupt as Voldemort's. So instead, he simply told the headmaster that Quirrell was drenched in dark magic, prompting Dumbledore to assign Snape to keep an eye on him. "You should know that as headmaster, I have many restrictions when it comes to taking action. You must remember that there is a school board. And how do you think they would react if a headmaster attacked a professor without solid proof?" Dumbledore said with a strained smile. "Being headmaster sounds boring. You should have become Minister of Magic instead, then you wouldn't have to deal with that idiot Fudge," Stephen said resentfully. "While I appreciate your support, I don't believe I would be the right choice for Minister. And I see you're still having trouble with Fudge. Is there anything I can do to help?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. "Those pseudo-noble idiots and Fudge want me, like Tony Stark, to hand over the technology behind Magitech, claiming that monopolies shouldn't exist and that competition should be fair. And as Stephen Strange, they want me to turn over all my research on Eldritch magic and every spell I know to help advance the British wizarding world. I don't think you can help much, old man. But if they keep pushing and I lose control and start handing out beatings, can you stop me?" Stephen said, frustrated. "I don't know much about the business world, but ever since you decided not to use your last name for influence, this was to be expected. But it will help you grow, boy. And don't worry, I'll stop you, after you land a few punches on each of them," Dumbledore said, amused. "Also, they've banned portal magic until I give them all my research. Damn it, I never should have created those portal sensors, or else I'd be sending them all to the North Pole without their wands. I'm leaving, old man. I need to talk to Professor McGonagall about my selected subjects," Stephen said before turning to leave. Dumbledore stopped him. "I know I've said it before, Stephen, but please look after Harry. We don't want him getting hurt because of the trap." "Yeah, don't worry. Even if he loses a limb or two, I'll keep him alive for the prophecy," Stephen said. "How did you?" Dumbledore started, surprised. "I know many things, old man. Or have you forgotten how you got that nickname?" Stephen said with a grin, reminding Dumbledore of their bet and how the Flamels had tricked him into believing Stephen was a natural-born prophet. "Forgive me. As you can see, I'm an old man, so I might forget things. In any case, thank you for looking after Harry. Don't keep the professor waiting, she's probably still mad about your prank today," Dumbledore said, watching Stephen walk away. Thank you for reading. Chapter 21, The Grand Beginning and the Prank. The Grand Beginning and the Prank. Arriving at Professor McGonagall's office, where she was waiting for me, I got straight to the point. "Professor, I want to enroll in all the courses, but since I have already studied everything necessary, I want the freedom to choose which ones to attend," I said, causing the professor to show a tired expression. "Stephen, all the professors know that you are the best student. Therefore, I have no doubt they will accept you. But in return, you will have to pass the exams they will give you, based on examples of past OWLs, as they already knew you were going to ask for this," McGonagall said. "Really? I thought you would reject me and offer me a time-turner or force me to take fewer classes," I said, surprised. "As for the time-turner, I'm sorry, but it's impossible. Although you are a good student, your behavior with pranks has led me to doubt whether it is a good idea. So, Professor Flitwick suggested this alternative." "You should thank him," McGonagall explained. "Well, that's great then. Honestly, I'm very committed to converting spells into magic so I don't have to attend class all the time." "Thank you, Professor," I said to McGonagall. "Remember that only if you achieve the highest scores on your exams will you be allowed to do this, so don't get overconfident. Now, leave, I'm very busy," McGonagall said, dismissing me from her office. "Now I'll have time to try using Vishanti's sacred magic or even the all-seeing spell of the Eye of Agamotto," I murmured as I left the office and headed to the dorms. The next day, the first-year students had their first classes. Stephen wasn't going to miss the opportunity to show why he had the nickname Dark One. "Well, the thing is, everyone is already getting desensitized to clowns, so this will be the last clown prank," Stephen said to the twins and Peeves, who had somehow become part of the gang. "Especially this year, I have some things to take care of." "Sorry," Stephen said with a hint of sadness. But Peeves likes clown pranks," Peeves said, sulking. "Yeah, but they're not as scary as before." "You're right, boss, it's time to change things up," George said to a depressed Peeves. "Don't worry, Peeves. We've created some prank candies that, if you help us sneak them into the students' food, will be a lot of fun," Fred said mischievously. "All right, then today we'll scare the students who are late to class." "We don't want good students to be late, but we'll teach those who are a lesson," Stephen said, putting on his clown suit and terrifying mask. "I have a feeling little Ronnie will be one of them," Fred said with a grin as he started assembling the dummy on the floor. "That's what I was thinking. I just hope he doesn't faint as quickly this time," George said, in charge of safety after losing rock paper scissors. "All right, Peeves will bring bad students, ha ha ha," Peeves said as he disappeared through the wall. A few minutes later, the unfortunate pair arrived, Harry and Ron. "Come on, Harry, or we'll be late for McGonagall's class." "Ignore Peeves," Ron said, shouting at Harry while continuing to run. "Wait, Ron, there's something strange up ahead," Harry said, stopping Ron. "There's someone lying on the floor." "We have to check," Harry said, quickly approaching. "Wait, Harry, this is very suspicious," Ron said, sensing something was off. Living with the twins might have given him a sixth sense for detecting when something bad was about to happen. And he was right. Suddenly, from one of the beams, a clown emerged and, with a giant mallet, smashed the head of the dummy on the floor. Of course, Harry and Ron didn't know it was a dummy. When the head, actually a watermelon, exploded, Ron started screaming while pulling out his wand and trying to cast every spell he knew. Of course, he didn't know any useful ones and couldn't even pronounce the ones he did know correctly. Harry did the same, but he knew even fewer spells than Ron, so they were just two kids waving their wands wildly. When Ron finally managed to activate a spell, it hit Harry on the head, turning his hair pink. It was a spell Stephen had taught him to change his rat's color. He no longer had that weird spell Fred had taught him, which never worked. After screaming non-stop and waving their wands, Harry realized that the clowns weren't doing anything and were just laughing hysterically. So, he figured, what would killer clowns be doing in the middle of the school hallway? Obviously, they had to be other students. While Ron was still freaking out, Harry started calming him down before he ended up changing the color of something else. "Ron. Ron. Stop. They're other students," said Harry, grabbing Ron and making him come to his senses. "Students. Clowns. Fred, George, and Stephen, it's you." Ron shouted angrily. "Ha ha ha, this was amazing. Ha ha, Ronnie, you used Stephen's spell wonderfully." The twins laughed. "Although I doubt it would be useful in a real situation," Stephen said, taking off his mask with a smile. "Why did you do that?" "We almost died of fright." Ron yelled, still angry. "That's what happens when you should be in class, Ronnie." "That's right, little Ronnie, what would Mom think? And on the very first day of class too," the twins said, acting out a dramatic play. "All right, guys, we've had our fun. Go ahead, I'll help him with McGonagall," Stephen said as, with a spell, he changed his costume into his regular clothes and his cane into a robe. "Let's go. You two sure are brave to be late on the first day, and to McGonagall's class, no less," Stephen said as he led them up the stairs. "And whose fault was that?" Ron said, trying to shift the blame away from himself for oversleeping. "Obviously yours. I didn't force you to sleep in. By the way, I'd recommend not being late to Snape's classes in the future, at least McGonagall is more forgiving," he said as they arrived at the classroom. Entering the classroom, they saw that Professor McGonagall wasn't there, but a tabby cat was sitting on her desk. "Luckily, McGonagall hasn't arrived yet," Ron said with a relieved sigh. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall," Stephen said to the tabby cat. Then, the cat leaped into the air and transformed into Professor McGonagall. "Good afternoon to you too, Mr. Stephen," McGonagall said, addressing him as Stephen instead of Flamel, something that both the headmaster and Stephen had specifically requested for this year. "That was incredible," Ron said in amazement, while Harry nodded. "Thank you for that, Mr. Weasley, but that doesn't change the fact that you arrived late. Should I turn you into a clock so you'll know the time?" the professor said, looking at Ron and Harry. "I'm sorry, Professor, but it was my fault they were delayed a bit," Stephen said, gently interrupting the professor. "So, are you saying a third-year student somehow needed the help of 2 first-years? McGonagall asked Stephen, giving him a critical look. Well, as he looked at Harry's hair, an idea came to him. Some bandits were attacking people by turning their hair different colors, so, as good Gryffindors, we had to help. Unfortunately, Harry was hit by a spell, and we lost him in battle, Stephen said, earning laughter from the entire classroom. Silence. Honestly, Mr. Stephen. You'd better head to your class now, Professor Flitwick must be waiting for you, McGonagall said to Stephen before turning to Harry. And you, Mr. Potter, while your new style isn't against the rules, I would prefer you return it to normal to avoid distracting your classmates. Yes, Professor, but I don't know how, Harry said nervously. It's all right, Harry, I'll do it before I leave. With a snap of his fingers, Stephen restored Harry's hair color, surprising the first-year students, and then left. Thank you for reading. Chapter 22, Brief Encounter with Firenze. Brief Encounter with Firenze. A few days passed in which Stephen was quite busy defending himself from the minister and the purebloods, who were practically trying to take everything away from him. As Stephen Strange, the ministry demanded all his magical research, using the argument that it was for the good of the British wizarding world, and that the ministry's researchers could do a better job. As Tony Stark, the pseudonym he used to create his company, he was under pressure from the endemic pseudo-nobles, who wanted him to make public the creation runes for the television, the magic phone, and all the alchemical tools he had invented. Supposedly, his monopoly was unfair to the competition. The ironic thing was that these so-called nobles already had a monopoly on most magical goods in England. Son, are you sure you don't want your grandfather to give you a hand? It's not good for your health to be under so much stress, said Perenelle over the magic phone, as she frequently made video calls to check on her grandson at school. No, Grandma, I'm fine. If Grandpa helps me now, how will I ever stand out on my own in the future? Stephen said, trying to reassure his concerned grandmother. All right. But take a break every now and then and go visit Fleur. I haven't seen her in a while, Perenelle said, remembering the lovely girl. She's probably at school, Grandma. You know she can't leave until the holidays. Dumbledore makes exceptions sometimes because Grandpa is on the board, but I don't think she's that lucky. Besides, she was mad last time, so I don't want her to hit me, Stephen said, though his last words grew quieter and quieter until they were barely audible. Aish, this boy. Call her and apologize immediately, Perenelle said with a frustrated sigh. What? But I didn't do anything. The reporters started calling us the invincible couple, and I just said we weren't a couple, Stephen said, exasperated. You really are a fool, boy. I'm leaving before you give me more gray hairs. Call her and apologize before Halloween, or you'll regret it, Perenelle said, completely ignoring the fact that she was already full of gray hair, and then she hung up, leaving Stephen with words still in his mouth. All right, Halloween is next month. Damn, Stephen muttered. From time to time, to clear his mind, he would go out for walks, even at night. Sometimes, he watched the Golden Trio with curiosity. It seemed that yesterday they had encountered Fluffy, the three-headed dog guarding the traps. By the way, those traps wouldn't stop a Death Eater, they were designed for students. The final trap alone was enough for anyone else who sought the stone. Meanwhile, the students were very curious, and by the second day, a couple of Gryffindors had already tried to sneak in. Even the twins had attempted it. Stephen also crossed paths with Quirrell several times but kept his distance. Not out of fear or anything like that, Quirrell, in his current state, wouldn't stand a chance against him, but because he reeked of garlic and dark magic. It was repulsive. He seems more and more corrupted. The time for him to start hunting those poor unicorns must be approaching. I should do something to save them, Stephen thought, as he began devising countermeasures to prevent the creatures from being harmed or, at the very least, killed. So he started sneaking into the forest to find unicorns and place protective enchantments on their horns. At first, they attacked him immediately, until they realized he meant no harm, quite the opposite. They were very intelligent, and they understood everything Stephen explained to them. Don't worry. This is a light magic rune that will put your body in a suspended state if you're in mortal danger until I arrive to heal you. Try to be careful, there's someone dark lurking around, understood? Stephen said while stroking a young unicorn. Protect the foals well, make sure they don't go out for a while, all right. HRRR, the largest unicorn snorted in response, moving its head as if nodding. I'm off. Be careful, Stephen said, then left. As he walked through the darkness, he heard the sound of hooves approaching. Uncertain, he turned around, thinking the unicorns wanted to ask him something. But as he looked more closely, he realized the approaching figure was a young centaur. He had very light blonde hair, a tawny body, and a white tail. His eyes were astonishingly blue, like pale sapphires. You shouldn't be here, traveler, the centaur said. Really? Are you going to start with that whole thing about how I don't belong to this world and should go back to where I came from to avoid altering history and all that nonsense? Stephen said in a mocking tone. No. Traveler, since you arrived here, the world and the stars have accepted you. You are part of this world. I was talking about this place. This is where the acromantulas hunt, the centaur said, unfazed by Stephen's tone. Sorry. I was just leaving. Apologies for my tone, Stephen said, apologizing for the way he spoke. I know what you did for the unicorns. The forest itself is grateful. I am Firenze. I know we will meet again, traveler, Firenze said before departing. That seemed odd. Supposedly, centaurs only speak ambiguously and in vague words. But if it's Firenze, it makes more sense. He still looks quite young, Stephen said as he continued on his way to the castle. Shit, I've been so busy with the unicorns these past few days that I forgot to call Fleur. Seriously, instead of calling her quickly, I took even longer. I think I'm dead, Stephen muttered to himself, beginning to tremble as he realized delaying it wasn't a good idea. Teach you the basics. They've all trained for over 2 years, so they're qualified for this, Stephen told the trio seriously. Fans. Ron scoffed. Angelina, show the little ignorant one, Stephen called over one of the girls most skilled with fans. Angelina stepped into the center of the courtyard, glanced at 3 training dummies 10 meters away, and then threw her fans. They sliced through all 3 dummies effortlessly before returning to her hands. That was amazing, Angelina. You're a goddess. Jordan shouted as the trio stared, mouths agape. In the end, the 3 chose their wooden weapons, simple but functional for now. Hermione chose 2 fans, while Harry and Ron opted for one-handed swords, claiming they looked cool. Don't worry, you'll be taught how to use multiple weapons. So, even if the one you pick doesn't suit you, it will still help your training, Stephen assured them, noting that Ron didn't suit the sword at all. Hermione will be trained by Angelina, and you 2 will be taught by the twins, Stephen announced. With them? Ron asked, sounding doubtful. What's wrong, Ronnie? Don't trust your brothers. That's right, Ronnie. From now on, you must call us Sensei, the twins declared. Don't worry, even though they act like that, they're the best sword fighters. They even dual wield. You'll be in good hands, Stephen said before leaving, as he had just received a message from Dumbledore. Chapter 25, Secrets and Duty. Secrets and Duty. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office, Stephen entered casually. Hello, Stephen. I apologize for calling you so suddenly, said Headmaster Dumbledore as he approached his desk. If it's about the wind magic from earlier, I was just impressing the trio of savages. Don't worry, I have everything under control, Stephen replied as he took a seat. Magnificent magic, I must say. Though I'd appreciate a little warning before using it, our owls tend to get quite unsettled. But it's a good way to inspire the young ones, showing them what they could achieve, the headmaster said with a knowing smile. Tisk, that's why you're the headmaster. If they see something to aspire to, they won't give up so easily on training. But enough of that, what do you need? Stephen asked, unwrapping a lollipop and popping it into his mouth. The Ministry has approved the portals. In exchange, they will follow the same regulations as apparition, along with additional rules, said Dumbledore, handing Stephen a letter. That's great. I was already considering if I'd have to start roughing people up to speed things along. You pushed this through, didn't you? Stephen asked as he examined the Ministry's approval. A little. I couldn't let a form of magic with such potential to aid the wizarding world gather dust, the Headmaster admitted. Drop the act, old man. What are you planning? Stephen asked skeptically. I simply hope you train the 3 young ones well, Dumbledore said seriously. You know, Headmaster, if I didn't know you better, I'd think you were a manipulator. Harry might end up hating you, you know. Stephen remarked. It's a risk I'm willing to take. After all, I want Harry's future to have as few casualties as possible, even if it means giving my life for it, because that is his destiny, the Headmaster said with a hint of sorrow. Yeah. Someone with a prophecy that can impact the world naturally attracts fate around them, like a tree and its branches. If the tree falls, the branches wither. Exactly. And the only way to potentially improve that fate is by ensuring Harry is prepared to face it, Dumbledore said solemnly. Don't worry, old man. I'll train them well. Though I should start looking for a better training area before Professor McGonagall decides to strangle me for constantly wrecking the courtyard, Stephen said, lightening the mood. All right then, old man. If that's all, I'll be on my way. And since you gave me good news, I'll be taking the chocolate cockroaches I swapped for real cockroaches without you noticing, Stephen said, grabbing the container from the desk and walking out. He never actually swapped the chocolate cockroaches, you know, said one of the portraits of a former headmistress, laughing. It's fine. I have more hidden in the cabinet, the Headmaster said, moving toward a cabinet to the left of his desk. He took those the moment he walked in. Right before heading to your desk, another portrait chimed in, joining in on the teasing. You all fail to see the seriousness of the matter. That boy summoned a typhoon that triggered the school's alarms. With such power at his age, what do you think he'll be capable of as an adult? The comment came from the renowned Headmaster Phineas Black, one of the most disliked figures. Relax, Phineas. Dumbledore knows what he's doing, said Dumbledore's predecessor, Headmaster Armando Dippet. Oh, really? Says the Headmaster who personally witnessed the Dark Lord grow up. Phineas sneered. Assuming a boy will turn dark just because he possesses powerful magic would be foolish. Unlike the Dark Lord, young Flamel has created a form of light magic so powerful that it can stand against darkness itself, added Professor Dilys Derwent, a former headmistress who specialized in healing magic. Her portrait was also displayed at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. It's just light magic. It's not like sacred magic, which only a saint could wield. At best, it won't corrupt you like dark magic does, but it can still be used just as destructively. If he ever loses control, no one will be able to stop him, Phineas countered. If I may, though I usually refrain from interfering, I would like to say a few words, spoke the Sorting Hat unexpectedly. It usually remains silent atop one of the cabinets unless spoken to. Go ahead, please, Dumbledore said, granting it the floor. Although I cannot reveal much, in the interest of defending the young man's honor, I will say this: to doubt him would be the same as doubting the world and magic itself, especially someone who would not hesitate to die to protect it. That is all I will say, the Sorting Hat expressed before closing its eyes again, pretending to sleep. And after looking through Stephen's memories from his first year, the Sorting Hat was astonished by the life he had lived and earned its respect, a respect that even Godric Gryffindor himself would share, along with the other founders. Saving a world, huh? Dumbledore murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with a hint of understanding. Well, I'm just saying to keep an eye on him, nothing more. And with that, Phineas Black fell silent once again. Meanwhile, the young men they were discussing strolled casually through the corridors, munching on the chocolate cockroaches he had just acquired. Even though they taste like chocolate, it still feels weird eating a cockroach. Why the need to shape them into bugs or animals like frogs? Stephen mused to himself as he made his way to the Great Hall. Boss, over here. What are you eating, boss? When the twins saw him approaching, they made space for him. Sitting with them were Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had just finished their training. Chocolate cockroaches. I stole them from Dumbledore. Want some? Stephen asked, pulling out a bowl filled with cockroaches that wriggled as if they were alive. And no thanks, boss. We were just eating, they quickly declined, looking pale. So, how did the trio of runts do? Stephen asked as he looked at the three, who were eating their breakfast with little energy. Fine, but I'd like to change instructors. Fred beat us until we couldn't stand, Ron complained, while Harry only nodded. I did well with Angelina. She said I have good aim for throwing weapons, Hermione said happily, though she still looked exhausted. As I said, Fred and George are the best sword users. It's tough at first, but in time, you'll get stronger, Stephen said with a smile. Yeah. Though we're only learning to fight with wooden weapons so far, we haven't learned any magic yet, Harry said, looking at Stephen. I'll take care of that. Don't worry, I'll teach you after today's classes, Stephen replied as he began eating the breakfast the house elves had served him. Finally. We'll get to learn Eldrich magic. This is awesome. Hermione was the most excited, though Harry and Ron weren't far behind. Hearing that seemed to restore their lost energy. Eat quickly. I think your first class today is with Snape, so if I were you, I'd get there early to avoid losing points, Stephen said with a schadenfreude-filled smile, making Ron and Harry lose the energy they had just regained. You two hurry up as well. We've got class with Professor McGonagall, and she already said that if we're late again, she'll turn us into a wall clock, Stephen told the twins, who were laughing at Ron and Harry's misfortune. See you later, runts. Finish all your homework so you'll be free at the end of the day, and I can teach you properly, Stephen said, finishing his drink and grabbing a toast to eat on the way. Won't Filch get mad if he sees Stephen eating in the hallways? Ron asked, watching Stephen walk away. Only if he catches him, Harry replied. Stop wasting time and get moving, too. You don't want to be late, Hermione said as she stood up and left for potions class. Harry and Ron looked at each other, stuffed their mouths quickly, and ran out of the Great Hall. Chapter 26, Harry's debut on the Quidditch field. Harry's debut on the Quidditch field. Hello to everyone present at this fantastic Quidditch match. I'm Lee Jordan, as always, your commentator. And with me today is Hogwarts' very own Dark Prince. Give him a round of applause, announced Lee Jordan from the commentator's box, accompanied by Stephen. While I like the Prince part, I'd be much happier if Dark wasn't included, Stephen said with a grimace. Sorry, but that was decided by a school-wide vote. Be grateful, evil blondie, or terrifying idiot, didn't win instead, Jordan replied with a grin. Now that you mention it, there was a weird one that ranked pretty high. I'm just glad it didn't come in first, Stephen said, recalling the public voting displayed on the notice board, clearly orchestrated by the Weasley twins. You mean sexy clown? Ha ha ha. I think there are some really strange people at Hogwarts, Lee Jordan said, laughing, which earned boos from several girls. You two, stop wasting time. Professor McGonagall shouted. She was seated nearby to keep them in check since both had a tendency to get carried away as commentators. Well, today we have the classic match between natural enemies, don't we, Prince? Lee Jordan asked, looking at Stephen. That's right, Lee. Today, the lions will face the the snakes of Slytherin, Stephen said, quickly correcting himself under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. And most importantly, today marks the debut of a new seeker for Gryffindor, the youngest in over a century, if I'm not mistaken, Lee Jordan continued. Indeed, Lee. Professor McGonagall herself acted as a talent scout, and from what I spied during training, Snape could learn a thing or two, Stephen said, immediately earning a reprimand from McGonagall. Respect your potions, Professor, Mr. Stephen. And there goes Madam Hooch, blowing the whistle to start the match. As always, the snakes start off aggressively. What do you think, Prince? How do you see the teams? Lee Jordan asked, keeping the conversation flowing. Honestly, in terms of strength, they're pretty evenly matched right now. But ever since Charlie left, Gryffindor's team has weakened quite a bit, Stephen analyzed. And Angelina Johnson has the quaffle and scores. Way to go, Angelina. Crush those idiots. Jordan shouted excitedly. Jordan. Professor McGonagall quickly cut him off. That was a magnificent goal by Angelina, one of the best chasers and also one of the best fighters I know, Stephen said with a smile. That's right. She wields fans that she can throw to take down her enemies. I wonder if she's such a great chaser because she fights from a distance or if she's such a great fighter because she's a chaser, Lee Jordan mused. Maybe both. And now the deformed Flint has the quaffle. He kicks his opponent and would stops his stupid shot. Stephen said, his voice laced with disdain. The Flint family had been causing problems for his company. Mr. Stephen, watch your comments towards your classmates. McGonagall reprimanded him immediately. Sorry about that, Professor, a bit of truth slipped out, Stephen said, earning laughter from the Gryffindor stands. Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet just pulled off one of the best passing plays and goal by Angelina. Lee Jordan shouted in excitement. Alicia is also a long-range fighter, if I'm not mistaken, right, Prince? Lee Jordan asked. That's right. Though unlike Angelina, she uses explosive daggers, one of the reasons Professor McGonagall visits our training sessions so often, Stephen said, flashing a grin at his professor. As they spoke, Slytherin had possession of the quaffle and was approaching Gryffindor's hoops. There goes that Slytherin guy. Honestly, I don't even know his name, and I don't care. He tries to score and fails, thanks to our great keeper, Wood. Stephen mocked Slytherin while the professor shot him another look. Professor, don't you ever get tired? Why not enjoy the match like everyone else? Stephen asked McGonagall. I would if I could, Mr. Stephen, McGonagall replied, just as Lee Jordan suddenly started shouting. Foul. That's Slytherin cheating. With those shouts, all the Gryffindors went wild. When don't they? That misshapen idiot Flint must have left his brain in the womb of the troll that gave birth to him, said Stephen, earning glares of hatred from the Slytherins. Enough, Stephen. McGonagall reprimanded. Slytherin has the quaffle again, and with no keeper, they score another point, Lee Jordan announced flatly. Here we are, witnessing how Slytherin plays without a shred of honor in their so-called pure blood, commented Stephen, earning even more hatred from the Slytherins. If you keep this up, Mr. Stephen, I will take away your microphone, McGonagall warned. All right. Seems like I was too gentle with them, he murmured softly, though thanks to the microphone, everyone heard him. This provoked hostile stares towards the Slytherins, who shivered at the attention. Following their usual dirty tactics, those bastards knocked down Angelina, shouted Lee Jordan angrily. Tied at 20-20. What's going on? It looks like Harry Potter has lost control of his broom. Lee Jordan exclaimed, noticing Harry's erratic movements. Looks like someone is controlling him. If I weren't here, a simple fire spell would be enough, Stephen said, glancing at Hermione and Ron. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out in case he falls, he added into the microphone. At that moment, everyone saw his robe transform into a red cape. Although the Quidditch pitch was enchanted to soften falls, fractures were still possible. That's why Stephen was a commentator, his job was to keep the players safe if they fell, as long as they weren't knocked out by a bludger, like Wood, of course. Even Slytherins had been saved by him multiple times, which was why the professors allowed him to be a bit unrestrained in his commentary, except for McGonagall, of course. There's our prince, always ready to rescue. Jordan said, boosting morale. But it seems the prince won't need to act. Harry Potter appears to have regained control of his broom. Lee Jordan announced joyfully. And it looks like Snape will need a change of robes, Stephen commented, though no one understood what he meant. What? Jordan asked. Nothing, I just remembered a joke, Stephen replied, barely holding back his laughter as he felt an icy glare coming from the professor's stand. Seeing Hermione return, he gave her an approving nod. After hanging onto his broom and pulling himself back up, Harry is now chasing the Slytherin Seeker. And we have an aerial battle beginning. Lee Jordan narrated. Looks like Harry wants a little revenge. Let's hope these days of training paid off, Stephen commented, watching as Harry and the Slytherin, whose name he never cared to remember, collided midair. And now both are diving straight down after the snitch. Whoa, that scared me. I thought they were going to crash into the ground. Lee Jordan said, clutching his chest. Seems like little Harry has guts. Well, there's a reason he got into Gryffindor, Stephen remarked as Harry started standing on his broom. And now Harry Potter is standing on his broom, by the way, a Nimbus 2000, at full speed, stretching out his hand to grab the snitch. Jordan announced, his excitement growing. That sounded like an ad. I hope Nimbus pays us royalties, Stephen joked. And, ouch. Harry just fell. Did anyone see what happened to the snitch? Jordan asked, after watching Harry drop and realizing the snitch wasn't in his hand. Disgusting. I hope he washes it before returning it, Stephen said with a look of disgust. Harry Potter just spat out the golden snitch. That means Gryffindor wins the match. Is that what you meant by washing it? Jordan asked, finally realizing what Stephen was talking about. Not only did he win his debut match, but the victory was entirely thanks to him. This proves that Professor McGonagall could make a career in talent scouting instead of punishing us for breaking the courtyard beams, Stephen quipped with a grin, earning laughter and applause from the Gryffindors. And that was Lee Jordan and Stephen Flam, ouch. My bad, I forgot. And Stephen. Remember to join us for the other matches, where we'll be your commentators again, Jordan signed off. But before he could say Stephen's last name, he was smacked with a book, drawing the attention of all the first years. Meanwhile, the older students, already aware of Stephen's surname, were left confused as to why he hid it, especially since the whole school knew it, except for a certain trio of fools who were too busy celebrating to notice. Only Hermione caught on, but since she didn't understand what was going on, she simply kept celebrating. Chapter 27, Intrigue and Pranks in the Hallways. Intrigue and Pranks in the Hallways. After a few days of Gryffindor celebrations, an unusual scene unfolded as they walked toward the staircase. It caught the attention of the Golden Trio, who were heading to their daily adventure. A soft, cheerful whistling melody could be heard in the background, accompanied by light, controlled footsteps. What is that? Ron asked, pointing at the approaching figure. I think it's Boss Stephen, Harry replied, having picked up the twins' way of referring to Stephen. He's carrying something tied to his shoulder. Is that a person? Hermione asked, surprised by what she was seeing, which drew Stephen's attention. Hello, little trio. What are you up to? Getting into trouble again? If you keep this up, you'll get us more point deductions. That's being a bad child, Stephen teased, making the trio hesitate on whether to ask their question. Until Harry finally gathered the courage. Boss Stephen, is that Draco Malfoy you're carrying? He asked nervously, eyeing the bound Slytherin struggling to break free. Wait, the blonde one's name is Draco. Buffed, what a ridiculous name, Stephen mocked, holding the struggling figure as if he were a sack. Draco tried to protest, but with his mouth gagged, only muffled sounds came out. Why do you have him tied up and gagged? Hermione asked. Because he's too noisy. I found him bullying Neville and some younger Gryffindors, so I figured I'd take him to see if Fluffy was hungry on the third floor, Stephen replied casually, as if feeding a three-headed dog was a normal thing to do. Fluffy. You mean that giant three-headed dog? Ron asked, a mix of fear and delight over the imagined fate of the Slytherin blonde. Upon hearing where he was being taken, Draco desperately tried to wriggle free, obviously to no avail. You can't do that. It's forbidden, and above all, that would be murder, Hermione said, acting as the voice of reason. So they say. But I never mentioned a three-headed dog, so it seems like you little runts have also been sneaking into forbidden areas, Stephen smirked. What is going on here? Before Harry could answer, Professor McGonagall turned the corner and spotted them, particularly Stephen, carrying a bound and struggling student over his shoulder. Crap, McGonagall. Run, you fools. Stephen shouted, unceremoniously dropping Draco to the ground and taking off. The three fools, not knowing what else to do, ran after him as McGonagall's voice echoed behind them. There's no point in running, Mr. Stephen. I already saw you. 50 points from Gryffindor. But she didn't chase after them, as she first needed to help poor Draco Malfoy. After a while of running and losing their breath, the trio finally caught up with Stephen, who had already regrouped with the twins and the others, all resting after training. Stephen, why did we even run if we were going to lose points anyway? It would have been better to stay put when McGonagall found us, Hermione said anxiously, as if she had never run from a professor before. Boss. You went off to have fun without us. That's unfair. Yeah. And here we are, sweating and training with all our spirit, the twins complained, earning exasperated looks from their fellow trainees, who knew perfectly well that these two barely trained yet were somehow among the best fighters in the third-year group. I just wanted to scare a little bully, that's all, Stephen said with a grin, remembering how the blonde Slytherin had nearly wet himself. So, why were you three wandering around instead of coming to train? You said you were busy, Stephen asked, eyeing the trio, who seemed to have caught their breath. Yeah, we're busy, Ron said defensively, though he was secretly pleased to have an excuse to skip training with his brothers. The thing is. Harry hesitated for a few seconds, looking at his two friends. They nodded, signaling him to go ahead. We're looking for information about Nicolas Flamel. Do you guys know who he is? Harry asked, looking at the twins and Stephen. The three of them exchanged glances for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, of course we know him. He's my grandfather, Stephen said, barely containing his laughter. He's also my alchemy teacher. Mine too. We learned from him when we visited Stephen's house, the twins added, grinning as if they were looking at three clueless fools. If you don't know, just say so. There's no need to make fun of us. Come on, Ron, Harry, let's keep looking, Hermione said angrily, dragging the other two fools away. After they left, Stephen looked around, noticing that everyone was staring at him, somewhat surprised by what had just happened. What? But I told the truth, Stephen said, not understanding what had just transpired. So did we, the twins emphasized. Sigh, that's what happens when you don't take anything seriously, you idiots, Angelina Johnson replied, a bit exhausted, while the other Gryffindors nodded in agreement. All right, enough. Keep training. Today's training will be twice as hard, Stephen shouted, only to receive glares from his housemates in revenge. What? No. Angelina, this is your fault. What? I just told the truth, you idiots. Angelina snapped, then shot an angry look at Stephen, who feigned distraction by staring at a rock. All right, I'm kidding. But today we're having a no-magic training session. I already made Professor McGonagall mad, and I don't want to be sent to clean the bathrooms again, Stephen said, remembering how the professor had discovered what he hated most. Although he had become friends with Moaning Myrtle, she was quite unbearable when he had to listen to her for 2 whole hours, the amount of time McGonagall forced him to clean the bathrooms. One of the reasons he started running away whenever he saw the professor while pulling pranks. By the way, we heard you have a meeting with Alastair Moody and some top Auror officials, Fred asked. Yeah, a couple of Gryffindor guys joined the Aurors and showed them the magic glove that transports criminals into a containment capsule. They were impressed and also demonstrated the level of training they got here, Stephen said proudly. You mean that the training we do here could also help us join the Aurors more easily? One of the students asked excitedly, as it seemed to be his dream to become an Auror. Maybe, but remember they also take your NEWTS into account, so don't get your hopes up too much, study properly, Stephen said, bursting his bubble, making everyone remember that getting an outstanding in potions was crucial for joining the Aurors. And remembering their potions professor, many of them made sour faces. All right, enough. Start training already. As always, the winner gets a day off, Stephen said, suddenly turning around before finishing his sentence. What's wrong, boss? George asked, noticing Stephen's strange behavior. Nothing, I just felt like someone was watching me. Maybe it was just my imagination, Stephen said as he turned back, though he remained slightly on guard. But being in Hogwarts, it was unlikely that someone would attack him. More importantly, the gaze didn't feel hostile. Anyway, like I said, day off for the winner. Form your groups. Stephen shouted. Meanwhile, in one of the towers, Dumbledore stood alongside a heavily scarred man who held a cane in one hand for support. The most striking feature, however, was his prosthetic eye, which moved in seemingly random directions, but in reality, it was carefully observing the movements of all the students training in the courtyard. He seems to have good perception. And his training methods. It's as if he's been training people all his life. They have a remarkably solid foundation, better than many Aurors, the men remarked. From what I know, he has been training since he was at least 4 years old. And his companions joined him in their first year at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied. Are you telling me that in less than 3 years, he turned novice wizards, who likely had no prior training, into fighters of this caliber? When I saw the two recruits who joined the Aurors, I even suspected they might be spies. I hope you didn't attack them over that, Moody. They are good kids who worked hard to become strong, Dumbledore said, looking at Mad-Eye Moody. I didn't do anything to them, just kept them under watch until they told me where they learned to fight and where they got this, Moody said, showing Dumbledore a golden glowing glove. Oh. And what is this? Dumbledore asked, intrigued, observing the magical energy radiating from it and the glowing runes etched onto the object. It's a containment glove that releases a spell, trapping whoever it strikes inside a capsule, Moody said as he pulled out a glass container, inside of which a person could be seen pounding against the transparent walls. This is Oliver Scum, a ruthless murderer who took the lives of 3 Aurors. Unfortunately for him, he crossed paths with one of the new recruits on patrol and got himself caught, Moody said with disdain toward the prisoner. Oh, this is incredibly useful for capturing criminals. I see now why you're interested in young Flamel, Dumbledore remarked, using Stephen's surname, perhaps to subtly dissuade Moody from being too suspicious of the boy. Flamel. That makes sense. If he can create something like this. Though, from our tests, the binding spell can be countered with a shield charm if the target is quick and clever enough. Still, it would greatly assist Aurors in combat against dark wizards, Moody explained his reasoning to Dumbledore. I see. Then I'll summon young Flamel to meet with you in my office, if you don't mind. That's fine. Either way, we need to call Amelia Bones to join the meeting, Moody said as he made his way toward the office. Chapter 28, Meeting in the Headmaster's Office. Meeting in the Headmaster's Office. So, why do Mr. Weird-Eye and Mrs. Bones need my presence? Stephen asked as he sat on a sofa in the Headmaster's office. In front of him sat Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and beside her stood Mad-Eye Moody, captain of the Aurors, observing every interaction as if he never let his guard down. It's Mad-Eye, kid. Before they start with their chatter, answer me something. 2 young recruits who joined the Auror Corps use the same type of magic as you, but they use wands, while you don't. Explain why, Moody said. Though it sounded more like an interrogation, Stephen wasn't surprised, as he was familiar with the Auror's personality from the stories he had heard. What do you mean, without wands? Wait, from what I saw, they also use spells without incantations, Amelia commented, recalling how, on her way to the headmaster's office, she had seen the twins training. Oh, that. First, I'll answer Mrs. Bones. Eldritch magic can be activated through gestures, seals, and a lot of imagination, obviously, Stephen replied. Is it similar to the magic used at Wagado School of Magic? Although they only use very basic spells there. Well, let's say it's somewhat similar. Ah, by the way, we don't use wands because we have bracelets that serve the same function. They also have a compartment for our wands. Raising his hand, he showed a golden bracelet adorned with runes. And for those who use wands, they just need to add a grip with the necessary enchantments, Stephen explained. As for Weird-Eye, the answer is simpler, habit, he added, looking toward where Moody stood. What do you mean by that, kid? Moody asked, ignoring the nickname Stephen had given him. It's simple. As you know, children aren't allowed to use magic before attending a magic school. They don't even have a wand to do so. Of course, that's to prevent magical outbursts and because their magic isn't fully awakened yet, Amelia responded, intrigued by the conversation. Then, when they enter school, they are taught wand movements and incantations. Honestly, aside from explaining the spell, there's not much to it. If they want to go deeper, they can study runes, but most don't choose that class. I see. So that's why you say it's habit, Dumbledore, who had remained silent throughout the conversation, commented. What do you mean? Just say it already, kid. Moody snapped, growing impatient. Sigh. What I'm saying is that senior students are accustomed to casting spells with their wands. On the other hand, my companions, who started with me in our first year, can adapt more easily to Eldritch magic because they didn't know how to use magic before. It's easier for them to accept a different method of magic because of that. Also, since the age of 11, they've been training in hand-to-hand combat, while students, for example, in their 7th year only cast spells, stand still, or dodge, because that's how they were taught for a longer time, Stephen explained, making his point clear. That's why they fight differently. In this case, they cast spells normally. And one fact no one seems to take into account is that Hogwarts hasn't had a decent defense against the dark arts professor in years. I wouldn't be surprised if the auras coming out of Hogwarts are getting weaker, Stephen added with a hint of mockery. Though Moody didn't like the comment, he knew it was true, so he said nothing in response. After an awkward silence between the three adults, Stephen broke it. So, what exactly do you need me for? I doubt it's just to ask me these questions, Stephen remarked, already a bit tired of talking. The truth, Mr. Stephen, is that I'm here as a representative of the Ministry, or rather, as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, because of the object that one of the young recruits showed us. It was this, Amelia said, placing the rune-covered glove on the table. According to the young man, it was created by you, and it's something that would greatly assist the department in capturing criminals. We'd like to know if you can produce them in quantity for the Aura Force. Of course, you will be paid for each unit, Amelia explained quickly. I see. I have no problem with that, 10 galleons per glove, Stephen replied without much thought, as he already knew why they had come. Besides, the glove they used was only made of dragonhide and cost 3 galleons, but he wasn't about to mention that, given they'd need to enchant a large number of gloves. Really? I'm very glad you decided so quickly, and the price is clearly acceptable. Please come to the Ministry to sign the contract whenever you can, Amelia said, relieved at how quickly they had reached an agreement. Especially since she had secured such a sophisticated item at such a low price, though she didn't know the real cost. When you go to the Ministry, why don't you show the auras some of your magic, kid? I'd like to see what you're capable of against trained auras, Moody commented with a challenging look. Moody, I don't think that's appropriate, Amelia interrupted. Don't worry, Mrs. Bones. I'd love to see what your auras are made of, Stephen replied with a smile. But that will have to wait until the end of the school year. I hope you understand, Stephen added, remembering that he still had many things to take care of. Of course, we were prepared for that. Don't worry. Now I must go, I have a lot of paperwork to deal with, Amelia said, bidding farewell to the headmaster and Stephen as she prepared to leave. Remember to come, kid. I'll be waiting for you. Looks like I can delay my retirement a little, Moody commented as he followed Amelia. Once they left, Amelia stopped along the way, watching the young ones train. What are you planning, Moody? You're not usually this confident, Amelia asked, noticing that Moody was also watching the training with interest, his magical eye constantly rotating. I was thinking the auras need an instructor. And if Dumbledore trusts him, maybe it's not such a bad idea, Moody responded. Are you crazy, Moody? He's just a kid. How could he train adults who have been on the battlefield for years? Amelia protested, slightly agitated. Seriously. From what I see, the training those kids have surpasses that of many auras, Moody said, pointing at the twins, who, despite playfully sparring, displayed elegant and well-coordinated movements, making many adults look ridiculous. We'll see what happens when he comes for a visit, Moody said as he walked away with his cane, leaving Amelia somewhat doubtful. Meanwhile, in the office, Stephen remained seated, eating Dumbledore's candies. So, old man, were you able to use Eldritch magic? Stephen asked. He knew Dumbledore had struggled a bit more to learn it, after all, he had spent over 100 years using traditional magic. Not to mention his grandfather, Nicolas Flamel, who, despite being over 700 years old, could barely produce sparks. A little better than yesterday, perhaps, Dumbledore replied softly. So that's a no, huh? Well, I'm off, old man. See you later. If you need anything, you know where to find me, Stephen said as he left without looking back. Dumbledore watched as Stephen walked away, and when he reached for one of his candies, he noticed the jar was empty. Sigh. He headed to the cabinet to get more, only to discover that it was empty too. Ha ha ha, he took them all again, Dumbledore. I can't believe a child deceives you so easily, former Headmaster Dippet mocked. If he can trick you like that, let's hope he doesn't become your enemy, Dumbledore, former Headmaster Phineas Black said sarcastically. Enough, Black, you sound like a broken record. The boy has never shown any malice in what he does, former Headmistress Derwent interjected. Dumbledore ignored the former headmasters as they started arguing, those who supported Stephen and those who didn't, though the only ones against him were Phineas Black and former Headmaster Vindictus Viridian, who merely disliked noisy things, and Stephen was quite loud for his taste. Without paying attention to the commotion, Dumbledore searched his hidden stash for more candies, unconcerned with the background discussion. Thank you for reading. Chapter 29, Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Forest. After the meeting in the headmaster's office, nothing particularly interesting happened in Stephen's life for a couple of days. He was just a little busy helping the unicorns. Occasionally, he would go out with the twins to scare some first years. This time, they found inspiration in a Muggle movie called Child's Play, featuring a possessed doll. The only reason the twins were able to watch it was that one of their Muggle-born classmates had recorded it. A bit unethical, but wizards didn't really care. By the way, the Ministry attacked Magitech, claiming they couldn't allow Muggle influence to infiltrate the wizarding world through their magic phones, as several purebloods had protested against it. Naturally, Magitech ignored them. From time to time, students could be seen running in terror from a scarred doll wielding a knife, a fake one, of course. Other times, a student, also fake, was seen lying on the ground, being stabbed by the same doll, which occasionally led Professor McGonagall to punish the group. One day, as Stephen was lounging in the common room, his alarm went off, signaling that one of the unicorns was under attack. Without hesitation, he rushed to its rescue. When he arrived, he witnessed something interesting. So this is the day of Harry's encounter, he muttered, standing atop a tree, watching as Harry froze while Voldemort approached. Should I capture him? Stephen wondered as he observed the weak Voldemort possessing the equally weak Quirrell. No, if he escapes, Dumbledore's trap to deceive him would be useless. He'd just try to steal the stone again. Sorry, Harry, I owe you one, he thought, weighing the pros and cons of intervening. Besides, Voldemort had to see the stone being destroyed so that Stephen could feel more at ease, knowing he wouldn't be targeted just for carrying the Flamel name. He then watched as a centaur rescued Harry and Hagrid arrived. I think it'd be best to put it out of its misery, Hagrid said, looking at the unicorn. Wounds inflicted by dark magic were incredibly difficult to heal and, in cases like this, impossible. No. It's fine, leave it to me, Stephen suddenly said, beginning to descend slowly as he levitated. Stephen, what are you doing here? The forest is forbidden to students, Hagrid said upon seeing him. Ah, yes, but I see, 1, 2, 4 students here with you in the forbidden forest, right? Do you really think taking students here as punishment makes sense? Not that I care, Dumbledore knows I'm helping the unicorns, Stephen replied, crouching down to examine the unicorn's condition. Luckily, I placed the suspension and paralysis spell, but time is running out, Stephen noted as he began using elven spells to purify and remove the corrupted parts. Then, he pulled out a vial containing a rare liquid. What's that, Stephen? Hermione asked, curious. Phoenix tears. Fawkes kindly donated them when I asked for some to help the unicorns, Stephen replied, letting a few drops fall onto the wounds before sealing them with a spell. Everyone watched in astonishment as the unicorn healed rapidly, leaving only a scar. You're lucky, buddy. If you'd been wounded in a more critical spot, I wouldn't have wanted to waste these tears. You'll feel a bit dizzy until you regain your blood, but you'll be fine, Stephen reassured the unicorn, which remained conscious but still lying down. Magical beasts were incredibly resilient. What will happen to him? Do you need help taking him back to his family? Hagrid asked, happy that the creature was safe, given his well-known love for all the forest's beasts. No, his family is already here, Stephen said, pointing to a large unicorn that approached them slowly and imposingly, eyeing the group with distrust, except for Stephen. It's okay, Sunset. They helped the little one, their friends, Stephen told the approaching unicorn. Sunset was the name Stephen had given the herd leader when they became friends. That's Sunset, the leader of the unicorns. I wouldn't recommend making him angry, his horn is not just for show. Even I struggled to beat him, Stephen remarked, recalling how Sunset had challenged him upon their first meeting, mistaking him for a threat. Stephen had barely managed to win, mostly because he hadn't wanted to harm him. Wow, it's the first time I've seen a giant unicorn. Well, any unicorn, actually, Ron said, cautiously approaching Sunset, who took a step back in disdain. Haha, unicorns don't like men, Stephen teased. Then why can you approach them? Ron retorted. Well, if you can beat him one-on-one, I don't think he'd look down on you. What do you say, want to give it a try? I'll pass, Ron said cowardly. And you too? Stephen asked, looking at Harry and Draco, who quickly shook their heads in refusal. Hermione, since you're a girl, do you want to give it a try? Stephen asked the interested Hermione. Sure, she said bravely, slowly approaching the unicorn, who lowered its head so she could pet it. Hermione happily stroked the unicorn, earning an envious look from the three boys, whom she ignored. All right. The young unicorn has recovered enough to walk. Let's let Sunset take him back to his herd so he can replenish his blood, Stephen said, signaling that they could leave. Hagrid, I think you should inform Dumbledore about the attack, Stephen said as he walked away. You're right, I have to tell Dumbledore. All right, kids, let's head back to the castle. Your detention is over, Hagrid said, leading them back. Everyone ran after him since, being so large, his fast walking quickly put him ahead. On the way, Stephen spotted Ronan, the centaur who had helped Harry, and immediately levitated away toward the castle. Stephen hated anyone who could see the future or make prophecies. He feared someone might make one about him and tie his fate. That's why he also avoided Sybil Trelawney whenever possible. Although he remained vigilant in case she ever uttered a prophecy, ready to strike her before she could finish. It was the only way he knew to prevent a prophecy, making sure it never came to completion. When Stephen arrived at his dormitory, he saw everyone playing peacefully. It was one of the rare occasions when the twins didn't go exploring and instead stayed to play video games. Yes, Magitech had created consoles, albeit retro ones, and young wizards had quickly embraced them. Just as he was about to go to bed, he received a call from his grandmother. Hello, Grandma, what's wrong? Calling so late? Stephen asked quickly, knowing that at this hour, his grandmother was usually asleep. Don't play dumb, boy. You have until Christmas. Perenelle yelled furiously before hanging up. His roommates, who had heard Perenelle's shouting, immediately turned to look at him. Boss, I think you've been cursed. Yeah, boss, now you've got until Christmas to pass the message to someone else, or you'll die, the twins said, pretending to be scared. All right, I'll send it to you too. If you don't share it within 7 days, you'll go bald, Stephen replied, unaware of the chaos he had just unleashed on the students' lives. Chapter 30, A Trip to Beauxbatons. A trip to Beauxbatons. So, is Boss Stephen leaving for Christmas? Ron asked, trying to hide his joy at the thought of skipping training while Stephen was away. Stephen had hunted them down again to continue their training, insisting that looking for information about Nicolas Flamel was no excuse to skip. I don't know why you're so happy, Redhead. Even though I'm taking the twins with me, I'll only be gone for 2 or 3 days at most, and then I'll be back. In the meantime, one of the older students staying at Hogwarts will be in charge of training you, Stephen said, crushing the trio's dreams. Well, Duo, since Hermione would be going home for Christmas. Where are you going? Why are the twins allowed to go? Does Mom know about this? Ron asked, a hint of jealousy in his voice. You see, dear Ronnie, Fred and I are going as chaperones for our dear Prince Charming. We're off to find the damsel in distress in the land of love and romance, the twins said mockingly, dramatically reenacting the scene. You're going to France? Hermione asked, quickly catching on. Correct. Too bad we can't award you house points, the twins replied. Honestly, it's because of you two that we lose so many, Hermione shot back. You know, you three are the least qualified to say that. Professor McGonagall asked us to keep an eye on you so Snape wouldn't keep deducting points, Stephen pointed out. It's because Snape has it out for us, Harry defended. All right, fine. We're going to Beauxbatons. The twins are going to meet some friends and sell some of their products, turns out they're quite popular at Beauxbatons. And I'm going to beg for mercy, Stephen said, feeling the weight of his words at the end. Beauxbatons, the magic school. That sounds awesome, Ron said enviously. Well, we'd better get ready. Be good, brats, or I'll make you train twice as hard when I get back, Stephen said with a malicious grin, making the two boys shiver. The brat should get ready too, Stephen added, referring to Hermione as he started walking away. I'm not a brat. Hermione retorted, then waved goodbye to her two friends before heading to her dorm. I wonder what France is like, Ron mused as he watched them leave. Yeah, me too, Harry agreed. Despite saying they were going to pack, Stephen and the twins only took small bags with a couple of changes of clothes and the items they planned to sell. After all, they were only staying for a few days, and they would be traveling through the portal at Stephen's house. After notifying Professor McGonagall, they headed to Nicolas Flamel's house in Hogsmeade together. "This is going to be a pain in the ass," Stephen muttered in front of the portal, staring at the other side. "I don't know, boss, I think it'll be fun." "Yeah, boss, don't worry, we'll record everything for posterity," the twins said behind him. "I don't even know why I brought you two," Stephen said, giving them a look. "Come on, boss, the deal was to help promote the joke shop after finishing with your company, remember?" "It was your idea, boss," the twins quickly defended themselves. When Stephen had started his company, the twins were the first to help him, even Arthur Weasley had pitched in with product ideas. Although Stephen had wanted to give the Weasley family half of the shares, they all refused. It had taken nearly a year for them to accept at least 10%. Even though they had money now, they still lived frugally. According to Molly Weasley, she didn't want her children growing up like the other purebloods. While that was unlikely for the older siblings, it was very possible for Ron and, especially, Percy. So, everyone knew about their finances, except Ron, Percy, and Ginny. At least they had stopped buying patched-up clothes, though they still bought second-hand items, at least until they all came of age. "Stop making such a fuss and just get in already," Perenelle called from the other side, watching the clowns in action. "You know, I wonder where my loving grandmother went, the one who adored me so much," Stephen said, feigning sadness. "Cut the act. You know I'm still mad at you. Now, come give me a hug and then go apologize to Fleur. Otherwise, don't bother coming back," Perenelle said, completely unfazed by her grandson's theatrics. "And you too, make sure he arrives at Beauxbatons on time, understood?" he told the twins. "Yes, ma'am," they both replied with a military salute. "By the way, come back quickly." "I figured out how to trap a scream in a jar," said Nicholas, who was sitting on the couch, addressing the twins. Ever since he met them, he had quickly grown fond of them and loved their prank ideas, becoming a big fan. This earned him a tired look from his wife. If only people knew that the greatest alchemist of all time spent his days creating prank objects with two little devils, who knows, alchemists around the world might just lose all hope. "Go already, and don't be late," said Perenelle, kicking the three idiots out. "Why does it look like the boss is preparing to fight a dragon?" It's the same look Charlie had before telling Mom he was going to Romania to train dragons. "No, it's the same look Dad had when Mom found his modified car," said the twins, enjoying someone else's suffering and earning Stephen's wrath. "Now that I think about it, it's been 6 days since I sent the supposed curse message to the twins," Stephen thought, giving them an evil look. Meanwhile, the twins were happily unaware of the horror that awaited their famous red hair. "Come on, you fools, let's be on time and make this quick," Stephen said as he urged the twins forward, pulling out his phone to make a call. As they traveled in a magical carriage, the twins watched Stephen attempt to contact someone multiple times, but it seemed the other person kept rejecting his calls. Seeing Stephen's growing fury, they decided to keep their comments to themselves. When they looked outside the carriage, they saw they had arrived at a beautiful castle, decorated with flowers and meadows, nestled in a mountainous landscape. "Boss, we're here. Let's get off quickly," the twins said, waiting for the carriage to stop before hopping off. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw Beauxbatons students leaving the school. It seemed they had arrived just in time for dismissal. After waiting a few moments, they spotted a large group of boys and girls approaching. Among them were Fleur, Ricky, Isabel, and the former chubby Samuel, who was now a handsome, muscular young man. Behind them, several other groups of boys and girls, seemingly their classmates, followed. "Hey guys, we've been waiting for you all day. I was starting to wonder if we had the wrong magical school," the twins joked upon seeing them. "Fred, George, great to see you," Samuel said happily. "Hey guys, long time no see," said Ricky, who had lost his shy demeanor, at least around his friends. "You again. What are you doing here?" asked Isabel, now much more feminine, though her way of speaking hadn't changed much. While she was happy to see them again, she didn't show it. "We came to see something interesting. We brought popcorn, get in line," the twins said as they approached their friends. "Interesting, huh? Oh, I see. Everyone quickly understood when they noticed the tension thick enough to cut with a knife between Stephen and Fleur. They all gathered to the side, munching on popcorn as they waited for the show to unfold. "Why aren't you answering your phone?" Stephen asked, as he had been trying to call her all month, only for her to reject every attempt. "Why should I answer you?" Fleur responded, arms crossed and brows furrowed. Meanwhile, the Beauxbatons students had gathered behind the spectators, curious. Seeing their goddess angry, many girls seemed on the verge of fainting. "All right, can we talk?" Stephen asked, showing signs of surrender. "No, thanks. Now step aside, my parents are coming for me," Fleur replied indifferently. "I see. Then I'll be a bit more direct," Stephen said. Without another word, he picked Fleur up and threw her over his shoulder. She was too stunned to react at first, but when she realized what had happened, she began struggling to break free. "Put me down, you idiot!" Fleur screamed, kicking and hitting Stephen's back. "Stay still, or I'll give you a spanking," Stephen warned, already growing impatient. "You wouldn't dare." Fleur snapped angrily, earning a smack. Smack. "Why you damn pervert," she tried to protest, only to receive another smack. Smack. As Stephen started walking toward the village near the school, everyone watched as the two continued their battle along the path. "I see. Now this is interesting," said Isabel. "Hey, I think your princess is being kidnapped." "Shouldn't we help her?" the twins asked between laughs. "She didn't ask for help and why does she look so happy?" Samuel noted, pointing out Fleur's strangely pleased expression. "Oh, I'm so jealous," sighed one of the girls in the back, causing everyone to turn and stare at her in shock, taking a step away. "What? You all thought the same thing, don't pretend you didn't," the girl shouted, making several girls around her quickly look away as if she hadn't just spoken for them all. Meanwhile, a little further away, a couple watched the scene unfold. "Dear, this looks interesting. Want to try it?" the woman joked to her husband, earning a tired look from him. He then turned to Stephen, unsure whether to be angry at him for kidnapping his daughter or to pity him for what awaited, because she was just like her mother. Yes, they were Fleur's parents, the Delacours, who had come to pick her up. "Si, let's go on a date since I have the day off. I'm sure they'll be back later." "Let's go," said Mr. Delacour, starting to walk toward their carriage. But he stopped for a second when his wife spoke. "Yes, Daddy," Mrs. Delacour teased, taking his arm as they left together. Thank you for reading. Chapter 31, Reflected Desires. Reflected Desires. At the cafe where Stephen had taken Fleur, the atmosphere was quite curious. It seemed that many of Fleur's admirers frequented this place, as they all looked at Stephen as if he were the final boss. As if they expected him to be a villain who had kidnapped the princess, making her suffer, and dreamed of being the ones to rescue her and win her love. And they weren't entirely wrong about the fact that the princess had been kidnapped, but unlike their fantasies, this princess seemed more than happy with her supposed abduction. "Why are you so happy now?" Stephen asked, since when he had first seen her that day, she had been furious. Cough. "I'm not happy." "So, what do you want to talk about?" "If it's to apologize, I'm not interested," Fleur said, her cheeks still red. Sigh. "You seriously drive me crazy." "No, I'm not going to apologize anymore." "I don't feel like arguing with a spoiled little girl," Stephen said, tired. "Spoiled? If you're not going to apologize, then why are you here?" a furious Fleur demanded. "I already told you. I'm going to be a little more direct. So first, if you ever ignore me for a whole month again and don't answer my calls, it won't be as easy as just a few spankings." "Got it," he said, giving Fleur a wicked smile. Something that, instead of scaring her, made her blush even more. "Yes," she replied softly, wondering why her heart was pounding so much. "Good. For Christmas, come visit Grandma, she misses you. And for next year's tournament, we're signing up for the paired dueling event." "That's all," Stephen said as he took a sip of the coffee he had ordered. After tasting it, he made a face of disgust, as he wasn't used to it, but endured it to maintain his cool image. In reality, most of it was an act, as he had followed the advice of a Muggle book that one of his classmates had sent him, unaware that this personality would be the one most supported by the girls. Even some boys would think it was cool, but that was for later. Prepared. Fleur asked, so red she looked like a tomato. Yeah. Any problem? Stephen asked, watching just how red someone could get. No. It's fine, let's do the paired duel, Fleur said, happy with how the word sounded. Though she didn't realize Stephen thought that was why she was upset. If she knew, not even his cool act would save him from a good beating. All right, let's go. The guys are waiting for us, Stephen said as he paid the bill and started walking. Fleur quickly got up and followed him with small steps, while everyone in the cafe died of envy, something Stephen noticed but gracefully ignored. A few days passed playing with their friends and visiting houses during Christmas, including Fleur's, where her father looked at Stephen with a mix of anger and pity, something that confused Stephen until the end of the holidays. Then, Stephen and the twins returned to Hogwarts, this time with less luggage and heavier wallets. Honestly, I don't know why you guys keep doing this if you already have money, Stephen said, watching the twins count their coins one by one. Well, the problem is Mom, yeah, she doesn't let us have a joke shop, the twins responded. She prefers that we keep working with you after we finish school, she thinks we'll have a better future with you, the twins said with an unusual seriousness. So, she confiscated your money? Stephen asked. No, not even our mom is that cruel, Fred quickly replied. It's our way of proving we're serious about this, George commented. Wow, you guys can actually be serious. Stephen teased as they entered the castle, followed by the twins, who complained all the way until they reached his room. Now that we're back, why don't we take a little tour to reclaim some territory? That's what I was thinking. You coming, boss? The twins asked when they reached the Gryffindor common room. Sure, but let's split up, you two are too loud. I've had an overdose of you all week, Stephen replied as he walked out again. Well, we do tend to have that effect on people, true, haha, the twins said as they also left the room. As Stephen walked with no particular destination in mind, he arrived at the room where the mirror of Eriste was supposed to be. Right, the mirror. I've never really checked what my deepest desire might be. This is a good time, Stephen said as he entered the room. When he entered, the first thing he saw was little Harry sitting as if he were hypnotized, staring at the mirror. After almost an hour of examining the mirror, trying to uncover its secrets, Stephen finally spoke to Harry. You know that if you don't sleep well, you won't grow enough, right? Stephen said, surprising Harry, who thought he had appeared out of nowhere. Boss Stephen, when did you get here? Harry asked, snapping out of his daze. I arrived at Hogwarts today. And here, about 57 minutes ago. Interesting mirror, isn't it? Stephen said as he approached the mirror's frame. It's pretty. Is that your mother? Stephen asked, noticing Harry's confused expression. How can you see her? Stephen finished the question as Harry slowly nodded. When I wanted Ron to see it, he couldn't. He saw something else. Haha, after all, it's the mirror of desire, and if someone can't control their own desires, they won't be able to see someone else's. Don't worry, it's normal, Stephen said with a smile. So, you can control your desire? Harry asked, a bit in awe. Nope. I just wish to see your deepest desire, Stephen replied teasingly. Isn't that the same as controlling your desire? Harry thought, and even though Stephen couldn't read minds, Harry's expression gave him away. He has the face of a bad student, Stephen said while looking at the men in the mirror. Just like you. Too bad you take after him instead of your mother. If you did, you'd be even more popular than you already are. Though, now that I think about it, where did you park your dragon? Stephen teased, recalling all the rumors circulating in the wizarding world about Harry. I don't have a mount. Harry exclaimed, already tired of the stories he had discovered when he joined Hogwarts. Too bad copyright laws don't exist in the wizarding world. Otherwise, you'd be filthy rich just from lawsuits, Stephen told Harry. After laughing at him, Stephen suddenly turned serious and spoke softly. Harry, I'm sort of your mentor, so I'll say this for your own good, he said, surprising Harry with the seriousness in his voice. When you lose your world, sometimes you try to get it back with all your might, but that only harms you more than you realize. Even if you don't notice it, you'll only make your friends and loved ones suffer. And my world? Harry asked. Your world, Stephen said, pointing at the mirror, where Harry's parents stood. A lot of people have lost themselves in their desires. It's something very dangerous. It'd be best if you didn't come back. If you want, you can ask Hagrid to help you get a picture of them. It's better to remember them than to lose yourself. At least you have that option, Stephen said with a rare hint of sadness. Boss Stephen, is it okay if I ask, have you been through something similar? Harry asked, trying to be as gentle as possible. Yeah. Like you, I lost my world twice. Or maybe they lost me. Depends on the perspective. Stephen answered softly. Seeing that the mood had turned too depressing, he suddenly spoke with energy. Well, little Harry, it's time to go back, he said with a smile as he started ushering Harry out. Once Harry left, Stephen turned to the mirror and saw all his old friends and family from the 2 previous worlds waving him goodbye. Sigh. Even though I'm no longer either of them, I guess the desire to say goodbye to them remained in me, he said as he watched their images slowly fade until the mirror was completely clear. Old man, I hope you're not watching my deepest desires. That would make you a pervert, you know. Stephen said to one of the columns, as Dumbledore stepped out from behind it. Don't worry. I respect the privacy of all my students. I was just intrigued by your encounter with young Harry, Dumbledore replied, ignoring the subtle insult. Stephen looked at Dumbledore with suspicion. Apologies for that. I arrived just in time to hear your conversation. I hope you'll forgive me, Dumbledore said. It's fine. It's not something I want to hide, Stephen said as he began to leave. Though I must say, your analogy of calling what we lose a world is perfectly accurate, Dumbledore remarked as he watched Stephen walk away. Pausing for a moment, Stephen softly replied, yeah, analogy. See you, old man, and left. Dumbledore remained there for a few moments, looking toward the mirror but never approaching it. Thank you for reading. Chapter 32, The Rock of Immortality and the Noseless Tumor. The Rock of Immortality and the Noseless Tumor. After a few ordinary days, the 3 kids approached Stephen with somewhat angry expressions. Your last name was Flamel, Hermione said, irritated, while the other 2 nodded in agreement. Hello, little ones, how are you? Stephen asked with a smile. Don't start with that. We've been searching for information about Nicolas Flamel for months, and it turns out he was your grandfather. With that messy hair and your bad temper, you look like a little lion. How funny, Stephen replied teasingly. Before Hermione could attack him, he added, well, but I already told you he was my grandfather when you asked, he defended himself calmly. This stopped Hermione's fury. So, is it true that he's the twins' master? Ron asked, surprised. That's right, little Ronnie. He's been our master since our first year, the twins responded, having overheard the conversation. The greatest alchemist of all time is the teacher of these 2, who only create prank tools, Ron said in astonishment. He couldn't say much about Stephen, as he had created an entirely new magical style that could change the wizarding world. And that wasn't even considering that the 3 of them, including the twins, had founded a magical technology company that had already revolutionized the wizarding world. Then it's simple. Boss Stephen, you have to tell your grandfather that Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry said quickly. Oh, that rock. Don't worry, Dumbledore has it secured. And Snape is the least likely to want to steal it, Stephen said indifferently. That rock? Hermione asked, shocked. That's the stone our master shows us every time he loses a game, just to prove that we won't beat him until we create one ourselves. We've seen it so much that we've become desensitized to it, the twins replied. Yeah, when I was a kid, my grandmother put it inside a bottle. And used it as a rattle, Stephen added, joining in on the fun. The immortality stone. And you used it as a rattle, the 3 shouted in disbelief. Yep. Don't worry about the stone, Dumbledore has it safe. No one can steal the Philosopher's Stone, Stephen replied as he walked away, leaving the trio utterly dumbfounded. Later, he watched as the Golden Trio spent the entire day running around like headless chickens, something that caught everyone's attention. How do they have so much energy to run around all day but none to train? Angelina asked. Adventure energy, Stephen replied mockingly. It's just like when we pull pranks. No amount of tough training can stop us, the twins said, grinning as they observed the trio. Everyone else had already started ignoring their antics. Finally, the day of the final battle arrived. Dumbledore left Hogwarts to attend to his Wizengamot duties, while I waited to witness the interesting confrontation. I followed the trio using invisibility and illusion spells, watching as they passed test after test. Though I was prepared to intervene if necessary, I never had to. The Golden Trio accomplished their mission and made it to the final challenge, though they suffered a casualty along the way. Ron was knocked unconscious after being struck by the enemy queen in the giant chess game. How can he be so good at chess and so bad in class? Stephen wondered as he touched Ron with an energy wand. The other two didn't notice this, as they were too worried about moving forward. At last, they passed Snape's magical fire. Hermione left to alert the professors. Did these kids really forget everything they learned during training? Stephen muttered as he looked at the flames. He created a shield and passed through effortlessly. Even if the fire had burned him, it wouldn't have been a big deal, since the trials were designed to prevent children from progressing. The real final challenge was impossible for anyone who truly desired the stone. Even if it was Voldemort. Stephen had reinforced the mirror a bit more, despite it holding a fake stone. He needed the illusion of the Philosopher's Stone's destruction so his grandparents would stop being harassed everywhere. Let's meet Mr. Tumorous. Stephen walked in just in time to witness Quirrell's interaction with Harry. Let me see the boy, a voice said, and after a moment of hesitation, Quirrell began removing his turban. Beneath it was a terrifying humanoid face. Wow, even as a tumor, you're still missing a nose and look even uglier, Stephen commented, appearing next to Quirrell without anyone noticing. Boss Stephen, Quirrell wants the stone to revive Voldemort, Harry quickly said. Really, genius. I thought he was introducing you to his conjoined twin, Stephen replied sarcastically while dodging an Avada Kedavra spell launched by Quirrell. Hey, using dark magic is dangerous. Don't you know it corrupts the soul? Stephen said as another spell whizzed past him. Okay, time out, Stephen said, pausing the action. You're that boy who created such powerful magic. Join me, and your magic will dominate the wizarding world, the tumor-faced Voldemort attempted to tempt Stephen. My magic will dominate the wizarding world, and not me. You're so predictable. I bet that after learning Eldritch magic, you try to get rid of me, Stephen said, slowly advancing toward Harry. Either way, if you don't join, you'll die, Voldemort said, pointing his wand at Stephen. Well, first things first. Harry, do you have the stone? Stephen asked. Though surprised and hesitant for a moment, Harry remembered Stephen's last name and handed it over. The stone. Give it to me, boy, and I'll let you live, Voldemort said greedily. Nah, Stephen said, and immediately, a magic circle filled with runes appeared as the Philosopher's Stone began to crack. No. Stop. Voldemort screamed, trying to stop Stephen, but it was too late, the stone crumbled into ashes. Curse you. Crucio, Avada Kedavra, Imperius. Voldemort went mad, launching spells non-stop. While dodging and occasionally summoning a light shield, Stephen said, all right, that's enough, and magical rings bound Voldemort, preventing him from using magic. You've grown weak, little Voldy. All right, Harry, you can come closer. Obviously, it wouldn't be this easy against a full-powered Voldemort, but since he was using Quirrell's body, he wasn't much of a threat. To be honest, he was one of the weakest professors. Come, I'll show you what a corrupted soul looks like after using dark magic, Stephen said, casting a spell that revealed the true essence of his enemies. In this case, it was a small creature, bathed in black, putrid blood, completely deformed and bound, unable to move. It could only utter, "What did you do to me?" That's the true form of your soul. What else? Stephen said as the spell lasted only a few seconds. When everything returned to normal, Voldemort tried to escape. Well, Harry, do you remember when you first met Professor Quirrell and couldn't shake his hand? Now you can, Stephen told the boy, who was still shocked by everything that had happened in such a short time. What? Harry asked, bewildered. Come on, shake his hand, trust me, Stephen encouraged him. Still worried and nervous, Harry approached the frantic Quirrell, who was trying to free himself, and touched his hand. The moment he made contact, Quirrell froze and began screaming in pain, shocking Harry as he watched Quirrell's hand burn from the touch. Feeling emboldened, Harry jumped up and slapped Quirrell across the face, which made Stephen laugh. Quirrell, after suffering for a few moments, turned to ashes, just like the Philosopher's Stone. After that, Harry could finally rest, but suddenly, an enraged black spectre tried to attack him. Before it could, Stephen stepped in front of Harry and cast a spell of light and purification. With a scream, the soul fled. "Boss Stephen, he's escaping," Harry quickly said as he saw the spectre pass through the wall. "Yes, Harry. Sorry, but I can't do anything. Magic that harms souls is too dangerous to use," Stephen said, watching as Voldemort's corrupted soul fled. "But that light magic hurt him," Harry pointed out. "That's because it's purification magic. It only repelled him, it can't kill him. And even though I know astral magic, I don't want to touch such a corrupted soul." "Don't worry. Even though it can't harm the soul directly, purification magic weakened him a bit. Even if we caught him, which is difficult, attempting to destroy his soul could make it explode, putting us in even greater danger. We could be corrupted by his filth. The only way to truly defeat him is once he regains his body, if he ever does. Will he come back? Maybe. Now, let's go find your friends and head back. I'm sleepy," Stephen said as he started walking, while Harry, realizing everything was finally over, began to faint. "Sigh, well, too much stress for a kid can be bad," Stephen said, picking up Harry and carrying him to the infirmary. Thank you for reading. Chapter 33, End of the School Year. End of the school year. "Poppy, I brought in a fainted one," Stephen shouted as he entered. "Shut up, this is an infirmary. Are you pulling pranks again? How many have you brought this month already?" the nurse scolded Stephen, as he was a frequent visitor, not for himself, but for those he brought in. "This time, it wasn't me." "He got exhausted after an adventure," Stephen quickly responded, earning himself a swift expulsion from the infirmary after the nurse took Harry. Outside, Hermione was helping Ron get there, and Professor McGonagall was rushing towards them at full speed, something that made Stephen want to run away. But since this time it wasn't his fault, he stayed to see what would happen. "Mr. Flamel, would you care to explain what happened?" McGonagall quickly demanded. Other professors arrived behind her. "Me. I have nothing to do with this, Professor. It's your beloved trio of adventurers," Stephen said, making all the professors turn to the small Hermione. While she gave a brief summary, Stephen got bored since nothing interesting was happening, so he went to sleep because it was quite late. When he reached the dormitory, he was surrounded by several Gryffindors and the twins, who he had no idea how they found out. So, he easily told them what had happened, of course, without mentioning Voldemort, to avoid scaring his classmates. With the Gryffindors having heard the story, it was obvious that the news would spread quickly. And so it did. 2 days later, when Harry finally woke up, the entire school already knew about his excursion. By the way, in Stephen's version of the story, Harry had defeated Quirrell while he himself destroyed the Philosopher's Stone with all his might to ensure it could never be stolen. The story also spread that the Philosopher's Stone no longer existed. When he arrived at the infirmary, he saw the headmaster talking to Harry. So, he entered silently without them noticing and started eating some snacks. "It's love, Harry. The most powerful magic in the world," was what Stephen heard Dumbledore say as he crunched on a chip. "That's so cheesy, crunch crunch," he muttered, drawing both their attention. "What?" "I'm right, it sounds cheesy," Stephen said. "Hee hee, you might be right, Stephen, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a very strong magic," the headmaster said as he stood up. Looking toward the snacks, he added, "Oh, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. In my youth, I had the misfortune of finding a vomit-flavored one, but I might give it another try," he said, picking one up. "Oh, curious taste, earwax," he said as he started to leave. "You're just gonna let him steal your snacks, Harry?" "Crunch," Stephen said, still eating Harry's treats. Harry simply rolled his eyes and ignored him. "So boring. And here I had a plan to get you out of your aunt's house." "Well, goodbye," Stephen said without giving Harry a chance to respond and walked off. "Wah, he's gone." Harry was left alone in the infirmary, unable to stop Stephen. As Stephen left the infirmary, he ran into the headmaster, who had just stepped out but had stopped to the side of the door when he heard what Stephen had said to Harry. And Stephen knew he had said it loud enough for the headmaster to hear, since he needed his permission anyway. "It's rude to eavesdrop, old man," Stephen teased. "It's all right, Stephen, I know you said it for me to hear. And I know your intentions are good, but for Harry's safety, it would be best if he didn't leave his aunt's house, especially after what you saw the other day," Dumbledore said, trying to make Stephen reconsider. "Yeah, old man. Since the day I first saw Harry, I noticed his blood protection. Don't worry, I've got that covered. With a little bit of his aunt's blood, I can create an amulet that will make it seem like he never left her side," Stephen said quickly. "So, you saw his protection," Dumbledore said, gazing at Stephen while thinking for a few seconds. "All right. Create the amulet and show it to me. If it works, I'll allow Harry to leave his aunt's house, but he must return from time to time." Dumbledore agreed under that condition. "I've always wondered, old man, why them?" Stephen asked Dumbledore. After thinking for a moment, Dumbledore explained to Stephen. "You see, Stephen, on the night Harry became the boy who lived, there was turmoil in the wizarding world. There were still many Death Eaters loyal to the Dark Lord who would hunt Harry relentlessly. And his godfather, who should have taken care of Harry, wouldn't be able to. Harry's godmother, Mrs. Longbottom, was in hiding from the Death Eaters who had attacked her family, so the only option left was his aunt. Besides, his mother's blood gave him a powerful protection that would keep him safe from Voldemort's followers. Just like the Potters, and 4 days later, they were attacked," Dumbledore explained softly as he recalled the events. "I suppose the magical families that could have taken him in would only have done so to use him as cannon fodder. And it's hard to ask someone to take care of a baby who might bring Death Eaters to their home, isn't it?" Stephen said, understanding why Dumbledore didn't want Harry to be in the magical world. "And I suppose trusting the Ministry was even worse. Even now, there are still a few hidden spies," Stephen added, quickly dismissing the Ministry of Magic, recalling how the Purebloods had many supporters within its ranks. The best place was with his maternal family in the Muggle world, where no one knew him. After all, what better place than with your blood relatives? "You see, Stephen, during the war, it was common for both magical and Muggle orphanages to be overwhelmed. And the truth is that, although Harry's uncles were not the best choice, they still raised him, fed him, and let him go to school. He had a tough childhood, but he grew up to be a good boy," Dumbledore said with a hint of regret, yet pleased that Harry had turned out well. "Well, from that perspective, it doesn't sound so bad. All right, old man, you win. I'll make sure he visits his family from time to time." "I don't really see the need for it, though," Stephen said as he turned to leave. "Family." Dumbledore muttered softly, as if recalling something distant, and if someone paid attention, they would see a deep sadness in his eyes. After a few days of doing basically nothing, whenever people saw Stephen, they found him lying on the grass, resting with a cowboy hat, whose origin no one knew, over his face. Though, if they thought logically, they would realize he had created it using transfiguration. Having carried out his liberation plan, he could now be even more reckless. But after the battle with Quirmort, he felt like he was doing the same as Stephen Strange, watching everything unfold as it was supposed to while making minimal contributions. And Stephen didn't know what to think. Was it good or bad? In any case, at least now he was having more fun without so many responsibilities. What should I do? What do I hope to achieve in the future? Just continue with my business. Change the magical world. Dominate it. Haha, no, no. I'm not interested in world domination. Or am I? As Stephen had this terrifying monologue, the Golden Trio, who had approached, overheard him and felt a shiver run down their spines at his thoughts. Don't worry, it's a joke. I knew you were there, Stephen said, looking at the frightened trio. Conquering the world is too much work, and then you have to be constantly managing it to keep it under control. A job full of responsibilities isn't for me, he added, and the trio, knowing his personality, quickly accepted his reasoning. So, what do you want? It's the last day of school. Training is on hold while we're not at Hogwarts. But I recommend you train at home, since next year will be even more intense. After what I saw in the trials for the stone, Stephen said with a slightly malicious smile. That made the trio blush in embarrassment, realizing they had forgotten everything they had learned due to their anxiety at the time. You said in the infirmary that you could help me get out of the Dursleys' house, Harry said, trying to hide his embarrassment, though not very successfully. Oh, that, yeah, I talked to the old man and got his permission. I'll give you an amulet before you leave. Now go be with your friends. I'll keep resting, Stephen said as he turned over to continue lounging. As the trio walked away, they heard Stephen's final words. Another year has passed, and the next one will be worse, he muttered. Hearing that, they felt even more anxious about their future. What did he mean by that? Ron asked Harry and Hermione, but neither could answer. Another year ended, and the next will be worse, the three of them repeated as they left. After dinner, Gryffindor won again, but this time they reached 500 points thanks to Stephen. The Golden Trio plus Neville had earned enough points to break a record, which sent the Gryffindors into a frenzy. And so, the school year ended as everyone boarded the Hogwarts Express. Thank you for reading. Chapter 34, A Foolproof Plan and a Bit of Magic. A foolproof plan and a bit of magic. Boss Stephen, do you really think my uncles will let me go on a trip? Harry asked, a bit nervous, as he watched the station getting closer. Don't worry, Harry, I have a foolproof plan. And if they don't accept, I'll send them to live in the North Pole. I've been wanting to send someone there for a while, Stephen said, trying to reassure Harry with words that, in reality, did nothing to calm anyone. After everyone got off the express and said goodbye to their friends, Stephen followed Harry to the Muggle side to meet his uncles. Hurry up, boy, I don't have all day to wait for you. Vernon exclaimed, standing outside his car as if he had just arrived a second ago and was already tired of waiting. Uncle Vernon, this is Stephen Flamel, a senior at Hogwarts, Harry said softly, introducing Stephen. I don't care who he is. If he's one of your lot, say your goodbyes quickly and let's go. I don't want to be around your kind, Vernon grunted, showing his strong aversion to wizards. Interesting, Stephen commented, looking at Vernon. Don't bother me. What do you want? Vernon snapped, nearly spitting in anger. I just find it interesting how an ordinary person can so vividly express his hatred toward another group of people, even knowing that a simple wave of the hand could change his world, Stephen said, literally moving his hands. Suddenly, their surroundings seemed to transform. The ground shifted, and the street disappeared, forming a circle about 5 meters in diameter with the Dursleys' car right in the center, where Petunia and Dudley were huddled together in fear. Vernon, seeing what was happening, quickly positioned himself in front of the car, trembling, and shouted, "What are you doing? You're not supposed to let us see you do that." Boss Stephen? Harry asked, surprised by what Stephen was doing, and noticing that no one around them seemed to be looking their way. It was as if they didn't exist. It's okay, Harry, don't worry. They can't see or hear us, Stephen said with a smile that Vernon perceived as demonic. That's why I said it was interesting. You see, I'm not the most powerful wizard in Britain, maybe top 10, at best, and yet I can show this kind of power. The fact that you express your hatred for us so vividly is actually quite commendable, Stephen commented with interest, looking at Vernon. Tell me what you want, but don't hurt my family, Vernon pleaded, frightened but still maintaining his protective instinct. Hurt? Oh, no. I was just demonstrating what a wizard can do. Sorry if I scared you, that wasn't my intention. It's not like I go around scaring people, Stephen said, while Harry rolled his eyes, holding back what he wanted to say. At the same time, Stephen restored everything to normal. After that, Vernon calmed down a bit, though he still looked at Stephen with distrust. You see, Mr. Dursley, my family, the Flamels, are known for sponsoring various sports stars in the wizarding world, and we believe Harry has great potential in magical soccer. We'd like him to join our athletic camp, Stephen said, while Harry looked at him in disbelief at how many lies he had just told in a single second, without showing even a hint of shame. Wasn't the Flamel family known for having Nicolas Flamel, the greatest alchemist of all time? Harry thought silently, keeping it to himself. Thanks, but we're not interested. If you'll excuse me, we're in a hurry, Vernon said quickly, without even considering it. He just wanted to get away from this guy as fast as possible. You may be in a hurry, but at least let me tell you about the benefits. The first and foremost is security. By becoming a professional player, your family will require the highest level of security. We guarantee that no wizard or witch will be able to come within 100 meters of your family. And the second is financial business support. Our currency is different, so we couldn't give you money directly, but I take pride in having some companies in your world that could facilitate funding for your drill company. I'm a shareholder in one of the largest construction companies in the area. If you'd like, I wouldn't mind making a few calls. Stephen continued with his lie, though the part about being a shareholder in the Muggle world wasn't entirely false. What? That. Vernon was about to respond when Stephen quickly interrupted him. I understand that parting with your nephew may sound sad, and perhaps you don't want him to be away from home for weeks. But you'll be able to see him a couple of days a month. With Harry's popularity, we can't allow him to stay too long, as many wizards might start harassing him, even in the Muggle world, Stephen said, partly to convince Vernon and partly to scare him, implying that if Harry stayed with them, he might attract more wizards. All right, let me discuss it with my wife, and we'll give you an answer, Vernon said, quickly heading toward the car to talk to Petunia, who was still clutching Dudley in fear. Boss Stephen, what is magical soccer? Harry asked once Vernon walked away. What do I know? I just made it up. If I said Quidditch, do you think he'd understand? Besides, Harry, we need to convince your uncle without forcing him, or the ministry will send you back home in an instant, Stephen replied. Then he fell silent as he saw Vernon returning with Petunia. Harry, do you want to go to this camp? Petunia asked, not knowing exactly how to feel. She hated the magical world but also felt some guilt about her sister. Yes, Aunt, I want to go. Please, Harry said, surprised that his aunt was asking for his opinion. Don't worry, Mrs. Dursley. You'll be able to see Harry a couple of days a month, safe and sound. Think of it as a summer camp, Stephen commented with a professional smile. All right, boy, we accept. Just make sure that kids fans don't come near our house, Vernon said hurriedly, afraid someone might change their mind. All right, sir, you just need to sign the enrollment contract, which is, of course, free, and everything will be set. In a few days, you'll receive a call from the construction company, but that's your responsibility, Stephen said, pulling out a contract that was actually a temporary guardianship certificate and the necessary permits for Harry to live away from home for a while. Vernon gave it a quick glance, and although the contract had a slight magical illusion, he signed immediately. Then he looked at both of them and said, Here you go. Now we're leaving, we're busy. He walked away with his wife, who had barely spoken a word. Well, Harry, looks like you're free from your uncles for 1 or 2 years, Stephen said, showing the contract, which transformed into a permit for Harry. 1 or 2 years? Harry asked, feeling both happy and a little sad that it wasn't permanent. Obviously, you fool. It's not like I'm adopting you. Besides, I'm not old enough for that. Though if you want to call me Dad Stephen, I wouldn't mind, Stephen joked. I think 1 or 2 years is still great, Harry said, ignoring the last part. By the way, Boss Stephen, won't you get in trouble for using magic outside of Hogwarts? And what kind of magic was that? It was like no one could see us, Harry asked, recalling Stephen's demonstration. Cool, right? Although, technically, it should send us to a mirror world, this is the best I managed. I can control about 15 meters around me as if it were my own dimension. The Muggles couldn't see us because I created an illusion dome and a temporary anti-Muggle barrier. But since I used everything together, the control area was smaller, Stephen explained about his incomplete mirror dimension spell. Mirror world. That sounds amazing. So, where are we going now, Boss Stephen? Harry asked, impressed by magic he didn't fully understand. First, we're going to my house to inform my grandmother. Crap, I should have told her before. Maybe we should live in a magical hotel. Though she probably already knows what I did. The old man surely told her. Well, whatever comes, comes. And in a few days, we have to go to the ministry. If you want to come, we'll look for the twins, Stephen said, feeling a bit nervous about what awaited him with his grandmother but excited about what was coming next. Harry nodded eagerly, feeling like he was embarking on a real adventure. Although the last few days had been complicated, he now felt lighter, as if a weight had lifted from his shoulders. They walked through the Muggle streets, with Stephen leading the way while glancing around and muttering to himself about the different stops they had to make before reaching home, though obviously, there were none. First, we need a portkey to avoid potential issues with the ministry, Stephen commented as he pulled an old cup from his pocket. Don't worry, this cup has more magic than it seems. I'll use it to ensure a quick and smooth journey. Harry frowned at the cup. Why an old cup? Stephen grinned. Discretion is key, Harry. Sometimes, the simplest things hide the greatest secrets. Before Harry could say anything else, Stephen grabbed his hand, and both of them vanished with a sharp tug, leaving behind the train station and any lingering concerns. The trip was swift, and within seconds, Harry found himself standing before a massive mansion he had never seen before. It was an impressive structure, surrounded by magical gardens that seemed to shift shape with the wind. It was on a beautiful paradise island. Stephen had bought this island and convinced his grandparents to move there so they could enjoy their retirement more instead of staying in their old home. Although they still kept a portal connected to their house in Hogsmeade and another to France. "Welcome to the Flamel Mansion," Stephen said, grinning proudly at a dizzy Harry who was trying to steady himself. "It's time for you to meet my grandmother. Well, let's just say she's a bit peculiar. Though maybe she turned out that way because of me." Harry swallowed nervously, suddenly realizing he was about to meet one of the most legendary witches in history. If Stephen's grandmother was the famous Perenelle Flamel, then he was about to meet one of the most powerful witches of all time. After all, Nicholas wasn't the only one with legends. However, before they could take another step, the mansion doors swung open, and a petite but imposing figure stepped onto the threshold. Stephen Flamel, the old woman's voice was firm and authoritative. "What have you done this time?" Stephen slowly turned to Harry and whispered with a mischievous smile, "Well, Harry, looks like we're in for a very interesting introduction." Chapter 35, The Wand of Mockery and the Secrets of the Elves. Remember that on my Patreon they have 5 chapters in advance, while they also have 120 chapters in the Spanish version. The Wand of Mockery and the Secrets of the Elves. "Misty, activate evasive maneuvers," Stephen shouted as he prepared to flee. As he yelled, a small elf appeared beside Perenelle. "Misty, catch that idiot and bring him here," Perenelle said softly to Misty, looking at her foolish grandson, who was trying to pull out his portkey cup to escape the island. "Yes, mistress, Misty will catch the young master," Misty replied as Stephen's face filled with disbelief. "Misty, traitor," he managed to shout before disappearing in front of Harry, who still didn't even know whether to move or not. He watched as the small elf vanished with a snap. "Sigh, you must be Harry Potter, correct? Dumbledore told me about your arrival. Don't worry about the idiot, follow me inside. When he gets back, Misty will show you to your room," Perenelle said after sighing, looking at the poor boy with compassion before inviting him in. When Dumbledore told her Harry would be coming, she had sent Misty to investigate a little and had learned that his childhood was nothing like the stories claimed. It had obviously been exaggerated to present him as the hero everyone wanted, but in reality, he was just a child with a childhood similar to that of many wizards born into the Muggle world. Most half-bloods, even if one of their parents was a wizard, were not particularly appreciated by their non-magical family. Permission, Harry stammered nervously, having just witnessed how this frail and kind-looking lady had moments ago been radiating an incredible aura that could be felt even on his skin. As he stepped inside, he was astonished by what he saw. It was the magical mansion he had always imagined from the fairy tales he had secretly listened to when Aunt Petunia told stories to Dudley. A magnificent silver staircase stretched upward, with small glowing glass orbs floating in the air. The walls were adorned with photographs of the Flamel family. Many of them featured baby Stephen dressed in all sorts of ridiculous outfits: bears, rabbits, unicorns, and even a tiny dragon costume. His face in those photos showed pure embarrassment at having been made to wear such outfits. There were also more recent pictures, showing Stephen with several friends, including the Weasley twins. Most of the others Harry didn't recognize, so he assumed they were Stephen's friends from France. Following Perenelle, they arrived at the living room. While Harry was distracted, a series of popping noises, like firecrackers, caught his attention. When he looked toward the source, he saw the strange creature from earlier lying on the floor, bound in golden chains and gagged with a tennis ball. Stephen was struggling to free himself, but a peculiar golden ring prevented him. Harry recognized the ring as the one Stephen had used against Quirrell to block his magic. Stephen tried to speak, but with his mouth covered, only muffled sounds came out. The sight reminded Harry of the time Stephen had dragged Draco off to feed him to Fluffy, which made him chuckle. Seeing Harry smile, Stephen seemed to think he was laughing at him and struggled even more to break free, but it was clearly futile. What intrigued Harry the most was the small creature he had never seen before, who had so easily overpowered Stephen and left him tied up on the floor like that. She seemed familiar with Eldritch magic, given that the chains were made of it, but looking at her hands and any possible jewelry, there was no apparent source for her magic. However, he kept his curiosity to himself, sensing that now wasn't the right moment to ask. "All right, Misty. You can release him now. I doubt he'll try to escape again. I don't think he wants all the photos in this house appearing at Hogwarts as new decorative portraits," Perenelle said with a hint of threat, making Stephen instantly stop struggling, a look of fear spreading across his face. "Misty, traitor," Stephen muttered dejectedly as soon as he was freed, now sitting on the floor. "Hugh, Misty is sorry, Master Stephen," Misty said sadly, her ears drooping as tiny tears threatened to spill. "Don't bully Misty for your own stupidity," Perenelle scolded swiftly, giving Stephen a light smack on the head. Even though it was gentle, Stephen exaggerated as if it had wounded his very soul. "Ow, Grandma. You're getting so aggressive. Where is that sweet, patient grandmother?" Stephen whined, rubbing his head and faking tears. "She disappeared the day Hogwarts started sending letters listing how many students you sent to the infirmary each month," Perenelle shot back immediately. "Ugh," Stephen grimaced and wisely decided to keep his mouth shut. "Please, Misty, show young Harry to his room while I have a word with this fool," Perenelle instructed, gesturing for Stephen to take a seat on the sofa. After Harry followed Misty, Stephen sat on the couch in front of his grandmother and began speaking. "Grandma, if this is about me bringing Harry here without notice. He doesn't get along with his relatives, and they mistreated him. As a good citizen of the magical world, I simply couldn't allow the hero who saved wizards from the Dark Lord's tyranny to. It's not like I kidnapped him or anything. You know I'm a wizard who respects magical law," Stephen declared with conviction as he looked at his grandmother. "Yes. Dumbledore told me. And Harry is welcome to stay as long as he wants, though I doubt you'll respect the law. Nicholas will surely be happy to have another adventurous little lion around," Perenelle said, staring intently at Stephen. Then why were you so angry when I arrived?" Stephen asked softly, not understanding. "How could I not be angry? I heard from others that you faced that stupid Dark Lord at Hogwarts. Isn't that idiot Dumbledore always boasting that Hogwarts is the safest school in the world? If I had known, I would have forced you to go to Beauxbatons. At least then, the new child you'd bring home would be your son with Fleur, and I wouldn't be as mad at your foolishness. On top of that, Professor McGonagall keeps me updated on your prank-related incidents. At Beauxbatons, your Aunt Maxime would have given you a proper thrashing for your behavior," she said quickly, her voice carrying a hint of threat. Perenelle calling Dumbledore a child, well, Nicholas and she were possibly the only ones who could do so. "But Grandma, I already told you that the bald Dark Lord would go to Hogwarts for the Philosopher's Stone. Don't worry, I was confident I could defeat him since he had possessed a clown with little strength. And if I had gone to Beauxbatons, Aunt Maxime would probably let me do whatever I wanted." Stephen tried to defend himself, though he mumbled the last part to avoid angering his grandmother. "You said he would go to Hogwarts and be easily defeated, not that you would shove your big, dumb head right in front of him." After scolding Stephen for a few more minutes, Harry came back downstairs, following the house elf Misty. He seemed to have settled into his room but didn't know what to do next, so he returned to Stephen. "What's done is done. I don't want to see you putting yourself in danger without warning me, or you'll see how I handle it. Now go see your idiot grandfather, he must be thrilled that you're here," Perenelle said as she started sipping the calming tea Misty had automatically served, knowing she needed it. "Of course, Grandma. Love you, Grandma. See you later, Grandma," Stephen said quickly the moment he was granted conditional freedom. "Come on, Harry, I'll introduce you to my grandpa," Stephen said, calling for Harry as he ran off, with Harry hurrying to keep up. Following Stephen through a series of hallways, they reached a room that seemed farther away from the others in the mansion. Stephen was leading Harry to Nicolas Flamel's workshop. When they lived in smaller houses, whether in France or Hogsmeade, they didn't need to be so far from the main house. But ever since Stephen started working with the twins on prank items, some of their experiments failed and filled the house with whatever material the prank was made of. The turning point came when one of their items exploded, coating the entire house in golden dust and shattering every window and piece of furniture. Now, in their new mansion, a special workshop had been built solely for their projects. The final straw was when another experiment exploded, covering the house in troll slime, prompting Perenelle to storm in like an avenging demon. With Misty's help, she left the young troublemakers tied to a post while she punished Nicolas, confiscating several of his prized items and favorite games. When they arrived at the workshop, they found an old man engrossed in studying a magical wand. "Hey, Grandpa. I'm back. I brought a guest," Stephen said as he entered, announcing his arrival. "Oh, hello, kid. Did you have fun at school this year? Your grandma was losing her mind when she heard you faced that thing. What was it called again?" Nicolas greeted his grandson cheerfully. "The Bald Dark Lord, Grandpa," Stephen replied quickly, smirking as he deliberately got the name wrong. "Haha. Great nickname." Nicolas laughed heartily. Harry was quite surprised. From Stephen's grandmother to Nicolas himself, even Stephen, they all showed neither fear nor respect toward the Dark Lord, only mockery. In the magical world, saying the Dark Lord's name made wizards tremble like newborn deer. The only other person, aside from the Flamel family, who didn't show fear when mentioning his name was Dumbledore. "Grandpa, this is Harry. He's in Gryffindor. I rescued him from the clutches of his evil relatives," Stephen said, introducing Harry. Hello, sir. It's an honor to meet you," Harry said quickly, nervous about standing before the greatest alchemist of all time. "Hello, Harry, nice to meet you. So, another little lion, looks like we'll have fun, even without the twins. Speaking of them, where are they?" "I finally managed to analyze the wand we were discussing," Nicolas said, recalling the twins. Ever since he started teaching them and discovered their plans, he had taken great interest in their prank items. The wand he referred to was one they had planned to create but was quite difficult to make. This wand, whenever it cast a spell, would also emit a pre-recorded sound and even produce lights around it. The best part? It didn't interfere with or weaken the actual spell. "You managed to modify a wand, Grandpa. Show me," Stephen said, hurrying closer. At this point, Harry, curious, also stepped forward. "Watch," said Nicolas as he pulled out a wand that, upon taking it, transformed into a fully decorated rod, looking as if it belonged to a little girl, with small ribbons and a large, shining star at the tip. "I think the decorations are a bit too feminine, Grandpa," said Stephen with a strange expression. "Try it first and tell me how it feels," said Nicolas, handing the evidently feminine wand to Stephen. "Well, let's see." As he took the wand, each time he moved it, the rod released small sparks, which surprised Stephen. Wingardium Leviosa. With the spell, the wand tip shone, released even more sparks, and activated the spell on a tool on the table with a pium sound. "Ugh, although it doesn't feel any different when casting a spell, I do feel a bit weird using this wand." "Here, Harry, you try it," said Stephen quickly, handing the wand to Harry to test it. Harry took the wand gently, with an expression of curiosity and slight discomfort, then cast the same spell, Wingardium Leviosa. The wand produced the same effect, but this time with a cat's meowing sound, meow, which embarrassed Harry. "And how does it feel? Any abnormalities?" Nicolas quickly asked. "No, sir, but it does feel different from using my own wand," Harry quickly said as he returned the wand to the table. "Well, that might be because you're not its owner," Stephen said immediately, as he himself had felt no discomfort. When he met Ollivander, they discovered that Stephen could use any wand without it rejecting him or making casting difficult. Even so, he rarely used his wand, as nothing had required it so far, not even during dueling competitions. After all, his Eldrich magic was more than enough. It wasn't that he was unskilled with his wand, quite the opposite. Spells in this world had been so easy for Stephen to learn that he already knew all the ones required for every school year, including many lost spells or ones created by magical families. Obviously, those families, especially pure-blooded ones, would never allow Stephen to learn their magic. But with a little help from his magic portal before the Ministry gained the ability to detect him, he managed just fine. So, he only used his wand in specific moments or in class. He could even cast some spells wandlessly and non-verbally. And with his bracelet, which functioned as a wand for Eldritch magic, he had little need for an actual wand. While they were distracted, discussing the exaggerated wand his grandmother had created, Misty arrived to inform them that the twins were about to arrive. Harry's attention was drawn back when the elf appeared at the door, without a wand or any similar object. "Love at first sight, Harry?" Stephen teased, noticing Harry's interest in the little house elf. "Of course not. I just find it odd since I don't see her using a wand or any object to cast magic. I even saw her use Eldrich magic, and you said it could only be used with the runes on our bracelets," Harry said quickly, showing the bracelet he and his friends had earned after enduring intense physical training. "That's because house elves don't need one, Harry. They can use magic just with their fingers," explained Nicholas from behind them. "House elf? What's that? And Eldritch magic too?" Harry asked in surprise. House elves are magical creatures that, unfortunately, have to live serving a master. They are extremely obedient. If not, I wouldn't doubt that they could easily rule over us. As for Eldritch magic, Misty might be a bit special. She was still young when we brought her in, so even though she didn't fully understand her elf magic, she was able to easily learn Eldritch magic. I wouldn't be surprised if she were the strongest house elf in all of Britain and even in many other countries, Stephen said cheerfully, as he had been the one to teach Misty her magic and perception of it. "They have the power to rule over us?" Harry asked, a little frightened. "Idiot, Misty is family," Stephen said, lightly knocking Harry on the head in mild irritation. "And house elves wouldn't harm any wizard. It's like an instinct for them. In the past, they even tried using them as kamikaze bombs, but they preferred to die rather than hurt a wizard, especially an innocent one. I'm not saying there are no exceptions, but Misty is trustworthy," Stephen said, recalling Dobby, who had tried to harm Harry just to save him but then burned his hands with an iron. Though many families abuse this to mistreat their elves like slaves. No one can interfere because a magical pact is formed the moment they bond, and the only way to free them is for their master to give them a piece of clothing. That's why house elves from other families usually wear tattered rags. It's the mark of slavery, Nicholas added. "But your house elf was wearing a maid's outfit," said Harry, recalling the beautiful pink maid uniform Misty wore, which even looked brand new. Stephen and Nicholas exchanged glances and sighed. "Actually, we once tried to free Misty, but she panicked and started crying, thinking we no longer wanted her. So, we had to let her continue being a servant, but at least Perenelle convinced her to wear nice clothing as a sign that she is a house elf of the highest class. And the only way she agreed was by using illusion magic on her clothes," Stephen explained, answering Harry's question. "Illusion? But illusions aren't supposed to have tangibility." "I saw her pull a suitcase out of her pocket," Harry said, astonished, recalling when Misty took him to his room. "Cool, right? Even I struggle with that level of illusion. When illusion magic reaches such a high level, it can become real, Harry. And Misty is a master at it, since it helps her with chores, she can even multiply herself. By the way, house elves can't use their magic to harm a wizard, but Misty can use Eldritch magic to hurt one. So be careful not to make her angry. You wouldn't want an army of Misties attacking you in your sleep," Stephen said at the end, successfully scaring Harry. "Don't listen to him. Misty is a good girl, she only uses Eldritch magic to capture Stephen when he misbehaves, on Perenelle's orders," Nicholas said, amused as he watched Harry tremble. Chapter 36, A Joyful Place in the Movie. A joyful place in the movie. At this very moment, Harry Potter was facing a situation far more dangerous than when he discovered Voldemort in his tumor version at the end of the school year. Right now, he was hanging upside down 100 meters above the ground. "Boss Stephen, get me down." Harry shouted into his cell phone, which was connected to a call with Stephen and the twins, who were watching him from below. "It's okay, Harry. Don't worry, even if you fall, you won't get hurt. We're already fixing the roller coaster malfunction," Stephen said, trying to calm him. It all started when the twins arrived at the Flamel house with Nicholas and Stephen and took Harry through a portal. This portal connected to an island near the Flamel residence, where a magical amusement park was located. The park was the pinnacle of magical engineering and alchemy, the first ever magical amusement park in the world. It was an idea Stephen had come up with when he was 12, but he had only recently been able to bring it to life, now that he had mastered MCU enchantments and alchemy with confidence. With Flamel's help, they began constructing the park. This park was the first investment that openly carried the Flamel name, something that filled Stephen with pride. So much so that he encouraged Harry to try one of the roller coasters they had just finished. You said it was safe and ready. Harry shouted, feeling the blood rushing to his head. Technically, it's finished, but we hadn't tested it yet because we got distracted with the haunted houses, Stephen responded, glancing sideways. There wasn't just one haunted house but 4, which was quite a lot for a typical park. But thanks to magic, they could fit more attractions onto a small island without any issues. All right, Harry, I found the problem. One of the twins had turned off the circuit, haha. Stephen commented, realizing that the ride had simply been powered off, while the twins rolled on the ground laughing. What? Then turn it back on. Harry shouted, now annoyed. After Stephen reactivated the ride and the roller coaster completed its course, Harry got off feeling nauseous but managed to hold it in. At that moment, Misty appeared and handed him a glass of water. Thanks, Misty, Harry said, drinking the water in one gulp. Well, that means it works correctly. Perfect. Stephen said proudly, while Harry glared at him with contained hatred but held back his insults. Do you like my amusement park, Harry? Pretty different from the Muggle ones, right? Stephen asked with a big smile. I don't know, I've never been to one. I only heard my cousin brag about visiting one with my aunt and uncle, Harry replied, shrugging. Cough. Well, Harry, you can try all the rides while we're here, Stephen said, feeling a little awkward after remembering Harry's rough childhood, which was evident in his response. All right, but I think I'll rest a bit after that roller coaster. By the way, how do you keep Muggles from noticing an island with flying rides or roller coasters that reach the sky? Harry asked, looking at the magical attractions around him. There were rides floating in the air, enormous roller coasters, a small train that circled the entire park, and many more attractions, all clearly magical. Even the park entrance had massive doors glowing with runes, and in the center, a huge fountain created a beautiful rainbow. Without a doubt, it was a dream amusement park. Illusions, Harry. See those runes on the park's entrance? Every few meters around the island, there are poles with similar inscriptions that hide everything happening here, even the body heat of the people inside. Plus, the giant rings above us surround the island and prevent harmful magic from being used. I wouldn't be surprised if this island is even safer than a Fidley's charm, Stephen explained proudly. Fidley's charm? What's that? Harry asked, curious. It's the most powerful concealment and protection charm in the wizarding world. When cast on a house, only one person knows its location, and unless that person tells you, it's impossible to find, even if you're standing right in front of it, Stephen explained quickly. I see, Harry said, thinking about something but not adding anything else. Boss. Harry. Do you want to come to the movies? We're going to watch the new Dragon Rider 2 movie, the twins shouted as they approached. With the technological advances of Magitech and after many negotiations with the Ministry, they had managed to prove that their company's movies and theaters were entirely magical, finally allowing them to open a few in the wizarding world. Of course, Stephen's Island wouldn't be without one, since here, he didn't have to pay taxes or rent like in Diagon Alley. Dragon Rider. Wait, there's a movie theater here. Harry asked, surprised. Sure. Dragon Rider tells the story of a wizard who was raised by a dragon and must help the dragon save the magical world with the help of magical creatures, the twins said excitedly. They're excited because they appear for a few minutes in the movie as villains who get eaten by a dragon, Stephen commented mockingly. Boss Stephen, that's a spoiler. You can't just go around telling the story, you'll get censored, the twins complained. You guys acted in a movie? Harry asked, surprised. Yeah, we have connections. We know the boss, the twins said with a knowing smile, looking at Stephen. Even Ginny, your younger sister, played the protagonist's lost sister, Stephen added, leaving Harry even more surprised as they headed to the cinema. Charlie was in it too. Yeah, he played an evil dragon tamer, the twins commented enthusiastically. Charlie helped tame dragons. Harry asked, remembering that Charlie worked with dragons in Romania. No. Charlie was an advisor on dragon behavior since they were created with magic, Stephen explained. I see. And how do you know so much about the production, Boss Stephen? Do you also know the boss? Harry asked. Yeah, something like that. Come on, let's grab some popcorn and go in before the twins get even more out of control, Stephen said, hurrying as he watched the twins piling up sweets at the counter. "Hello, boys. Coming to watch a movie?" asked Nicolas, who was accompanied by his wife, Perenelle. "Hello, Grandpa, Grandma. Are you going to see another magical creatures documentary?" Stephen asked, since the couple had become fans of those documentaries. The documentaries were filmed with the help of the Scamander family. Although Newt was already retired, his children and grandchildren continued protecting magical creatures around the world. Stephen had taken the opportunity to hire them and record their adventures, helping educate the magical world about these creatures. Hee hee, of course, kid. Newt told us that his little grandson appears in this one, so we're curious to see it, Nicolas said with a smile. All right, enjoy your movie. We won't bother you, added Perenelle, guiding Nicolas into the theater. It's weird that they like watching movies here when we have a much more comfortable theater at home, Stephen said, watching the cheerful elderly couple enter their screening room. You have a movie theater in your house? Harry asked, astonished. My grandfather bought the island, Harry. Of course, he could have a movie theater. You're very curious today, Stephen joked. Sorry, it's just that everything is so new to me, Harry said, a little embarrassed. Don't worry, Harry. Boss Stephen is the weird one. Yeah, normally wizards don't have two islands at their disposal, the twins said in a complaining tone, recalling their first visit. Well, my grandfather has quite a bit of money. Not only is he the greatest alchemist of all time, but he's also lived for about 700 years, Stephen explained, remembering his first visit to the Gringotts vault as a child. After all, many books and alchemical methods were created by Nicolas Flamel, and to this day, he still received royalties. Nicolas and Perenelle had been frugal until Stephen came along, but even so, it would take several generations to spend all their fortune, especially now that Stephen had his own company, which was a gold mine. And with the amusement park opening soon, they would have even more income. Finally, after filling their pockets with sweets, they headed in to watch the movie. For Harry, it was the first magical movie he had ever seen, and the use of magic made production much easier. The lead actor was Richard, a childhood friend of Stephen, who had proven his worth as an actor from the start. With the first movie, he became internationally famous in the wizarding world. The plot revolved around Richard's character, who had to rescue dragons trapped by dark wizards. In a world ruled by a tyrant where few had access to their wands, he and magical creatures freed villages and searched for his lost family along the way. Ginny played the protagonist's younger sister, and Charlie portrayed a villain who later redeemed himself. The twins, for their part, insisted on being eaten by a dragon, and so it was done. During that scene, they started congratulating each other loudly, causing Stephen to smack them to get them to calm down. At the end of the movie, after an intense battle with elaborate choreography, they defeated the tyrant, who turned out to be a beautiful platinum blonde with a wicked smile, Fleur Delacour. She had agreed to take the role only if Stephen played her servant, and in the movie, he was a butler who was quickly defeated. Wow, amazing. We want another one. The twin villains stole the show, the twins shouted as the movie ended. It was awesome. This is the first time I've seen a movie so full of magic, literally, Harry said excitedly. I didn't know Boss Stephen would be in it too, but he got defeated so easily. And the villain was so beautiful, Harry added, laughing. Haha, the boss had to be a butler to convince Fleur to be the villain. Even on set, she made him serve her, it was hilarious, the twins teased. I only did it because the director wanted Fleur for the role, and she was perfect, Stephen explained. The director was another childhood friend of Stephen, Ricky, who turned out to be a genius in this field. The most successful movies were all directed by him. Even Isabel, another friend, was an actress, though she specialized in action films. All right, let's go back. We have to wait for Fleur and then head to the ministry, Stephen said, checking the time and realizing they had spent almost the whole day having fun. He had to meet Mad Eye. Fleur, the actress, is coming with us? Harry asked, excited at the thought of meeting someone famous. Fleur isn't an actress, or at least I don't know if she'll do more movies, Stephen replied as they walked. Unless the boss asks her to. Or if the boss keeps being her servant. Or maybe she'll force him to star in a romance movie. Like her husband, the twins said in unison, laughing hysterically. Enough, idiots. Hurry up, you don't want to keep her waiting. Last time, you ended up begging for mercy because of one of your pranks, Stephen reminded them, referring to the time Fleur had punished them for a heavy prank. Come on, Harry, run, the twins shouted, grabbing his arms and dragging him along as they ran. Chapter 37, At the Ministry, Laughter and Challenges. At the Ministry, Laughter and Challenges. So why do we have to go to the ministry that you seem to detest so much? Fleur asked as she walked beside Stephen. I have an appointment with Mad Eye to kick his subordinates' asses, Stephen said with a grin as he looked back at the twins, who were mercilessly teasing Harry. A few hours ago, when Harry arrived at the Flamel house after playing at the amusement park, Fleur had arrived at the same time. With her Vila aura and the lingering malevolent presence from her role in Dragon Warrior, she exuded an almost regal presence, looking down on everyone as if she were a queen. Her aura overwhelmed the weak-minded, and Harry, the moment he saw Fleur, dropped to his knees. Now, the twins were mercilessly mocking him. Sir Harry the Gallant. No, Squire Harry is better. That reminds me of Charlie when he met Fleur. Yeah, ha ha ha, he confessed to her instantly and got a look of pure disgust in return. Ha 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 ha. The twins always had the most fun at other people's expense. It's all right, Harry, don't worry. Fleur won't make fun of you. In fact, if you behave, she might even knight you, Stephen said, seeming to help Harry, but ultimately just teasing him further. Stop bullying the poor kid and behave. We're surrounded by people, Fleur scolded, feeling a bit guilty about her aura. As you command, Your Majesty, Fred said with a noble bow. Your wish is our command, O Dark Queen, George added, playing along with his brother. Oh, my queen, forgive this humble, oof, Stephen tried to continue the joke, but was violently punched in the stomach by the Queen of Terror before him, dropping to his knees on the floor. Crap. Fred, strategic retreat. Affirmative, George, the twins said as they tried to escape in different directions, only to be quickly caught by light whips and thrown down beside Stephen. Meanwhile, Harry trembled like a newborn fawn, unsure whether he should seek help. The scene drew everyone's attention, it was quite a bizarre sight. Weren't we supposed to behave? You were the most conspicuous one, Stephen muttered, and the twins nodded painfully in agreement. What did you say, you idiot? Fleur asked, unleashing even more of her Dark Queen aura, making many of the onlookers feel the urge to kneel and be struck by her. While everyone was distracted, a chubby red-haired man pushed his way through the crowd. So it was you lot. You can continue your little drama in private, this is the Ministry of Magic. What are you doing here, the man asked, pretending to scold the rowdy kids, though his face betrayed his amusement. Hi, Dad. Our father, the twins greeted as they turned and saw their father, Arthur Weasley, standing there, failing to look convincingly stern. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Arthur. We have an appointment with, Crazy Eye. Fleur said, glancing at Stephen to confirm the name. He nodded confidently. Crazy Eye. Ah, you mean Mad Eye Moody. He's in the training area, but you should remember his name properly. He's a bit paranoid and rather rough, Arthur explained, gesturing for the group to follow him. First, they had to go through wand registration and inspection. As Arthur turned away, an embarrassed Fleur pinched Stephen for messing up Moody's name, to which he exaggeratedly reacted in agony. Please deposit your wands and any magical items, the guard instructed. Since Stephen's book had spread, so had the use of jewelry to channel Eldritch magic. Personalized wand handles with runes also became popular. Of course, Stephen had provided the method to wand makers, as he had no interest in competing with the millennia-old craft. However, he only shared the rune that converted mana into Eldritch magic. The group retrieved their wands from their enchanted bracelets and placed them on the counter, surprising the guard. While he routinely asked for magical objects, it was rare for anyone to actually have them, let alone 4 young people who still looked like students. Even rarer was the fact that these magic items had additional enchantments. Normally, when a mana conversion rune was present, all other enchantments failed 98% of the time, making it incredibly expensive to create such objects. Yet, here were 4 for him to inspect. Why, you may proceed, the guard finally said after carefully examining everything as if it were made of porcelain. As they walked away, Harry couldn't help but feel curious and asked. Boss Stephen, why was that guard so nervous while checking our bracelets? He asked softly. Let me answer that, little Harry. It's because we're wearing bracelets worth as much as a mansion in the finest magical town, Fred said, throwing an arm over Harry. What? They're that expensive? Harry asked in shock, staring at his wrist, where the bracelet rested, now feeling as if it weighed a ton. That's right, a mana transformation bracelet for Eldritch magic with an additional enchantment can be worth 1,000 gold galleons. Do you now feel the weight of wealth, little Harry? George added, smirking as he watched Harry's face change color. 1,000. Wait, just with one enchantment. But the one boss Stephen gave us has anti-theft, recovery, repair, and a 2 cubic meter storage space. Then, how much are they worth? Harry asked, trembling even more and turning as pale as paper, making the twins' smirks widen. Enough, you two. Don't worry, Harry. To be honest, adding multiple enchantments to a bracelet is easy as long as the runes match the main one. The only real challenge is finding a material that can handle it. The ones I release to the public only have the mana conversion rune, not the others. The fact that these can hold multiple enchantments says a lot about the manufacturers, Stephen explained, taking pity on Harry. So, they're easy for boss to make. Phew. What kind of material can support all these enchantments, then? Harry asked, a little less nervous as his color returned, just before Stephen responded. Oh, it's a magical mineral I created. If it had a price, I'd say around 10,000 galleons, since that's how much I spent to create a single kilogram, Stephen said with a nonchalant smile, making Harry turn even paler than before. Enough, you idiot. Stop scaring the kid, Fleur said, seeing Stephen laughing his heart out. She then turned to Harry. Don't worry, Harry, Stephen is exaggerating a little. He didn't actually spend that much to create the mineral. Then, how much did he spend? Harry asked uncertainly, unsure whether to believe her. And he was right to be cautious, as Fleur continued speaking. I think it was around 6,000, so he exaggerated a bit. And no, the bracelets aren't as expensive as a full kilogram of the mineral. Maybe they're worth around 2,000 galleons each, Fleur said, thinking this would help Harry relax about wearing such a costly gift from Stephen. But she was obviously wrong, as the trio behind her burst into laughter. Seeing no way to help Harry, who now walked nervously while guarding the bracelet as if his life depended on it, Fleur decided to just keep moving forward with the three jokers, who continued to amuse themselves, until they arrived at the magical law enforcement office. Oh, kid, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you, Moody said as he saw Stephen enter. Then he noticed the others with him, giving them all a thorough look with his magical eye, as if analyzing their entire existence in a single glance. Hello, Mad Eye. These are my friends, some of the best fighters around. And the little paranoid one is Harry Potter, Stephen introduced. Yeah, I know them. The sons of Arthur Weasley, the dueling runner-up, and the boy who lived. Interesting group, Moody said, scanning them for a few seconds, making them feel uncomfortable, especially with his scars and that unsettling eye, which seemed to see straight through them. Then, he turned and started walking. Follow me, he ordered as he walked with his cane. Everyone exchanged glances before following him. After walking for a bit, they arrived at a rather spacious room that seemed to be used for training Aurors. Many of them appeared to be waiting for someone. Greetings, sir, they all shouted upon seeing Moody enter, immediately standing at attention. All right, drop what you were doing. These kids claim to be stronger than you, so they'll prove it. Get ready, Moody said without hesitation, shocking both Stephen's group and the Aurors present. What? Excuse me, Mr. Moody, but wouldn't it be dangerous for children to face trained Aurors? One of the men asked, trying to be polite rather than outright stating how impossible that sounded. I already said it. One from each group will fight. And never judge based on appearances, Moody declared, leaving no room for argument. Well, all right, let's do it this way. Who wants to go first? Stephen asked his group, giving up. Me, the twins shouted eagerly. All right. Fred, you go first, Stephen decided after a brief moment of thought. Yes. I won. Fred cheered, while George complained about it being unfair. Walking toward the center, Fred watched as one of the Aurors approached with a face full of irritation at the idea of fighting a child. Let's finish this quickly, kid. Us adults have important things to do, the men said. Well then, quickly it shall be, Fred replied with a mischievous grin, further fueling his opponent's frustration. Chapter 38, Duel of Skills and Pride. Duel of Skills and Pride. All right. Begin. At Moody's command, both took their stances. Don't blink, kid, said the Auror with a violent grin as he raised his wand and fired multiple disarming charms. Fred easily dodged them with smooth side movements, while two light swords appeared in his hands. Each time a spell missed, the Auror grew angrier and faster. TCH, slippery rat, let's see if you can dodge this. Bombarda. Expelliarmus. Stupefy, he shouted, casting his spells in quick succession. Come on, man, didn't you say this would be quick? Fred taunted, effortlessly evading the spells, even slicing through some with his swords. Come on, Fred, finish him off. He looks so weak, George called out from the sidelines, further infuriating the Auror, along with the other Aurors watching, who started cheering for their comrade. Come on, take that kid down. Stop playing around. Beat him. TCH, Confundus. Full body bind. Expelliarmus. Relatio. Reducto. Damn it, why isn't anything working? After several failed attempts to disarm or destroy Fred's swords, the Auror realized those spells had no effect, as Fred specifically cut through them. All right, Fred, finish this already, we don't have all day, Stephen said, growing bored since only Fred seemed to be enjoying himself. All right, boss, Fred replied as he got into a running stance and sprinted toward the Auror, dodging the incoming spells. Seeing Fred closing in, the Auror grew nervous and resorted to even more dangerous spells, but Fred either dodged or cut through them with ease. Finally, Fred reached him and delivered a kick to his chest, sending him flying nearly 5 meters, earning stunned silence from all the watching Aurors. Come on, Fred. What took you so long? George teased, smiling at his brother's victory. I had to make it more dramatic, after all, he's an Auror, Fred said, turning away and walking back to his group without even glancing at the Auror behind him, who clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. D-damn. Bombarda Maxima. The enraged Auror recklessly fired an explosive spell at Fred's back, not considering the consequences. Fred swiftly turned and threw one of his swords, showing he had never let his guard down. The sword struck the spell midair, causing it to explode before reaching him. Enough. Attacking from behind. You've been defeated, get back with the others. Moody barked, his fury evident as he nearly spat the words. His wand was in hand, looking ready to fire at any moment. The embarrassed and wounded Auror clamped his mouth shut and blended back into the crowd. Well done, kid. Never lower your guard, Moody told Fred, having witnessed how he remained alert even with his back turned. All right. Next one, step up. He turned to the Aurors again. All right, Fred, step down. Let your brother go next before he loses his mind, Stephen said with a smile. How was your master's performance, Harry? Awesome, right? Fred boasted proudly as he returned to the group, since he was in charge of teaching Harry while George trained Ron. Amazing. You beat the Auror so easily, Harry said with admiration and a bit of envy, still struggling to master fighting with a single sword. He hoped to be that strong someday. You even stayed on guard after the fight. Did you know he was going to attack you from behind? Harry asked. Oh, of course, Harry. A swordsman never lets their guard down, Fred replied, avoiding Harry's eyes with slight guilt. Don't believe him, Harry. The only reason he's always on guard is because, after pulling pranks on Stephen, he needs eyes on the back of his head to avoid revenge, Fleur said, laughing, knowing how Stephen could be quite vengeful and childish in those situations. Well, I must say that thanks to that, the twins now have a natural defense against surprise attacks, especially if they don't want to end up as ducks, Stephen added, recalling the last prank war, which had left the twins quacking randomly for a whole week. Hey, don't get distracted from my great victory. George shouted, annoyed that his friends weren't even paying attention, which only further angered his opponent, who was also being ignored. Get ready, kid. The other fool underestimated you because you're just a bunch of brats, but I won't, said the next opponent, who needed no introduction. Begin. Moody shouted, just as the Auror was about to cast his spell. But suddenly, he felt a kick to the chest that sent him flying. Stunned and confused, he looked up to see George standing in place, while another identical figure had delivered the kick. Cheating. His brother attacked. Damn trickster twins. The Aurors quickly lost control and started complaining. Hey, I'm over here, Fred called from outside the field, still chatting with his group. Everyone was left bewildered, because now, instead of twins, they were triplets. What's going on? Are there 3 of them, not 2, some Aurors asked, staring at the 2 standing on the field while another stood off to the side. No. It's just me. That was just an illusion, said both George, until one of them began to fade, leaving only the one who had delivered the kick. Looks like you lost, even though you were more on guard than your partner, Fred said with a grin, looking at his opponent. Seeing that he didn't react, he simply turned and walked back to his friends. Get up and get back, Moody ordered without an ounce of compassion. Did you see that, Harry? Who do you think is cooler, Fred or me? Remember, Fred took way longer, George said as he rejoined the group. Yeah, but I showed more moves. You just appeared and kicked him. What's so cool about that? I beat him in 1 second, while you took 20. That means I'm stronger. While the twins began to argue with Harry stuck between them, Stephen ignored them and spoke to Fleur. Do you want to give it a try now? Though I doubt they'd be much of a challenge. Most of them graduated from Hogwarts, so technically, they only started actual combat training when they joined the Aurors, Stephen said, downplaying Hogwarts combat training. Not because it was bad, it had some of the best professors in Europe, but that didn't include defense against the dark arts, since with so many teachers changing every year, they never got a complete battle education. Sure, why not? I'm already here anyway, Fleur said, stepping forward to the center, waiting for her opponent. Her challenger was a nervous young woman who hesitated as she stepped up, looking at Fleur with a hint of admiration. The moment Fleur arrived, several Aurors who had served as security at dueling tournaments recognized her immediately. Begin. At Moody's command, Fleur summoned light swords while levitating them with her wand at lightning speed. Her opponent was momentarily mesmerized, and by the time she snapped out of it, 5 swords were already pointed at her neck. Fleur aimed her wand at her as well, her smile and overwhelming aura making even the onlookers tense. You lost. Losing like this doesn't feel so bad. Well, she is the Queen of Swords. I wonder if she'd give me an autograph. Ha! I wouldn't mind getting hit by her. It seemed that most of the Aurors were fans of Fleur, though it was unclear whether it was because of the movie or her dueling tournament appearances. By the way, in the tournament scene, she had earned the title Queen of Swords, especially after she started competing in team battles. In those matches, she was responsible for launching spells and flying swords while Stephen fought on the front lines. Stephen had also earned a title fitting their duo, King of Battle. The twins often teased him, saying he got promoted from Prince to King. I'm done, Fleur said with a smile, gracefully rejoining the group. All right, I have to admit she's cooler than me, Fred said, finally ending his argument with George. Yeah, we need to learn to accept defeat, George agreed, surrendering as well. That was amazing. I wish I could do something like that one day, Harry said, his eyes filled with admiration. Nice job, Stephen greeted Fleur with a smile. So, what now, kid? Are you going next, or are you sending the boy? Moody asked, looking at Stephen. No. He's not ready yet. Let me go instead, after all, that was your plan from the start, wasn't it? Stephen said, revealing that he had seen through Moody's intentions from the beginning, all while approaching with a cocky grin. But as the master of these fools, I'd like to show you what a real fight looks like. So pick the 10 best Aurors, I'll take them all on at once to make things more interesting, Stephen declared, instantly sparking the fury of many Aurors. But no one spoke up, because after seeing what the other 3 had already demonstrated, they had been utterly humiliated. And from what they knew, this guy, the one openly mocking them, was their instructor. That meant he had every reason to be confident in his strength. Ha! Now that's what I like to hear, kid. You 10, the best among you, step up. Try not to embarrass the Auror Corps any further, Moody ordered his team without an ounce of sympathy. Chapter 39, The Concert of Chaos. The Concert of Chaos. Well, I should get a little serious now. Although I said I could take on the top 10, the difference from the previous ones is noticeable. Are you ready, boy? Moody asked Stephen. I'm fine, Mad Eye, at your signal. Begin. With Moody's shout, the 10 Aurors slowly began to take tactical positions, maintaining a very high guard. They surrounded Stephen, demonstrating their professionalism. So, should I go all out or throw them off balance a bit? Stephen thought to himself as he watched them position themselves. Boss, show them who's in charge. Come on, boss, take them down easily. Good luck, Stephen. Hearing his friends' cheers, Stephen smiled and decided to give them a good show. Then, let's set the stage, he said as he pulled out his wand and, with his other hand, conjured a violin of light. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he intended to do with an instrument. Meanwhile, Fleur held her head in exasperation, realizing he wouldn't take this seriously at all. Just as the Aurors were about to launch their attack, angered by what they perceived as mockery, Stephen moved his hand, and the battlefield began to shift. The Aurors behind him were moved to the front, while the center where he stood rose into a circular stage, leaving all the Aurors stunned. That's the magic he used to scare Uncle Vernon, Harry said quietly, remembering when Stephen had met his uncle just to frighten him. What? That idiot used magic in the Muggle world? Fleur asked, slightly angry at such audacity. Wow, it looks like this is his territory. Awesome, boss. The twins remained as carefree as ever, unaware of Moody's expression. The control Stephen displayed over the area caught his attention. This was the Ministry, a place filled with barriers against many spells, erected centuries ago. Yet Stephen stood before them, showing some kind of transmutation over the entire field as he pleased. This kid has quite a few secrets. I hope they're not for the worse, Moody muttered softly, his gaze turning more serious as he watched the young men. Some of the Aurors also realized what this meant, including the 10 facing Stephen, who were now much more on guard against his every move. I hope you enjoy my concert, Stephen said with a smile, unfazed by the wary looks around him. Ting SSS. Using the violin of light he had conjured and his wand as a bow, he began to play a beautifully composed melody. It was fast, and as he played, everyone watched as musical notes flew around him. Imagine Danse Macabre Op 40 playing. The Aurors hesitated, unsure of what to do, until one of those notes shot toward them. One of them dodged just in time, rolling to the side and seeing the sharp cut it left behind. They all immediately realized that the battle had begun with the recital, so they launched their attacks on Stephen to stop the numerous notes forming and covering the ceiling. You have to admit, the boss is ridiculously cool, Fred said in admiration. Ugh, those notes look pretty sharp. This song feels a little out of place for the moment, Harry muttered, watching Stephen, who continued playing while skillfully dodging and shifting from side to side. Even when multiple attacks came at him at once, the musical notes formed a shield that protected him. That idiot never takes anything seriously. Ah, but magic really is beautiful, Fleur said, slightly entranced by the display of Stephen's magic and a bit surprised that she never knew he could play the violin like that. Ha ha ha, come on, guys, attack harder, or this will get boring. Stephen said, grinning with an almost dark expression, playing a melody that reflected his thrill for fun. The boss looks like the villain, doesn't he? Fighting against the Aurors with a smile while everything around him is destroyed by his magic. Yeah, I'd say so, the twins commented, looking like they wanted to join in on the fun, though Fleur stopped them. Although Stephen seemed to be enjoying himself, little by little, some spells grazed him, tearing parts of his clothing and leaving marks on his skin. Well, after all, I'm playing against 10 elite Aurors. It's obvious it wouldn't be easy, Stephen said softly as he dodged more than 10 simultaneous spells. Aim for his flanks. Look for weak points, shouted the Auror acting as captain. His name was John. Many said that when Moody finally retired and Kingsley Shacklebolt took his place, John would take Kingsley's position. He was one of the most respected Aurors, second only to the two previously mentioned. Ugh, it looks like the concert is going to be difficult. Oh well, no matter, I'll try again another day with some weaker fools. It seems I'd better get serious, Stephen said as he abruptly stopped his concert and looked around, waving his hand and changing the scenery once again. This made the Aurors halt their barrage of attacks, though they did not lower their guard. Stephen once again sent the Aurors in front of him flying back, as some had managed to sneak behind him. The violin disappeared, replaced by 2 swords. Be careful. It looks like the brat is finally getting serious, John said, realizing that Stephen was now emitting a more oppressive aura. Instead of his mocking smile, he now looked at them tactically, seemingly searching for weak points. As the master of my students, I should demonstrate the art of the sword a little more, don't you think? Stephen said as he took a running stance and started charging toward the Aurors. Seeing this, they resumed their synchronized attack, displaying a high level of teamwork. I've always wanted to do this, Stephen said with a grin as he continued running. With his 2 swords of light, he began cutting through all the magical attacks coming his way, dodging those he couldn't cut, showing an incredible level of skill, even greater than Fred, who could only cut a few. What the hell? John shouted as he watched Stephen rapidly approach the Aurors without taking a single hit, easily knocking out 2 of his teammates. Change. Defensive strategy. John quickly commanded, and with his order, they switched positions while summoning shields in front of them. Those in the back began casting repulsion spells at Stephen. Some even used fire spells, and a few threw gas bombs from their belts. This forced Stephen to retreat a bit further, giving the Aurors some breathing room. Ugh, this isn't as easy as it seems. After all, they face dangerous wizards all the time, Stephen said as he observed their change in formation and how they left no gaps for him to exploit while preparing for another long-range attack. If I can't get close, then let's do it from a distance. Hey, be careful. Stephen shouted as he made his swords disappear and pulled out his wand again. I've never seen Chief Stephen use his wand. What does that mean? Harry asked his companions. No, he just used it while playing the violin. Yeah, but that counts as using it since he used it as a bow. Technically, he did use it. But why didn't he just create one? The twins started talking about random topics while Harry sought an answer from Fleur, knowing the twins wouldn't be much help. Well, Harry, some spells can be combined with Eldritch magic, making them more flexible, especially in long-range battles. Watch closely, Fleur said as she focused on Stephen. Standing in the center, Stephen quickly summoned swords similar to Fleur's, but smaller. They levitated around him, though unlike Fleur's, they shone with a reddish hue. With a movement of his wand, they all shot toward the Auror squad. Protect the front and stop those swords. John quickly shouted as he saw the attack coming. They either dodged or intercepted them quickly, but unlike Fleur's swords, these did not disappear upon impact. Instead, they remained embedded throughout the battlefield. Gladius. Stephen shouted, pointing at the swords scattered on the ground. As if connected by chains, they exploded, freezing everything around them in an instant. What? How is that possible? John shouted, barely dodging the ice explosions. Some of his teammates, however, weren't fast enough and ended up injured. How did he do that? Harry quickly asked Fleur. I told you, some spells can be combined. Since Eldritch magic is always connected to the caster, it serves as a medium for casting other spells. They combine quite well because they come from the same wizard, Fleur replied with a smile. Moody, who was close enough to hear, grew even more serious, realizing the implications. If dark wizards learned such a way of using magic, they could cause even more destruction. This kid has created a magic that's quite difficult to counter. I hope he's prepared to sweat blood training those who will have to fight against it, he murmured quietly, so no one else could hear. Meanwhile, in the center of the field, Stephen gave the Aurors a moment to breathe as he moved those who could no longer fight out of the way to prevent further injury with a wave of his hand. That kid seems to control everything within a 20-meter radius. That shows he's not even using his full strength. Otherwise, with this kind of magic, he could have defeated them all already, Moody said with a worried expression. Ugh, I'm using too much magic. If I keep this up, I won't last until the end. I'll have to finish this quickly, Stephen said, realizing his magic reserves were running low. He no longer had the super battery of the Vishanti gods, and his mana now came from his still maturing body. It's well known that wizards gain more mana as they grow older. Although Stephen had perhaps the same level as many Aurors at his young age, he still had a long way to go, especially if he compared himself to Dumbledore. Even though the old man may have lost much of his dexterity, his magical power was so immense that it hardly mattered. Or perhaps his grandfather, who could no longer move but, with a single spell, would have no opponent. However, his mobility was his weakness, like a tank cannon with no defense. Well then, I'll use what's left to make this spectacular, Stephen said as his clothing transformed into his cloak of levitation, which had been hidden all this time. All the Aurors watched as his clothes changed and he started flying. Damn it, he can fly. What kind of magic is that? Idiots, don't get distracted. Obviously, it's that cloak. He started flying when his clothes changed, John quickly said, calming his teammates. Wow, you're good, fast, and efficient, a perfect detective. I hope you're ready, Stephen said as he started creating magical seals with his hands, then split into 5 more Stephens. Ugh, this consumes a lot, he muttered as he felt the magical drain. The 5 Stephens surrounded the Aurors, who tried to defend themselves. But it was already difficult against just one of him, now with 5, and all of them able to fly, it became impossible. They were quickly trapped with chains and rings that sealed their powers, leaving them collapsed on the ground. Looks like I win, Stephen said with a smile, looking at the defeated Aurors, who lay there with dark expressions of disappointment. Chapter 40, The Unexpected Instructor. The Unexpected Instructor. Right after freeing the Aurors, the group approached Stephen to congratulate him. Boss, that was awesome. I didn't know you could multiply like Misty. For real. Having so many bosses is terrifying. The twins, who were the first to arrive, happily surrounded him as they spoke. Although, the violin concert was a bit extra. It was fantastic magic, you have to teach me later, said Fleur with a smile as she handed him a handkerchief to wipe the sweat and some scratches on his face. Harry, for his part, was rather quiet, but determination shone in his eyes. Perhaps he was encouraged to train more and learn. I must say, that was incredible, kid. You faced 10 of the best Aurors with ease, and it was clear you were holding back a lot. Though, from what I see, you barely have any magic left, said Moody as he approached, limping, his magical eye scanning Stephen as if analyzing every molecule. Well, Eldrich magic consumes a lot of mana since it's designed to be connected to a battery that later charges you taxes, Stephen said with a tired smile, remembering the magical contracts required for Vishanti to lend him magic. Battery. Taxes. Moody, obviously not understanding, asked automatically. You just need to know that it costs a lot of mana and stamina. That's why we also train our bodies and not just spells, Stephen said, changing the subject. As they spoke, the Aurors who had been helped, those who were defeated, and those who had woken up after being knocked out approached Stephen in a group. Sir, Mr. Stephen. You demonstrated a high level of magic and control, even your friends, who haven't finished school yet, please, teach us how to fight, said John as he lowered his head in a sign of request, followed by all the Aurors behind him, surprising Stephen and the group. Not knowing what to say, Stephen looked at Moody, who responded with a triumphant smile. This one-eyed old man got me. He reminds me of Fury. Thinking about Moody's smile, Stephen felt a déjà vu. You do know I'm a student, right? Stephen asked as he looked at the Auror team. Sir, we know. But the level you possess is something where age doesn't matter, John responded quickly, without an ounce of shame. Fine. I'll train you during the holidays. Damn, and here I thought I'd get to have fun, Stephen said, giving in and thinking that when Voldemort revived, he'd rather have capable people on Hogwarts' side. Thank you, sir, all the Aurors responded in unison. Don't worry, kid. I'll ask Amelia to give you a legal position as a trainer and honorary Auror so you can help in combat, Moody said as he quickly began walking toward Amelia's office. Wait, old one-eye. Teaching them is one thing, but helping, damn it, listen to me. Stephen tried to stop Moody, but he ignored him, leaving him shouting alone while everyone else watched. With dark clouds in his head, Stephen looked at everyone and, with a bit of irritation in his voice, said, All right, first, everyone needs to train their bodies, so let's start with 50 laps around the field, he said without a hint of mercy. Boss, we have to go. Mom must have finished cooking. Yeah, that's right, and I think Dad needed help with his car. The twins tried to run away quickly, only to be stopped by Stephen by the shoulders. What are you talking about? You two need to train too. And take Harry with you, he said with an evil smile, while Harry, who heard his name, wondered why he was being dragged into this when he had been silent the whole time, as the twins pulled him along. Fleur, take care of things for a moment. I'm going to talk to Madame Amelia, Stephen told Fleur, like an order. Yes, yes, Stephen, don't worry, said Fleur, blushing slightly, almost slipping into calling him like her mother calls her father after making him angry. Something Stephen wisely ignored as he headed toward Amelia's office, mainly to talk about the aura gear he had commissioned, which was obviously already finished. And maybe to try to avoid getting those positions Moody had promised along the way. Which, of course, he was too late for. If you're looking for Moody, he's already gone. He made me sign your papers and left quickly. Although there will be complaints about hiring a young man to train auras, I don't think many they can say whatever they want about the king of the dueling field, right? Said Amelia, watching Stephen enter with a grim expression. Ah, whatever. I'll train them during the holidays. I came for the aura supplies, he said, tossing a bag onto Amelia's desk. You're already done. That was fast. We thought it would take months, Amelia said, checking the contents of the bag. They're just wristbands, though I also added a compartment for wands. But that's a gift from me, Stephen replied as he watched Amelia take one out and try it on. Then I must thank you. This will be a great help, and with you teaching them how to use it, I think it'll be perfect for the aura core, Amelia said with a smile. All right. I'm heading back to training. Looks like it's going to be a busy holiday, Stephen said as he left the office, realizing there was no escaping now. Though maybe working with the auras wasn't such a bad thing. After all, they had a significant influence in the wizarding world. Well, in any case, the only thing I was planning for these holidays was to play in the amusement park that just got finished, Stephen muttered as he walked toward the auras, who were running on the verge of collapse. All right, everyone, we have about 3 to 4 months of training, as that's how long my holidays last. I'll have to train you hard. Unfortunately, you'll suffer a bit, at least for the first month, to establish a base for your muscle mass. For adults, learning Eldritch magic is more complicated since you're used to common magic. Therefore, every time we train, you'll be wearing anti-magic bracelets at all times. What? Damn. Is that necessary, instructor? Asked John. Wizards had naturally resilient bodies due to the magic flowing through them, and using anti-magic restraints was like weakening their very essence. Yes. Not only will it help you build better stamina and endurance, but it'll also prevent you from instinctively using magic. By the 3rd month, everyone should be trained to use Eldritch magic. And for those who aren't, well, I hope we don't have to go there, Stephen said with a malicious smile, sending chills down everyone's spines. All right, since you've already run and warmed up, it's time to learn hand-to-hand combat and weapon techniques. Oh, by the way, you'll be wearing weights. 5 kilos will be added every week, so keep that in mind, he said with a grin while pulling out anti-magic shackles given to him by Fleur, shackles usually used by auras to arrest criminals, and conjuring 5-kilo weights. Was it a good idea to ask him to train us? I'm already regretting it. Will we even survive these 4 months? Stop complaining and put the gear on, John quickly told his teammates. As everyone began strapping on the weights and shackles, Stephen spoke with the twins and Fleur. Fleur, I might need your help training the women, so it'd be great if you stayed with us over the holidays, Stephen told Fleur, who accepted immediately. What about us, head instructor? Do you need us to stay, boss instructor? The twins asked in sync, joking as always. It seemed running no longer fazed them, and they even managed to give Stephen a new nickname. You two help the old man with the amusement park. If we're lucky, we'll open it next year. You can come train if you want. And take Harry with you, the ministry isn't a good place for him, Stephen said, looking at the 3 of them. Why not, boss Stephen? Wouldn't the ministry be a safe place? Harry asked quickly. Idiot. If it were safe, they wouldn't have sent you to the Muggle world with barely any notice, Stephen shot back. What? What do you mean? You see, Harry, even though the ministry was against the Dark Lord, there were many spies. Moody, the guy with the weird eye, caught a lot of them. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are still some left, Stephen explained, clearing Harry's doubts and making sure he wouldn't put too much trust in the Ministry of Magic. Is that why you always seem to hate it? Harry asked, recalling how Stephen constantly complained about the minister and his bloodsuckers. Yes and no. Maybe. Well, it's not just a business matter, Stephen said, confusing everyone. Alright, go with the twins. You already have a room on Flamel Island, but if you want, you can visit the Weasley house, Stephen said, reassuring the boy. Of course, Harry, you can come play with Ron. Ginny will be thrilled. Just don't bring your dragon mount, the twins said happily, remembering Ginny's stories about Harry. I already said I don't have a dragon, Harry muttered softly, giving up, since he'd read several of the stories about him, something that both surprised and embarrassed him. Remember to keep training with Fred and George. And you too, make sure Ron trains too. Don't let him slack off, Stephen reminded the twins before quickly dismissing them, staying behind with Fleur to continue training the Aurors. Thank you for reading. Chapter 41, Aurors and Time to Return to Hogwarts. Aurors and Time to Return to Hogwarts. On a dark night, illuminated only by the lights coming from the surrounding houses, a 2-meter-tall shadow with long hands and claws so sharp they could cut a person in half ran through the alleys, escaping and destroying anything in its path. This is Eagle Team. I detect movement toward Point B, said a man standing atop one of the tallest houses, using binoculars to observe the beast while speaking through a radio. This is Beta Team. In position for reception and containment. This is Alpha Team. Ready to provide support, 2 people responded through the man's radio. He quickly formed small platforms of light as he leaped between rooftops to get closer to Point B. When he arrived, he saw the beast fighting against a fully coordinated team of 5 people. They threw chains to restrain the creature and cast spells with the intent of knocking it unconscious. This is Eagle Team. I see civilian movement near the position, the man quickly said as he noticed some people, drawn by the noise, beginning to approach. This is Gamma Team. We'll handle it, another voice responded swiftly. They seem to be a team specialized in keeping civilians away from danger. After a few minutes of fighting, the 5-person team, with the help of another squad, finally managed to subdue the beast, which now lay chained to the ground, unconscious. This is Beta Team. Target neutralized and ready for transport. No injuries, came the report, followed by sighs of relief from everyone, exhausted but satisfied that the job was done. Moments later, a carriage arrived. It looked ancient, yet it moved without a driver, stopping right in front of the restrained beast. Several men stepped out and quickly got to work securing the creature inside. Well done, guys. You captured the werewolf without getting hurt. You wouldn't want to get infected too, said the man who had stepped out of the carriage. He wore the typical Aura uniform, none other than Stephen. Yes, sir. None of us were injured. We followed your orders perfectly, the team leaders reported promptly. So, who's the unlucky bastard? Stephen asked, looking at the bound and secured werewolf to ensure it wouldn't infect anyone. His name is Nicolas Brown. He's one of Fenrir Greyback's loyal followers, wanted for multiple murders and for injuring many Aurors during the last war, infecting them with lycanthropy, answered the captain of Alpha Team, none other than John. Though catching him on a full moon isn't exactly ideal, you did a good job, Stephen replied with a smile. It's thanks to the equipment you provided, sir, John quickly responded, showing the magical radios and binoculars that allowed them to temporarily mark targets, among other features. I got paid for it, so it doesn't matter. By the way, I have to go shopping tomorrow before heading back to Hogwarts, so you'll be in charge of everything in the meantime. You can all rest for today, Stephen said as he turned to get back into the carriage. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, they all responded cheerfully, though it was unclear whether their happiness was due to the day off or the fact that they'd get a break from their infernal instructor, now realizing he'd be returning to school. Ever since Stephen joined the Aurors to train and occasionally assist them, their training had become a living hell. Sometimes, he even forced them to fight with anti-magic shackles. Fortunately, thanks to martial arts training, they only ended up with minor injuries. Most Aurors could now use Eldrich magic to assist in their tasks. Though not perfectly, they could at least create chains to restrain enemies. Stephen had also formed specialist teams, each playing a crucial role. For instance, Eagle Team, composed of the best-sighted wizards, was perfect for tracking. Gamma Team, on the other hand, consisted of those with the worst scores, tasked with keeping civilians out of the battle zone. Stephen even organized a sort of tournament where Aurors could challenge each other to improve their rankings and positions, which created a rivalry, thankfully, a healthy one, among them. In just 3 months, they had become elite Aurors who, as a team, could stand up to Stephen himself. If Stephen had been in charge of training all Aurors, perhaps England would have been the most powerful compared to other magical ministries. However, politics existed, and under his command were only the Aurors who had trained under Moody, 25 in total. The ministry had 200 Aurors in total, which wasn't much, as many had died in the war, and very few Hogwarts graduates could join. It was better to have a few loyal ones than many spies, whether Death Eaters or those with political interests. When Stephen arrived at the Flamel mansion, his grandparents were already asleep, so he told Misty to rest and went to his room to prepare for the next day. By the way, Fleur had left a few days earlier to get ready for her return to Beauxbatons. She had also secured a position as an instructor, though Stephen didn't allow her to participate in arrests. I should go shopping at Diagon Alley tomorrow. Maybe I'll go with the twins. I want to find out how the park's moving stone is coming along, he said as he lay down. He seemed tired because as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. The next day, he got up calmly, took a bath, greeted his grandparents, and left leisurely through the leaky cauldron's fireplace while sending a message. "Boss, we're here," a redhead shouted from the back of the bar, drawing Stephen's attention. It was Fred. Next to him was the entire Weasley family, who also seemed to be shopping for school supplies. "Hello, Stephen, it's been a while since I last saw you. How are you, dear?" Mrs. Weasley quickly took the lead and greeted Stephen with a hug. "I'm fine, ma'am, thank you. I've been a bit busy, sorry for not visiting," Stephen said, a little embarrassed by the affectionate hug. "Don't worry, dear. Arthur told me about your work with the Aurors. That Amelia, how could she hire someone so young to be an Auror?" Molly said, a little angry at Amelia. "Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley. Even though I was hired, it was only as an instructor and for support. I was never in any danger," Stephen quickly reassured her with a small lie, since in his first week on the job, they had to face a group of dark wizards performing human sacrifices, an ideal place for his debut as an honorary Auror. "I already told you, you can call me Molly," Mrs. Weasley said, but the twins quickly interrupted her. "Stephen, we have so much to tell you about the park." "That's right, almost everything is ready for the opening." "All right, guys, let's talk business later. Let's buy this year's books first." Stephen cut them off while the others, except Harry, remained intrigued. Stephen had asked them to keep it a secret to surprise everyone. "What park are you talking about?" Ron quickly asked, to which the twins grinned and said in unison, "It's a secret." Then they followed Stephen, leaving Ron half furious. "Harry, do you know what they were talking about?" Ron tried to get answers from his friend, who had been staying with them that week but usually lived at the Flamel house. "Sorry, Ron, I have no idea," Harry quickly said, looking guilty, then walked ahead, leaving Ron behind. "Harry, wait for me." Ron quickly shouted and ran after his friend. One thing to clarify is that this time, Harry arrived at the leaky cauldron without getting lost. Since he lived in the Flamel house, he often used Flo powder to visit the Weasleys and play, so he no longer got confused and didn't end up in the dark side of Diagon Alley. Chapter 42, Encounters and Rivalries in Diagon Alley. Encounters and Rivalries in Diagon Alley. "So, where are we going first?" Stephen asked as he walked with the Weasley family. "Let's get the robes, the cauldrons, and then go to the bookstore last," Percy said, calculating the time each stop would take. "No. Let's go to the bookstore first," Mrs. Weasley quickly interrupted her son, leaving everyone puzzled by her behavior. "Is there something at the bookstore, Mom?" Ron asked quickly. "Yes. The fantastic Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing autographs there today," Mrs. Weasley said excitedly. "So that's why we waited until today to go shopping. Of course, after all, our mother adores him," the twins told Stephen, who immediately understood what was going on as he recalled who Lockhart was. "Right. That idiot is going to be our defense against the dark arts professor this year," Stephen muttered, careful not to let Mrs. Weasley hear him. Given the passion she was displaying, if she overheard, he would surely get a scolding. "Who is this Gilderoy Lockhart guy?" Harry asked his friend Ron, who was making a face of pure dislike at the name. "Some guy who writes books. Mom is a fan," Ron said flatly. "Ronald Weasley, he's not just some guy who writes books. He writes about his adventures, he even has an Order of Merlin." Mrs. Weasley quickly scolded her youngest son for letting his emotions get the better of him. Mrs. Weasley, why don't you go ahead to the bookstore while we buy everything else and meet you there? After all, there's probably already a long line, Stephen suggested smoothly, hoping to convince her. You're right. Ginny, sweetheart, do you want to come with me, or will you stay with your brothers to shop? Mrs. Weasley accepted the idea easily and turned to Ginny. I'll stay with the boys, Mom, Ginny quickly replied. All right, sweetheart. You lot, take good care of your sister, understood? Mrs. Weasley addressed Percy and the twins. Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, I'll take care of Ginny. Go on without concern, Stephen reassured her. Thank you, dear Stephen. And please, don't let the twins spend too much, Mrs. Weasley said before hurrying off to the bookstore. Sometimes it feels like you're more her son than we are. Exactly, the twins said as they watched their mother leave. All right, everyone, as the eldest, I'm responsible for leading you. Follow me, Percy said, signaling for them to follow. No one paid him any attention, though. They all wandered off on their own, leaving him talking to himself. Hey! Don't split up, came a shout that everyone ignored. All right, kids, what flavor ice cream do you want? Stephen asked with a grin, leading Ginny and the others to the ice cream shop. Meanwhile, the twins had already disappeared to stock up on supplies for their pranks. We're in second year now, we're not kids, Ron said defensively, while Harry nodded but wisely chose not to say anything. Oh, yes. So tall and sophisticated. Now, what flavor do you want? Stephen teased, completely ignoring Ron's complaints. Chocolate chip, Ron grumbled. Ha. See. You are a kid, Stephen quipped, handing Ron his ice cream, earning laughter from everyone around them. Ron quickly grabbed his ice cream and walked off in embarrassment, while Harry took his and hurried after his friend. Come on, Ginny, let's get you some nice clothes and a cauldron, Stephen said, ruffling her hair as he led her to the shop. Mom said not to spend too much, so we'll have to get second-hand things, Ginny said, looking a bit downcast. That's fine. I'll buy them for you as an early birthday present, Stephen said as he guided her. Overjoyed, Ginny ran after him. After ordering the clothes and some materials to be delivered later, Ginny followed Stephen, carrying a small cauldron, to meet up with the others in front of the bookstore, where the twins were already waiting. It seemed the Golden Trio had reunited after separating from Stephen. Hello, Stephen. Long time no see. Hermione greeted Stephen when she saw him, while introducing her parents, who were currently stuck in a conversation with Mr. Weasley, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Hey, Shorty. How was your vacation in France? It was amazing. I went to the places you recommended, and I really had a great time, Hermione responded happily. That's good. You guys go ahead, I'm going to greet someone I know, Stephen said as he separated from the group and headed toward a corner where two Aurors were watching over the people in line. When the Aurors saw Stephen, they quickly saluted him. Greetings, Instructor Stephen, they said immediately. Cut it out. I'm off duty until the next break. What are you guys doing here? Stephen asked, intrigued to see two Aurors present. We're here on behalf of the Ministry. Lockhart requested elite Aurors for his security, one of them answered, looking a bit embarrassed. After all, every Auror trained by Stephen was part of the elite, and being assigned to protect Lockhart was hardly something to be proud of. Ha ha ha, two of the best from the group. Did you lose a bet? Stephen teased. These two were part of the main attack squad and among the strongest, only surpassed by their captain, John, and Stephen himself. Captain John punished us. We got a little carried away after yesterday's break, the other Auror replied, scratching his face in embarrassment. Just as Stephen was about to ask for details, a loud commotion erupted near the bookstore entrance. Stephen and the Aurors immediately moved to see what was happening. What they found was Mr. Weasley in a fistfight with Lucius Malfoy, while the twins cheered their father on from the background. Hit him, Dad. Get him, Dad. Meanwhile, some store clerks were scrambling to find help and trying to separate them. Ha ha ha, Mr. Weasley is quite a fighter. I wonder if the twins taught him a few moves, Stephen commented, amused as he watched Arthur Weasley land solid punches on Lucius. Sir, should we intervene? One of the Aurors asked Stephen, unsure since this wasn't exactly their job. Don't worry, Help is on the way, Stephen said, spotting Hagrid quickly approaching and pulling the two men apart. Mr. Weasley only had a split lip, while Lucius was bruised all over and barely managing to stand. As he got up, he turned to Ginny, who had dropped all her books, and mockingly attempted to slip a book into her cauldron. If you want to lose your hand, go ahead and try, Lucius suddenly heard, feeling a chill run down his spine and a deep instinctual fear. He quickly turned to find Stephen staring at him with serious eyes. Well, look at this. The boy who thinks he's an Auror, Lucius sneered at Stephen, ignoring his body's warning signs. Shouldn't you be off handing out toy fines to broomsticks flying by? No. Today I'm busy bothering disgusting, inbred pieces of trash who think they're noble, Stephen shot back with a smirk. Watch your mouth, boy, Lucius snapped, his rage barely contained, his hand twitching as if about to draw his wand. Oh, please. Give me an excuse. Just one. So I can wipe out a disgusting so-called pureblood family, Stephen said, smiling malevolently at Lucius. The boss is getting more and more villainous. Yeah, we need to tell Ricky, he'd make an amazing final boss for his next movie, the twins whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear, but everyone chose to ignore them as the tension thickened. Lucius glanced around, quickly suppressing his anger, then turned and barked at his son, Draco, we're leaving. Coward, Stephen muttered under his breath, but everyone heard it, including Lucius, who clenched his fists in fury but walked away. The boss is way too cool. There's a reason they call him the Dark Prince, the twins chimed in as they approached Stephen. I have to admit, that was pretty awesome, Ron said, momentarily forgetting he was supposed to be mad at Stephen. No, the real badass was Mr. Arthur. What a right hook. Stephen laughed, his usual smile returning. Sigh, thanks for that, but you should be careful. Lucius is on the Hogwarts board, he might try something, Arthur warned, realizing the potential trouble. Don't worry. I'm actually hoping for it. Otherwise, this year would be boring, Stephen replied, uninterested in whatever Lucius might attempt. All right, let's grab another ice cream and head home, Stephen said cheerfully, hurrying the group along, just as Lockhart was attempting to step outside and make a spectacle of himself. We'll continue our work. See you later, instructor, the two Aurors said as they noticed Stephen was deliberately avoiding Lockhart and decided to stall him. And so, the Weasley family had to go back and buy everything for Ron and Harry, as they had spent the whole day wandering around instead of shopping, earning Ron a scolding from Molly. After finishing their shopping, everyone returned home, while Harry stayed with the Weasleys, as he would be heading to the station with them. Chapter 43, A Chaotic Beginning. A chaotic beginning. All right, today marks the start of a new school year. I hope it's fun, said Stephen as he stepped out of his room, well-dressed, heading toward the dining room where his grandparents were waiting for breakfast. Good morning, boy. Today's your first day back at school, have fun, his grandfather said with a smile. I hope we don't get as many complaints from your professor this year, his grandmother commented with mock annoyance, though there was a hint of sadness, as she would be separated from her grandson for quite some time. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll ask her to save them all for a single letter, Stephen replied with a grin before running off, dodging the flying slippers his grandmother launched at him with a flick of her wand. See you later, Grandma and Grandpa. Love you, he shouted as he left the house. You too, Misty. Take care of the grandparents while I'm gone. Stephen spoke to the small house elf who was waving them goodbye from the door. Good luck, young master, Misty replied cheerfully. Stephen then made his way to a shed where a fireplace connected to the Fleur network was located, along with various tools for transportation. The mansion was heavily protected with anti-apparition spells and many other barriers that made it impossible even for a house elf to enter uninvited. And with Misty, the strongest elf around, that was literally impossible. Now that I think about it, House Elf Dobby must have tried to get Harry expelled in the original timeline. I guess he couldn't even get in, Stephen reflected, remembering that in the original story, Dobby used magic to ruin Harry's uncle's dinner, leading to him being locked up. But that would have been complicated, since Harry only returned home once a week and stayed for just a few minutes before quickly escaping with Misty's help. Since Misty assisted him in going to and from the Muggle world, she was always nearby when needed, so Dobby had no chance to intervene. Stephen stepped into the fireplace and traveled to the leaky cauldron, planning to reach the station from there. To King's Cross Station, please, Stephen said as he got into a taxi. Oh, you're heading to the station too? I've been driving a lot of young passengers today, all carrying loads of luggage, even owls. That's why I rushed back to this area to pick up more customers, the taxi driver said cheerfully, happy with his busy morning. Really? Did they say anything interesting? Stephen asked, curious if any students had let something slip. They just mentioned they were going to some kind of boarding school and that muggles wouldn't understand. No idea what a muggle is, the driver replied. After chatting for a while, the taxi finally arrived at the station. Stephen got out and waved goodbye with a smile. Take care, kid. Have fun at Hogwarts. That's what the last passenger called it, said he'd be a professor, the driver added before driving away happily. Sigh, that idiot, Stephen thought, immediately identifying the culprit. He then took out his magic phone. This is Stephen. Keep an eye on a taxi driver who's been taking Hogwarts students from the Leaky Cauldron to the station. If necessary, obliviate him. Understood, a voice responded from the phone. Stephen hung up while watching the taxi disappear into the distance. How does the old man even find these kinds of people to be professors? I guess it'll be my job to make their lives miserable now, sigh, he muttered as he headed into the station, as if he had just been assigned a difficult task. Upon arriving at platform 9 3/4, Stephen quickly boarded the train, greeting everyone before settling into his usual compartment. A while later, Lee Jordan appeared. The twins aren't here yet. I found something cool, Lee said, glancing around. Yeah, looks like they're running late. Sit down and tell me what you found, Stephen replied, intrigued. All right. Look, these pictures have been getting really popular lately, Lee said, showing images on his phone of an amusement park. It was Flamel Park, and the twins had come up with the idea of taking pictures without context to build hype as a marketing strategy. Wow, an amusement park. It looks amazing, really, Stephen said, showcasing his acting talent. Right. It would be the first one in the wizarding world. There are haunted houses and a few rides, but nothing on this level, Lee said excitedly. Now that I think about it, I believe I heard something about this from some of my grandfather's friends. If I'm not mistaken, it's set to open during the next holiday break, Stephen said with a smile. What? Are you sure? I have to tell Angelina. Lee exclaimed, quickly running out of the compartment. Well, the word-of-mouth marketing plan from the twins worked, Stephen thought. After a while, the twins finally arrived. Phew, we made it just in time. We almost missed it. Hey, guys. You almost missed the train. Though, if you ask Misty, she could bring you here, Stephen said, smiling at the exhausted twins. I don't see why we don't just use the Floo network straight to Hogsmeade. It would be way easier, honestly. But that would take away the ceremony of traveling to Hogwarts, Stephen commented. The twins remembered that when he lived in Hogsmeade, he still went to the station just to board the express. The twins started talking about their park plan, proud of themselves, but their conversation was interrupted by the loud sound of the compartment door swinging open. Shorty, we already told you it's rude to barge in without knocking, Stephen said, immediately recognizing who had entered. Sorry, but this is urgent. We can't find Harry or Ron anywhere, Hermione said, looking worried, with Ginny standing behind her. Maybe they missed the train. Or maybe they got lost, the twins said casually, making the girls even more anxious. Noticing their concern, they quickly tried to reassure them. Don't worry. Harry can call Misty to bring him to Hogwarts. Yeah, they could even use the Floo network or ask a professor for help. After all, it wouldn't be the first time someone missed the express, the twins added, recalling that thanks to some of their pranks, other students had missed the train before, and a professor had always been sent to retrieve them. Too bad our two friends aren't that smart, Stephen interrupted, snapping everyone out of their thoughts. What do you mean? Hermione asked quickly. Stephen didn't respond, he simply pointed outside, where a small dot was rapidly approaching. What? Hermione screamed when she finally made out what was coming. Ha ha ha, well, that works too. Damn, why didn't we think of that before? The twins laughed. That's dangerous. They could get expelled from Hogwarts. Hermione exclaimed, pale with worry. Well, it's also illegal, so they could go to prison, Stephen added, making Hermione go even paler. Seeing her reaction, Stephen stopped teasing and pulled out his phone, under the watchful eyes of everyone. "Sigh, it's me again." A flying magical object might have been spotted by Muggles heading toward Hogwarts. "Obliviate them if necessary," he said quickly, hanging up once he got confirmation. "I wonder how the wizarding world hasn't been discovered by everyone yet. I really don't want to have to use the spell Strange used to make everyone forget Spider-Man," Stephen thought while the others stared at him, waiting for an explanation about what had just happened. "All right, maybe they won't end up in prison," he said with a reassuring smile. "But what if they get expelled?" Hermione asked, more worried about that than the prison part. "That's up to the old man and Professor McGonagall." "But I wouldn't worry too much," Stephen said with a grin, which eased the girls' concerns a little, though they still looked uneasy. "All right, worrying won't help. Sit down and have some snacks with us," Fred suggested, pulling out his bag full of treats. "No, thanks," Hermione declined suspiciously, well aware of the twins' history of pranks. She took Ginny back to their compartment. "Such a lack of trust," Fred said, feigning sadness. "Those weren't the canary creams, were they?" Stephen asked, eyeing the sweets Fred had taken out. "Oops, they slipped in there," Fred admitted, quickly putting them away while Stephen rolled his eyes. "By the way, do Ron and Harry even know how to get to Hogwarts?" George asked with a grin, making Stephen and Fred glance at each other. "They just have to follow the train tracks, right? They should get there before us, shouldn't they?" Fred replied, unconcerned. Yeah, but they're already off course," Stephen noted, watching as the car veered farther away from the tracks. "Maybe they're trying to take a shortcut." "Ha ha ha, that's not the right way." "Ha ha ha, those idiots are going to get lost, and we'll have to send someone to find them," the twins laughed, as carefree as ever. Thank you for reading. Chapter 44, A Cheerful First Day at Hogwarts. A cheerful first day at Hogwarts. Here's the new chapter. To be honest, The Chamber of Secrets isn't my favorite movie. I almost thought about skipping it, but I won't. Or maybe I'll speed up the story of the chamber itself. So, it's likely that I'll change some things, and it won't focus too much on the Chamber of Secrets. Remember to leave your power stones, and thanks in advance. While everyone was heading into the splendid castle, Stephen and the twins had stayed behind, waiting to see if Ron and Harry would arrive. Where could those idiots be? We should go inside before McGonagall comes looking for us. Yeah, let's go in. I guess we should ask someone to go get them, Stephen said, realizing it would soon be time for the house selection. As the three entered the castle, Stephen suddenly stopped when he noticed something in the hallway. 3 small children stood there. A blonde girl was looking around excitedly, as if lost in her own world. A small red-haired girl was trying to stop the blonde but hesitated, unsure if she should speak to her or not, following nervously. And a boy with a Muggle camera kept taking pictures of everything he saw in the castle. And if Stephen thought about it carefully, these 3 were quite well known: Luna Lovegood, little Ginny Weasley, and Colin Creevey, Harry's biggest fan. Go on ahead. I'll catch up, Stephen told the twins as he continued forward. The twins weren't too concerned and walked off casually. In the Great Hall, after the famous Sorting Hat song, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, looking at all the nervous first-years, and explained. I will call you one by one to sit, and the hat will choose the house you will belong to. But she was interrupted by the loud sound of the Great Hall doors being kicked open, grabbing everyone's attention. What they saw was Stephen. He was carrying a blonde girl under his left arm, who was waving happily at everyone with a smile. Under his right arm, a red-haired girl was covering her face, embarrassed by being so publicly displayed. Strapped to his back with glowing chains, a boy was still snapping pictures, his camera peeking over Stephen's shoulder. This scene left everyone speechless, including McGonagall, until Stephen reached her. Professor, I found some interesting gnomes. Can we keep them? He said with a smile. McGonagall was getting angrier by the second. Mr. Flamel, students are not pets, and their house will be chosen by the Sorting Hat. So, please put them down and return to your seat, she said professionally, holding back her anger since it wasn't the right time. TSK, how boring, Stephen muttered as he set the 3 children down. See you later, gnomes, he told them before heading to the Gryffindor table, while Luna Lovegood waved at him cheerfully. See you, Luna said happily. Let's continue with the sorting, McGonagall said quickly, while many students struggled to hold back their laughter at Stephen's antics. Even several professors were smiling, except for Snape, who kept his usual icy expression. But what caught Stephen's attention was a look of envy and rivalry. Following that feeling, he spotted the clown Lockhart, trying to maintain a fake smile while dressed ridiculously over the top. "There's our future prey," Stephen said, piquing the twins' curiosity as they followed his gaze. When they saw Lockhart, they chuckled knowingly. "Got something planned, boss?" Fred asked in a low voice so only Stephen and his brother could hear. "No, but we can improvise on the fly," Stephen replied, flashing a mischievous grin. "The evil boss is cool," George said, laughing along with his brother. When the sorting was over, the most interesting students to Stephen were the trio from earlier. 2 had joined Gryffindor, and 1 had gone to Ravenclaw, just like in the original story. Stephen glanced at Luna, who was sitting at the Ravenclaw table, and felt a twinge of guilt for not convincing her to join Gryffindor. He knew that in Ravenclaw, the so-called House of the Intelligent, she wouldn't be well received. To be precise, Hogwarts was not a school free of bullying, and more accurately, it was even more noticeable than in many Muggle schools, especially with the existence of pureblood families. Though thanks to Stephen, bullying was no longer as extreme as before. The ones who bullied others often became prime targets for pranks. But within the houses, it was different, as it wasn't as visible. A good example was poor moaning Myrtle, who suffered bullying at the wrong place and time. Seriously, Hogwarts was something else. Sigh. "What's wrong, boss? Any problems?" The twins, sitting next to Stephen, noticed the change in his mood and asked. "Maybe I should adopt a little sister," he said, making the twins shudder. Even Lee Jordan, who overheard him, looked a little scared, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Boss, kidnapping is illegal." "That's right, boss. You trained the Aurors yourself," the twins said in fearful voices, causing everyone around to look quickly at Stephen in shock. "Stop acting like idiots. Don't you see everyone will think you're serious?" Stephen snapped, unleashing his wrath on the twins and Lee Jordan, who started laughing before begging for mercy when Stephen told them that Angelina and Spinnet would be in charge of their training for the whole month. As everyone ate and enjoyed the usual troublemaker's antics, some noticed that Snape, Dumbledore, and McGonagall had left somewhere. But no one asked, as they were too busy eating. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective houses and dormitories. When Stephen, the twins, and Jordan entered theirs, Misty suddenly appeared, startling the latter. "Young master," Misty failed to protect little Harry. "Misty must be punished," said a saddened Misty, small tears in her eyes. "It's okay, Misty, don't worry," Stephen said as he gently patted the elf's head. "But tell me, what happened? You don't usually get distracted," he added, reassuring her. Misty was tricked by that vile elf. Misty believed dark wizards were hiding to attack little Harry, so Misty followed them. But they were just cloaks flying due to elf magic. When Misty returned quickly, little Harry had already taken the flying car, she said rapidly. "Haha, Misty, you got tricked." George teased the elf a bit, only for Misty, slightly annoyed, to silence him with magic for interrupting her conversation with her master. After years of knowing the twins, Misty had gotten used to dealing with them whenever they caused trouble at the house, until one day, they made her angry by breaking her precious photo of the Flamel family. That day, fire rained down on Flamel Island. Of course, Misty didn't hurt them too badly, but they were left hanging 5 meters above the ground for 3 hours. The Flamel family was somewhat happy that Misty had shown her true feelings. By the way, the reason Misty, a house elf, could harm a wizard without receiving a warning from the Ministry, as usually happens, was because Stephen had created a series of magical contracts that concealed Misty's existence from the Ministry's detection. Not only that, but technically, Misty was a free elf, though she neither accepted nor cared much about it. That's why when Stephen said that Misty could rule the entire English wizarding world, he wasn't lying. Nothing was stopping her from harming a wizard if she wanted to. But, of course, Misty wouldn't do that. "It's okay, Misty. Your job of looking after Harry ends once he's at Hogwarts. Go rest and take care of Grandpa and Grandma." "It's fine," he said, seeing Misty's small pout and soothing her by stroking her head. "Yes, young master. Misty will return home," Misty said as she hugged Stephen's leg tightly, still with a few tears, before disappearing. Can someone explain what just happened? Lee Jordan asked, still hiding behind one of the beds. She's my family's elf, Stephen said as he lay down on his bed. You should be careful, Lee. She could destroy all of Hogwarts with just a thought, George said after removing the sock from his mouth, watching Jordan's growing fear. What? Jordan started trembling, having seen the elf appear and disappear as if she were an illusion. Stop scaring him. Misty doesn't harm people, Stephen said to reassure Jordan. As long as you don't make her angry, he added, making Jordan panic again. Ha ha ha, Jordan, you're such a coward, Fred teased his friend while the others settled into rest, as classes would begin tomorrow. Chapter 45, Stephen's POV. Stephen's POV. After the fiasco with Harry and Ron, the two returned to Gryffindor House like decorated heroes. Something normal for guys who always seek adventures regardless of the danger. The funniest part, however, came the next day when Ron received a howler from Molly, demonstrating a mother's love and protection in a rather loud manner. It was so shocking that Ron had to hide from his classmates for a whole week. School days didn't change much. There was only one notable difference, the clown, Lockhart. After spectacularly failing his first class with the second years by releasing Cornish pixies, his lessons now consisted of reading his books and even acting out his adventures in front of everyone, asking students to record him. It seems his dream is to star in a movie about his exploits. Ricky has to deal with his letters and recorded performances every day. Apparently, Lockhart hates me because he realized I appeared in the movie Dragon Warrior, even if it was only for a few minutes. Mr. Flamel, I saw your performance in the movie Dragon Warrior. As a professional self-taught actor, I'd like to give you some advice, if you'll allow me. Lockhart stopped me after class, just as I was about to leave. I deeply regret it, Professor. I would love to hear your vast wisdom in the field of acting, which is undoubtedly extensive. But I have something to do, so if you'll excuse me. I responded elegantly, though sarcastically. I basically called him a fraud, but he seemed to take it as a compliment. Seriously, how can someone this idiotic be from Ravenclaw? I quickly walked away before the idiot could stop me again. I had nothing important to do, so I started wandering around. The twins had disappeared somewhere along the way, probably planning a prank. They should mature one day, like me. I arrived at the courtyard where the Gryffindor Quidditch team was training. It seemed that the Slytherin team wasn't going to leave them alone, as they also wanted to train their new seeker and test their new brooms. Seriously? Nepotism from the so-called nobles. Yes, but at least Gryffindors don't buy their positions, Hermione said, hitting where it hurt. That infuriated the mini Death Eater, who looked at her with disdain. No one asked for your opinion, you filthy mudball, ah. He couldn't finish what he was saying because a red cloak grabbed him by the leg and flung him into the sky, spinning him dangerously. You, Flamel. What are you planning? A Slytherin asked, realizing I was the culprit and pulling out his wand. Seriously, these guys never learn. Go ahead, I said, gesturing with my hand. They started casting spells, but they were as harmless as soap bubbles. With a simple wave of my hands, I shattered their spells in the air. The angrier they got, the more ridiculous they looked. These kids were nothing compared to the criminals I captured alongside the Aurors during the holidays. Ron tried to help with his broken wand but ended up hitting himself when no one was looking. Well, I saw it. I approached the Slytherins, ready to teach them a lesson, when the professors arrived. Seriously, Hogwarts' anti-bullying response is pathetic. We had been fighting for several minutes, and if someone had lost control, we could have ended up in the infirmary. What are you all doing? Professor McGonagall shouted furiously as soon as she arrived. Hello, Professor. I was just defending myself from the joint attack of the Slytherins. As you can see, I haven't hit anyone, I replied with a smile. Then why is Mr. Malfoy hanging in the air? Asked my dear friend, stone-faced Snape. Oh, that. It's because he insulted my classmate with terms normally used by Death Eaters to mock her blood status. Snape immediately understood which insult I was referring to, and his expression became even sterner. Lower Mr. Malfoy and go to my office, McGonagall ordered. I quickly brought the blonde elitist down, who started screaming as soon as he touched the ground. I'll tell my father to expel you, you damn. Malfoy, follow me, Snape interrupted, taking all the Slytherins with him. McGonagall motioned for me to follow her, but before that, I turned to the Gryffindors, who weren't sure whether to take Ron to the infirmary. I walked over and, with a wave of my hand, expelled all the slugs from his stomach, making everyone recoil in disgust. The twins quickly burned them with their wands. Then I approached Hermione, who was happy for her friend but a bit down, and ruffled her already messy hair. After that, I turned to Oliver Wood. "Now you can practice in peace," I said. Amidst the gratitude of everyone, especially Ron, who avoided hours of vomiting slugs, I followed Professor McGonagall to her office. "Mr. Flamel, what you did today in the courtyard was wrong. So take a cookie, and once you finish it, you may leave," the strict professor said. Surprised by her attitude, I accepted the cookie. Sometimes, McGonagall reminded me a little of old Dumbledore, letting her students get away with things, especially me. "You know, Professor, you're my favorite. But don't tell Snape, he'll get jealous," I said, earning a smile from her. "If it weren't for your pranks with the twins, you'd be the model student of all Hogwarts," she replied with a smile before sitting down in her office to grade assignments. After the incident with the Slytherins, every time one of them saw me, they ran away as if I were the plague. I don't get along with them, but I know some just go with the flow. It's clear they've had a classist mindset ingrained since childhood. After all, many of their parents were willing to start a war for blood purity. Something I forgot to mention is that, for a while, the 3 new kids joined our training. Of the 3, Ginny was the best at martial arts. After all, she was the only girl among 6 brothers. The problem was Luna. She seemed to pick up Eldritch magic quickly, but she created really strange objects. And yes, Eldritch magic. It literally took her 2 weeks to learn it, leaving the Golden Trio a little depressed since it had taken them months. So, seeing that she was doing well with magic but not so much with martial arts, I decided to teach her summoning magic. Basically, it's a magic I recreated from the one Strange used to summon the Dark Dragon Zom. Although, obviously, I can't bring dimensional creatures here, so I changed it to tangible illusion magic. It doesn't have much attack power and consumes a lot of mana, but it's interesting, and I'm sure Luna will like it. "Luna, come here. I'll teach you a more interesting magic," I told the girl, who was playing with a mermaid-shaped dagger. The twins, overhearing, started complaining. "That's not fair, boss. We want something interesting too." I ignored them and explained to Luna what the magic was about. She was immediately interested. "If you have enough imagination, you can recreate any animal you think of. Also, you have to keep in mind their order. Like this," I said, summoning a circle from which 2 guanaco heads emerged, spitting at the twins' hair before disappearing. Everyone around burst into laughter. "See? Do you want to learn?" I asked Luna, seeing her eyes shine like stars. "Can I create Rackspurts too?" she asked excitedly. Sure, I guess. As long as you have a clear image in your mind, it's possible," I said, having no idea what kind of creature that was. I didn't give it much thought, after all, I'm no magizoologist. "I want to learn," she said quickly, realizing she might fulfill her dream of seeing one. And so, I taught Luna pseudo-summoning magic. The others were interested too, but it seemed much harder for them to use their imagination to create living creatures than to simply summon weapons. So, they quickly gave up. Meanwhile, Luna practiced relentlessly. Sometimes, I had to take her out for walks so she wouldn't hurt herself from overtraining. It was quite common to see me walking around with a little girl hanging from my arm while she greeted people with a big smile. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but oh well, it doesn't matter. It's quite interesting how things are going at Hogwarts. Though I should look for a new training spot because, after so much time, the students have become strong enough to destroy the entire courtyard if they don't hold back. That's why McGonagall punishes us once every 2 days. "It'd be great to have a training chamber," I said, watching the others fix the courtyard with magic. "Stop wasting time and help us. After all, most of the destruction was your fault," Angelina said, seeing me just standing there. And well, maybe trying to combine Eldritch magic with Hogwarts magic caused a couple of explosions. So, I had to help. After a stretch of relatively normal days, Halloween was approaching. By the way, I got a call from Ricky. It looks like they're making a horror movie, so I asked for permission to leave school. While I was on my way to ask, I ran into Harry and nearly headless Nick. Apparently, Nick was inviting Harry to his death day party or something like that. I didn't really catch the conversation because, when Nick saw me, he bolted through a wall in fear. Honestly, all the ghosts at Hogwarts are afraid of me, except for Peeves. Ignoring Harry's questioning look, I kept walking and was granted permission for Halloween. After dinner, well, never mind, that works for me. Halloween arrived, and after dinner, I ran out. But I forgot something in my room. On my way back, I saw all the students gathered near the girls' bathroom, returning after Dumbledore sent them to their rooms. As I passed through the crowd, including the professors watching me, something caught my attention, so I retraced my steps, doing a kind of backward march while everyone continued staring at me. Damn, that's what I forgot. I said out loud, surprising everyone. Hey, a prophecy, the millennia-old giant snake has awakened once more under the command of the heir who once used it maliciously. Always protect yourselves from its direct gaze. Well, bye, I spoke as if I were one of those fake prophets. But it's better to use my fake prophetic powers than to let them know I know the future. In any case, it's almost the same, right? I kept running even though I heard the professors trying to stop me. But I have more important things to do. Maybe I should call Misty to ensure no one dies, at the very least. In the original timeline, people only got petrified, but with my interference, something worse might happen. So I'll tell her to help only if someone is about to die. I realized that maybe I give too much focus to the Gryffindors, especially in training. And it's not for nothing, but I feel like they're more muscle-brained. Meanwhile, Ravenclaws wouldn't be as interested in training, maybe just the magic. And Hufflepuffs enjoy eating more. As for Slytherins, they're the obvious antagonists. Although not all of them are bad, most are. If you think differently, feel free to share ideas, I'm open to trying new things. Chapter 46, Elves and the Secret Room. Elves and the Secret Room. Stephen was absent from classes for 2 days due to some issues with the amusement park. It turned out that while Ricky was filming a commercial to showcase the park to the world, a letter arrived from the International Confederation of Wizards. Basically, he had to prove that the International Statute of Secrecy was being upheld on the island where the park was located, since it was outside the jurisdiction of other magical ministries. The Confederation intervened. Obviously, everything went more than well, especially after showing off the magnificent barriers. Although Stephen hates ministries, especially the British one, with the Confederation, he has to hold back a bit more, since it's basically the magical version of the UN, made up of the best wizards from around the world. By the way, Stephen had been invited multiple times to join as a magical researcher thanks to his book on Eldritch magic. After finishing the inspection tour for the officials, Stephen was finally able to return to school. When he arrived, he found out that Harry had been attacked by a bludger during a Quidditch match. So, did Lockhart try to heal his arm and turn it into jelly? Harry or the arm? Stephen asked, speaking with the temporary golden duo. The arm. Hermione shouted impatiently. Sorry, you talk so fast and at the same time that you sound like a machine gun of words, Stephen teased. So, that idiot Lockhart tried to heal Harry's arm, something Poppy could fix in a second, with a faulty spell, and now he's stuck in the infirmary all night. Stephen asked. It was just a small mistake. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, Hermione tried to defend Lockhart. After all, she was a big fan. That man is a fraud, Hermione, I'm telling you, Ron started his usual argument. Well, you two stay here. I'll go check on him, Stephen said as he left the Gryffindor common room. Since it was after curfew, he entered the infirmary under invisibility. Inside, he saw something interesting. It was Harry and the house elf Dobby running around Harry's bed. Harry, too tired to keep chasing him, just sat back and watched with irritation. But a snapping sound caught both of their attention. Misty. Harry said, recognizing who had suddenly appeared behind Dobby. Then he watched as Misty summoned chains from all directions, trapping Dobby before he could escape in time, while swords appeared, aiming at his throat. Ho ho, a wild and furious Misty has appeared, Stephen joked as he dropped his invisibility. Young master, I caught the vile elf who harmed little Harry, Misty said, calming down slightly when she saw Stephen, but still not releasing Dobby, who was struggling to breathe. It's fine, Misty. Don't hurt him. Let's hear what he has to say, Stephen said as he sat down on a chair beside Harry's bed. Though still angry at the elf, Misty released the chains that were choking him but conjured rings to restrict his magic. The swords continued to float around them, showing no signs of disappearing. Dobby looked at Misty in shock, surprised by the unknown magic she wielded. After all, house elves could only use magic for household chores or to defend their masters, but not for direct attacks like Misty. So, Dobby, right? Explain why you're trying to harm Harry, risking your life against magical law, Stephen asked. Dobby never wanted to harm Harry Potter. Dobby only wanted Harry Potter to leave Hogwarts. Hogwarts is very dangerous this year for Harry Potter and his friends. Dobby does not care about magical law as long as Harry Potter is safe. Dobby said quickly. What magical law? Harry asked Stephen, not understanding. You idiot, when you first met Misty, I told you that elves aren't allowed to harm wizards. And that's because there's a magical law that punishes elves for any harm they cause to humans, Stephen explained, looking at Harry as if he were an idiot, since he had already mentioned this before. Oh, right. In Harry's defense, after living with Misty, who occasionally punished the twins by giving them a beating for variety's sake, he had forgotten that such a law even existed. But then he remembered that Misty was special. Dobby wants to know why a free elf can use such powerful magic, Dobby said, looking at Misty in her clothing, assuming she was a free elf. Misty is not a free elf. She is a proud house elf of the Flamel family, Misty said, angered by the blasphemy coming from the vile elf. But Dobby does not see the slave mark, Dobby argued in his defense, looking at the fine clothes Misty was wearing. My slave mark, Misty looked down at her clothes and realized that, at some point, she had stopped using illusions to create them and had been convinced to wear real clothes. Misty is a free elf. Misty looked at her clothes, then at Stephen, as tears started falling from her face. Sigh silly Misty, your slave mark is the Flamel servant seal, Stephen said, pointing to Misty's shoulder, where a seal was visible, shaped like a phoenix holding an ancient book in its talons, with the sun and moon on either side, representing immortality, wisdom, and the passage of time. This seal was actually a magical contract that freed Misty and allowed her to choose her masters. Given her immense power, it wouldn't be surprising if someone tried to kidnap her and force her into servitude for another family. The seal acted as a safeguard for Misty while leaving the choice in her own hands. By the way, the tattoo takes the shape of the house one serves. That's right. Vile elf, do not try to confuse Misty. Misty is a proud servant of the Flamel family, Misty quickly recovered, touching her tattoo fondly. Meanwhile, Stephen and Harry both noticed that Dobby was looking at Misty with envy and admiration. That's weird, elf, Stephen muttered under his breath, so only Harry could hear. Harry nodded in agreement. After all, Dobby had realized that Misty was valued by her masters, she seemed genuinely happy to serve them, while he was despised and mistreated by the family he served. All right, Dobby, you can leave. Don't worry, we already know about the Chamber of Secrets. No one will get hurt, Misty will take care of it, Stephen said. Yes. Misty is strong. Misty will take down the evil one who dares to harm young Master and little Harry, Misty said proudly. The swords around her vanished, and she released Dobby at Stephen's command. Dobby wanted to say something, but footsteps approaching the infirmary made him look at the others with concern before disappearing. Quick, put him on the bed, Madame Pomfrey ordered as she followed Dumbledore and the other professors, carrying a petrified Colin. The camera, he might have captured his attacker, McGonagall said as Dumbledore opened the camera, only for it to explode in soot and smoke, leaving everyone surprised. What does this mean, Dumbledore? McGonagall asked. It seems the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, Dumbledore said, ignoring the fact that Harry was awake and hearing everything. Meanwhile, Stephen wasn't particularly interested. The fact that Colin was petrified wasn't that bad, he just needed to order some mandrake plants by mail, and the problem would be solved. So he instructed Misty to take him to his room and then buy some mature mandrake plants. When he entered his room, he saw the twins, who were about to sneak out into the castle. Hey, boss, want to go exploring with us? Fred invited Stephen as soon as he saw him. Sure, why not? I need to relax after so much work, Stephen said, following them as the twins rolled their eyes at his words. Fred and I are investigating the passages on the Marauders map. Last year, we were too busy, so this year, it's our duty to find any new secret passages. I solemnly swear that I am. You lot, what are you doing out of your dormitory after curfew? Before Fred could say the incantation to activate the map, someone stopped them with a cold voice. Hello, Snapey, long time no see, Stephen said, quickly recognizing who it was and diverting attention so the twins could hide the parchment. Well, well, if it isn't the famous Prince of Clowns and his imperial jesters, Snape sneered. You should know, Mr. Flamel, that your meaningless title does not grant you the authority to break school rules. 20 points deducted, each. Now, follow me, Snape said as he started walking toward the staff office. Normally, he would have just deducted points or given them detention. But finding them outside their dormitory on the same night a Gryffindor student had been attacked was not something he could overlook. Not that he was blaming them, but a harsher punishment would discourage them from wandering around during dangerous times. They arrived at the staff office. Normally, professors had their own offices, but for meetings or breaks between classes, they would gather there. After Colin's attack, they had been holding a meeting, but only McGonagall remained, organizing some papers. Snape, what brings you back? Just as McGonagall was about to ask why he had returned, Snape quickly glanced behind him and realized the problem. Professor McGonagall, I found these three wandering the castle halls after curfew, Snape said, pointing at the trio behind him. McGonagall understood why he had brought them for punishment instead of sending them straight back to their dorms. She was also furious that they had been sneaking around right after a student had been attacked, though they were unaware of that. You professors, there's a problem. Just as McGonagall was about to scold the three, a ghost rushed through the wall, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Sigh. You three stay here and do not move. Understood. McGonagall instructed, worried that bringing them along might put them at risk if the attacker was still around. Leaving them in the office was the safer option. She then hurried off with Snape. This is your fault. Do you really think that after all these years, we'd just stumble upon a secret room so easily? What, do you think we're the protagonists of some movie or something? Stephen grumbled as he waved his hand, unintentionally knocking into a statue holding a ball. The ball fell, hitting McGonagall's quill, which was sent flying toward Professor Flitwick's chair stacked with books. It struck the eagle-shaped paperweight on his desk, knocking it over and triggering a confiscated firecracker. The explosion sent fragments of the paperweight flying upward, striking the middle of a painting on the ceiling. A few mechanical noises followed, and then, a door creaked open behind Stephen. Sigh. A door just appeared behind me, didn't it? Stephen asked without turning around. The twins, eyes gleaming with excitement, simply nodded. Suddenly, the twins tried to rush inside without hesitation, only for Stephen to stop them. Idiots, McGonagall will be back any minute. This isn't the time to explore. We'll have to come back another day, he said quickly, hurriedly fixing the mess, leaving the twins looking dejected. And just in time, McGonagall returned. It seemed the issue wasn't as serious as she had initially thought. Sigh. You three, return to your dormitories. You'll find out your punishment tomorrow, McGonagall said, exhausted from the chaotic day. Of course, Professor. See you later. Goodbye, Professor. Good night, Professor. The three of them said as they ran off. By the way, McGonagall had one of the ghosts escort them to ensure they didn't wander off, while she stayed behind to deal with the newly discovered problem. Chapter 47, Secret Chamber. Secret Chamber. The twins and Stephen had to hold back their curiosity for a few days, as they were busy cleaning Hogwarts trophies and bathrooms as part of their punishment. After a week, the twins couldn't take it anymore. I'm done. I quit. Fred shouted, collapsing onto the floor and acting like a spoiled child, leaving George and Stephen utterly stunned. What's wrong with him? Stephen asked George, who simply shrugged, unsure of how to respond. Normally, they were quite in sync, but this time, Fred had caught him off guard. Boss, it's been a whole week since we found a secret door, and we haven't done anything about it. The curiosity is killing me, I can't sleep. We have to investigate the professor's lounge. Fred blurted out. I agree with Fred on this, boss. We need to find out what's behind that door, George added, supporting his brother. Well, I guess we've waited long enough. Tonight, after the professors are asleep, we'll go check it out, Stephen decided. Boss, that's too long. Let's go now. Fred refused to take no for an answer. Boss, we have the afternoon free. While the professors are busy teaching the 7th years, the lounge will be empty, George pointed out. Sigh. Fine, let's go now, Stephen relented, too tired to argue. But he quickly realized that the twins had been acting the whole time. Brilliant, they shouted in unison and bolted toward the professor's lounge. After confirming that no one was inside and taking the trouble to use illusion magic to turn invisible, they entered and quickly reactivated the sealing mechanism. After a few seconds and several mechanical noises, the hidden door appeared once more in front of them. All right. Stay sharp and don't let your guard down. If this place has been abandoned for a long time, there might be bugs, Stephen warned as he prepared himself. Boss, do you think we just found the Chamber of Secrets? Really? That'd be amazing. Both of them said without a hint of concern, despite knowing that Filch's cat and Colin had been petrified. It's not, Stephen stated flatly. How do you know? Yeah, boss, how do you know? Just a hunch. Now let's go, Stephen said, ignoring them and stepping onto the staircase behind the door. Despite the stairs, they didn't have to descend much, just 7 steps before reaching a hallway about 7 meters long, leading to another door. The door was quite sturdy, framed by a beautiful golden arch. It had no handle or visible way to open it, except for 3 circles in the center, one of which displayed the number 7. How do we open it? Obviously, with an explosion spell. Stop, idiot. The answer is 777, Stephen interrupted, stopping the fool before he could do anything reckless. Brilliant, boss. Just one glance, and you figured it out. How'd you solve it, boss? The twins were impressed, but Stephen just looked back at them smugly. The staircase only has 7 steps, and the hallway is exactly 7 meters long. Clearly, it's a clue to the answer, he said proudly. Before the twins could express their amazement at his intelligence, he added. Also, there's a sign on the side of the door that says, "Don't forget the password, 777. He grinned, watching the twins' admiration instantly fade into disappointment as they glared at him. Ha! 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 Let's go investigate. Stephen cheered as he pushed the door open, with the exhausted twins reluctantly following behind. Beyond the door lay a massive, well-equipped room. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain combat equipment, along with an extensive library, which immediately caught Stephen's attention. Without hesitation, he rushed over to check it out. Wow! These are all combat books. About magical knights, mystical martial arts from Asia, magical combat from Russia, even sword arts from the sacred knights. These are all martial arts that disappeared hundreds of years ago. What is this place? Said Stephen excitedly as he looked at the twins, who were examining the ancient swords, spears, and equipment scattered around the room. Boss, look, said Fred, pointing to the ceiling, where a very familiar crest could be seen, especially for them. And the crest was none other than Gryffindor's, with the Hogwarts crest behind it. Awesome. This is Gryffindor's secret room, said George excitedly. As they were investigating, suddenly, they heard the sound of machinery, the same sound they had heard when opening the room. Don't tell me. Stephen quickly realized the problem and rushed to the door, trying to open it without success. Boss, stop joking. Boss, it's funny, but this isn't the best place, said the twins, looking a bit scared at Stephen. Don't worry, we just have to destroy it. Step back, said Stephen as he made the twins move away. Stephen first tried using his area control magic, which worked on the floor but not on the walls, surprising him that something in this world could interfere with Eldrich magic. Boss. The twins had a bad feeling. Well, if it won't open the easy way, we'll do it the hard way, he said, then started using explosive magic, destruction magic, oxidation magic, evaporation magic, acid magic, even magical flamethrowers and Eldritch magic, yet nothing worked, leaving him exhausted from using so much magic power. Ha 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 ha, looks like we're trapped, he said after catching his breath a little, with a worried smile. Boss, don't joke about this. This room was obviously discovered after hundreds of years. That means it won't be easily found again, said the twins, growing more worried, then started shouting at the door, hoping someone would hear them. Help! Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, even Professor Snape. It's okay, calm down. Let me try something. Although it's still in the testing phase, it might work, said Stephen, getting up from the floor after recovering quite a bit. Boss, the twins asked in surprise, watching Stephen approach with a mischievous smile, only to feel a palm strike their chests and be thrown backward. Boss, I know we weren't paying attention, but it wasn't just our fault, said Fred, rubbing his aching chest. Fred. George, looking at his brother in shock, shouted. What ha? Before responding, Fred fell silent, staring at his brother in shock. Ah. I'm a ghost. Boss, you didn't have to kill us. The twins looked at what they thought were their dead bodies and screamed, floating in the air in a panic. Shut up, you're not dead, said Stephen as he also left his body, shocking the twins. What kind of magic is this? How did you do it? The twins quickly calmed down because, although they were caught off guard, they trusted Stephen. Astral magic. Normally, it would be used to enter the astral plane, but here, where ghosts can coexist normally, it seems the planes are merged, therefore, we are still in the same plane. So, a magic was formed that allows us to enter our astral form, just leaving our bodies, Stephen explained, but it seemed completely useless because when he looked at the twins, they seemed to have question marks floating over their heads. Dash. Magic that turns you into a ghost, Stephen explained simply. Let's try it this way, he said, then attempted to pass through the wall. And although it took some effort, they managed to go through using a bit more force. Help! Boss, Fred. George, with one leg stuck, cried out for help. Stephen and Fred quickly came to his aid. After a few tugs, they managed to free him. So, what's the plan, boss? We can't touch anything like this. The twins quickly realized that, although they had managed to escape this way, they wouldn't be able to do much. Let's ask our friends for help. Let's go, said Stephen as he started floating through the walls easily, followed by the twins. These walls are easy to pass through, unlike that rooms, commented George while floating. Maybe they're made of a special material, Fred replied. While the twins were having fun flying all over the place, Stephen ignored them and hurried to the Gryffindor common room, where Lee Jordan was inviting Angelina on a date. Come on, Angelina. This weekend, you and me at Madame Putafoot's tea shop, enjoying their famous apple tart, ah. Lee Jordan couldn't finish his sentence because, suddenly, he saw a head emerging from the table he was leaning on. And it was none other than his well-known friend, George Weasley. Jordan, you're the culprit. We came for you, said George in a spooky voice, moving erratically toward Jordan. Fred appeared next to George, mimicking his pose. George, Fred. What happened to you? Jordan shouted quickly. It was you, the twins shouted, scaring Jordan and Angelina, who stepped away from Jordan while looking at him suspiciously. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything to you. Jordan defended himself, growing more frightened. Save that for later, idiots. We're in a hurry, Stephen interrupted, cutting off the twins' joke. Boss. You died too. Was it the air? Jordan, now even more terrified at the thought that someone had managed to defeat Stephen, started trembling. Calm down, Jordan. We're not dead. It's magic to turn into ghosts. We need your help, we're trapped, Stephen quickly explained. Magic. Trapped. Jordan heard those words and began to calm down as he looked at the twins, who were floating in the air laughing loudly, which helped him relax little by little. Angelina, understanding the situation, approached the ghosts and tried to touch them but couldn't. Wow, that feels weird, Angelina, Fred commented as he watched Angelina's hand pass through his face without the slightest hint of remorse. Cough, sorry, it looked interesting. So, what happened? Angelina asked, unfazed by Fred. Well, in short, we found a secret room in the professor's lounge, and we got locked in. We need help getting out, Stephen explained quickly. You found Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Angelina asked, slightly scared. No. It seems to be Gryffindor's secret chamber. Well, I'll tell you on the way. Hurry up and get us out before Professor McGonagall realizes we're not serving our detention, said Stephen. All right, let's hurry, Jordan said, now completely recovered. Do we need to call the others? No, just open the door, and we'll see after that, Stephen replied. Leading the way and hiding to avoid scaring anyone, Stephen stopped the twins whenever they tried to pull pranks. They reached the professor's lounge, and luckily, the professors were still busy with the 7th-year students. After showing how to open the first door and giving the password, Stephen guided the 2 ghostly twins to return to their bodies and leave. But just before re-entering their bodies, they heard a very familiar sound behind them. "Fred, George, please look back and tell me the door is still open," said Stephen, not daring to turn around, fear creeping into his voice. "Sorry, boss. That's something we can't do." "Yep. Totally closed," the twins said, looking at the door and at Lee Jordan, who was trying to hide in his robe while Angelina glared daggers at him. "Sigh, all right. If we did it once, it won't be hard to do it again. Just one more time." "Just one more time," said Stephen, trying to convince himself, though he had a bad feeling every time he said it. And so, this time, 5 new Hogwarts ghosts made their way to the Gryffindor common room. Once again, the twins put on a show, this time with Alicia Spinnet and Oliver Wood, who happened to be passing by. When they returned to the secret room, this time, it was Oliver's fault. The moment he saw some ancient broomsticks, the door closed again. "Great. Looks like we're going to die here," said Stephen, resigned. Chapter 48, Trapped. Trapped. "So, let's review," Stephen said, pressing his forehead in exhaustion. Around him were most of the Gryffindor students they had found along the way while asking for help. Lavender, Katie Bell, and Seamus came in, but Seamus and Lavender started arguing at the entrance and walked in without thinking, Fred said, helping recount the events. Dean Thomas and Neville were next. But Neville saw Trevor and pushed Dean inside, George added. And why the hell was Neville's toad here? Stephen shouted in anger, while Neville hid behind his classmates. The others looked away to avoid becoming collateral victims. Well, moving on. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hermione saw the books, lost her mind, and pushed the 2 inside. The same thing happened with McLaggen and Percy. This time, the culprit was our dear prefect Percy, Fred explained, while Hermione and Percy pretended not to hear, hiding among the books they were reading. And the last ones were Ginny and Luna. Luna walked in as if nothing happened and even closed the door to keep the cold out. And that's how we all ended up trapped in here, Fred finished with a smile. Well, obviously, the best course of action is to ask the professors for help, Percy said, standing up. Shut up, idiot. You were the one who let the door close. Screw you, Weasley. Moron. Trollhead. Percy quickly sat back down after being insulted by everyone present. In the background, it seemed like the twins were adding fuel to the fire, but Stephen decided to ignore them. All right, from what I see, we have 2 options. The first is to die here, locked up, Stephen said, raising one finger. What? Boss, don't joke about that. Just destroy the door. Obviously, that was something the group would not accept. And the second option is to ask McGonagall and the professors for help, Stephen said with a smile as he raised his second finger. Living here doesn't sound so bad. Maybe we have enough food. Longbottom brought his toad. Maybe we can last until next year when the new students arrive. Is cannibalism an option? When they realized they would have to face McGonagall for sneaking into the professor's lounge after curfew, especially since most of them were Gryffindors, they all chickened out. All right, I'll go ask Professor McGonagall for help. She's probably still in her office. I'll go alone so it's faster, Stephen said, preparing to leave without taking anyone with him. Every time he went with other Gryffindors, they had to be stopped every few seconds. After turning into his ghostly form again, Stephen hurried to McGonagall's office. When he phased through the wall, he found Flitwick and McGonagall in conversation. When Flitwick saw Stephen, he was so shocked that he fainted. Though McGonagall stared at him seriously, she quickly realized Stephen wasn't actually dead, which made explaining things easier for him. Sigh. So, the missing students are all trapped, and you came out in this form to ask for help. After waiting for Flitwick to wake up, Stephen explained everything as they made their way to the professor's lounge. I won't say anything about entering the professor's lounge without permission or students wandering after curfew, but if that room had been the Chamber of Secrets, what would have happened? McGonagall raged, thinking about what could have gone wrong. Don't worry, Professor. Everything was carefully planned, Stephen said. Shut up. We'll talk about that later. Let's go, McGonagall snapped as the door opened. Behind it, the students were trying to hide their ashamed faces. Some even ducked under a table. I can't believe all the Gryffindor students. You know what? We'll talk about this later. Let's get out of here first. McGonagall was about to give a long lecture but stopped herself, realizing this wasn't the place for it. These books are so ancient. They must be over 1,000 years old. This is fantastic. Flitwick quickly walked past McGonagall when he saw the massive library. Filius! McGonagall yelled furiously as she watched the tiny professor step inside. Behind him, the door quickly shut again. Wah, we're going to die here. Sob, we're doomed. Seeing the students crying, Flitwick quickly became embarrassed while McGonagall shot him a murderous glare. He hurriedly joined the corner where Hermione and Percy were hiding behind their books. Everyone, calm down. No one is going to die. McGonagall quickly reassured them before turning to Stephen. Mr. Flamel, could you do me the favor of finding Snape and Sprout? They should be patrolling the second floor. Of course. Come on, Harry, help me. Stephen immediately agreed and called the surprised Harry to accompany him. Harry didn't understand why but was intrigued by the ghostly way he was addressed, so he quickly accepted. But before transforming Harry into a ghost, Stephen flicked his forehead, leaving Harry confused. He didn't have time to say anything before feeling another flick and being forcibly ejected from his body. Harry floated over, getting used to moving in this form. Everyone looked at him strangely, as he now had a band-aid with a monkey drawing on his ghostly forehead. What is it? Harry asked, noticing the odd stares. Nothing. Good luck, Harry, George quickly said with a grin. Ignoring the strange looks, Harry followed Stephen out. Why me? Harry asked, wondering why he had been chosen to accompany him to meet his arch-nemesis, Snape. Because it will be interesting to see Snape's face when he thinks you turned into a ghost after dying, Stephen replied with a mischievous smile as he hurried to find Snape. However, when they found him, Stephen was disappointed that Snape showed no surprise and merely observed them calmly. It seemed that his travels in search of new assistants had been noticed by several ghosts, who had informed the professors, except McGonagall and Filius, since it hadn't been their turn to patrol the hallways. How boring, Stephen muttered, leaving Harry to explain to Snape while he went to find Sprout. Before Harry could plead for mercy and ask to go with Sprout instead, Stephen moved at high speed, leaving Harry alone under Snape's piercing gaze. Explain, Potter, and be quick about it. I don't have all day, Snape said coldly, while Harry, a bit dejected, began recounting what had happened. Meanwhile, Stephen had already found Sprout, and they were on their way to the staff room, where they encountered Snape and Harry waiting for them. Harry was visibly relieved to see them, finally freed from being alone with Snape. Snape merely darkened his expression at Harry's reaction, knowing now was not the time to torment his rival's son. Stephen then explained how to open the room and repeatedly emphasized that the door must not be closed again. When the professors opened it, they found all the students inside, along with the two missing professors. Not a word, Sprout, McGonagall quickly said, seeing her colleague struggling to contain her laughter while glancing between her and Flitwick. She swiftly stepped out of the room and, just in case, transfigured a partition to block the door. Boss. Neville just got eaten by a toad. Seamus suddenly shouted, watching as Neville's legs disappeared into the mouth of a large toad statue in the corner. The professors immediately rushed inside, while Stephen lingered for a moment to add several security charms, anchors, and even half a desk to prevent the door from closing again. When he reached the scene, the toad had fully swallowed Neville, leaving behind only one of his shoes. Is Neville dead? Ron asked fearfully, keeping his distance from the statue. No one is dead, Weasley. We just need to figure out how to get him out, McGonagall said quickly, calming the students before they could panic. Stay back, Mr. Flamel, she warned, seeing Stephen getting too close. Don't worry, Professor. I think I know what it is. Stephen said, casting a revealing spell. As he analyzed the magic, he discovered that the toad was connected to a pipe leading outside the room, designed to shrink the person and transport them through the pipe. It seems to be a transportation method, Stephen concluded, reassuring everyone. So Neville was sent wherever that pipe leads? Harry asked. Yes. I don't think he's too far. It must lead somewhere else inside the castle, Stephen reasoned. After all, creating a long-distance transport pipe would be impractical. It must be an internal transport system for the castle, similar to how FLU networks were used before. As Stephen said, they weren't very effective and didn't cover long distances, so they were used in large buildings for internal movement, Flitwick explained. Before he could continue investigating, a voice interrupted him. Sorry to interrupt, but I found a student in the clock tower while walking around the castle. He told me you were here, Professor Dumbledore said, entering through the door, with Neville following behind him. Neville. I'm so glad you're okay. Everyone quickly rejoiced at their friend's safety. I must say, this is a magnificent room you've discovered, students, Dumbledore said, glancing around with interest. Perhaps it could be put to good use. After all, Professor McGonagall receives many complaints about the destruction of the courtyard, especially from the professors, he added with a smile. Hearing this, many students cheered, realizing this could become an excellent training ground. Of course, we must first ensure that there is nothing dangerous for the students. For now, I believe it's quite late for you all to be out of your dormitories. Don't worry, no house points will be deducted, as you were trapped before curfew, Dumbledore assured them. Hearing this, the students immediately ran off to return to their dorms before any professor changed their mind. Naturally, Snape was not pleased. It was clear that Dumbledore was ensuring Gryffindor didn't lose any points, giving them a free pass. Stephen, may I have a word with you? Dumbledore asked as he walked toward his office, signaling Stephen to follow. Meanwhile, Harry returned to his body and quickly ran off with the others, under Snape's threatening gaze. In the headmaster's office, once inside, Stephen casually sat down on one of the sofas. So, what do you need, old man? He asked, munching on some sweets he had grabbed. Forgive me for calling you so late, Stephen. It's about the magic the ghosts told me about, the one Harry was using to leave his body. No. You can't use it to make Horcruxes, Stephen interrupted immediately, leaving Dumbledore and the portraits of the former headmasters utterly shocked. I don't know why you're so surprised. You should have seen Harry. He has one on his forehead, even though he covers it with a band-aid, it still emits that ominous aura, Stephen said, staring at Dumbledore. Don't worry, old man. Astral magic doesn't work that way. Even if you were to cut your soul into pieces and hide them, they would still be connected. It's completely different from being torn apart with dark magic. You can't become immortal because if you're killed, you simply die, Stephen quickly explained. That's good, then. It puts my mind at ease, Dumbledore said with a sigh. He believed Stephen, after all, dark magic could be recognized, and the magic Stephen used didn't have that corrupt aura. The only way to extend your life is the way my master did. He left a portion of his soul in a timeless dimension. But that's impossible now since such a dimension no longer exists. And even so, my master was killed, Stephen said as he stood up and walked away without looking back, dropping a revelation that left all the portraits of the former headmaster speechless. Chapter 49, Chaos in the Dueling Class. Chaos in the Dueling Class. I was going to play Hogwarts Legacy to get some ideas, but it runs poorly on my PC. So I'll just play Skyrim for the 100th time. Dumbledore, you must do something about that boy. His existence is dangerous, perhaps even more than the Dark Lord himself, spoke the portrait of Headmaster Black, while other headmasters also began to voice their opinions. I don't think it's necessary. The boy explained how his magic works, and I don't see anything resembling dark magic in it. Every time he speaks of dark magic, it's as if he despises it. He is nothing like the Dark Lord. Several headmasters did not see Stephen as a threat, considering how much he had been helping the wizarding world, whether through magical technology or by creating light-based magic. Not only that. The magic he normally uses is perfect for countering dark magic. The fact that he told Dumbledore about his master is also a sign of trust, commented one of the former headmistresses, focusing on a specific point. His master. Who's to say he isn't lying? The longest living people known are Nicolas Flamel and his wife. Do you seriously believe someone lived twice as long as them? Protested Black, once again proving why he was the most disliked of the headmasters. And why wouldn't it be true? There are legends about near-immortal wizards. Even today, Horcruxes are still being discovered in ancient pyramids, proving that many sought immortality. That doesn't mean anything. Legends are just that, legends. Likely bedtime stories for children. The debate was heating up, though it was mostly Black arguing against the other headmasters. There's something you're all overlooking, several things, in fact. The main one is that he spoke of a plane where time does not exist and that it has ceased to exist. The other is that his master didn't just die, he was murdered. Upon hearing that, many headmasters fell silent. As we all know, a wizard's magical power increases as they grow older. If someone was able to kill a wizard with the strength of someone over 1,000 years old, I believe they could be more dangerous than the Dark Lord. These words cast a deathly silence over the office, so deep it felt like a graveyard. I don't think we need to worry about such a killer, said Dumbledore, breaking the silence. Do you know something, Dumbledore? Several headmasters asked, staring at him intently. For now, only suspicions, he replied mysteriously. Don't say I didn't warn you, Dumbledore. That boy could bring about the destruction of the wizarding world, perhaps even the entire world, Black declared. I believe it might be the opposite, Phineas. Perhaps it is the wizarding world that needs him to move forward, Dumbledore said as he stood up and walked to his room, pausing only to gently stroke Fawkes' small head. Humph. Do as you please, Phineas Black huffed, turning away in his portrait and ceasing to pay attention to the other headmasters. A few days after the Gryffindor disaster, an incident they obviously kept secret to avoid embarrassment at school, Stephen and the twins were tasked with inspecting and repairing the transportation system so they wouldn't have to go to the teacher's lounge every time they wanted to access the Gryffindor chamber. The professors had, of course, conducted a thorough search of the chamber and discovered, thanks to a diary belonging to a former student of Godric Gryffindor, that the room had been created to allow Gryffindors to train in peace. They had faced the same issues as Stephen and the others, with the other houses mocking them for their barbaric way of fighting instead of dueling like proper wizards. So, Gryffindor, with the help of Rowena Ravenclaw, created the chamber while his students traveled the world in search of books on martial arts. The walls and door were made of an anti-magic material, created thanks to an extinct creature that could negate all magic but nothing else. Arrows and spears had led to its extinction. Well, boss, that makes 4 transportation frogs. Now we have 4 different ways in and out. The twins, their faces covered in soot and their clothes filthy, emerged from one of the chamber's 4 frog entrances, each exit scattered across the castle. All right, that's done. Let's clean up and head to the new dueling class, Stephen said, putting away his tools. Sigh boss, do we have to go? Our daily training is already enough. That's right, boss. We love dueling and fighting, but I doubt Lockhart can teach us anything useful, the twins said dejectedly. Obviously, we have to go. I wouldn't miss the first dueling class. Don't worry, it'll be fun, said Stephen with a mischievous smile, making the twins realize he had something planned. I see. Count us in, boss. Dueling class. Obviously, we can't miss it, said the twins as they followed Stephen. After leaving the chamber, they found Flitwick and McGonagall in the teacher's lounge. Professors, we've finished repairing the toads and the door. No one will get stuck anymore. We also created a small hole so the magic phone signal can get through, Stephen quickly explained to the professors. Well done, Stephen. That will help keep the school courtyard intact, right, Minerva, said Flitwick with a smile. I suppose. I just hope they don't learn anything strange now that they're out of everyone's sight. Remember, we professors will come in to check on them from time to time, said McGonagall, who was pleased but didn't want to show it. By the way, Stephen, I'd like to ask if you could accept some Ravenclaw students to learn with you. If I'm not mistaken, little Luna is learning a type of summoning magic, which has caught the attention of several students, Flitwick commented. Sure, I don't mind. But summoning magic is special. I doubt anyone besides Luna can use it. But if they want to learn Eldritch magic and can endure the training, I have no problem with it. That's good. The truth is, many students always wanted to approach you, but since they saw that everyone was from Gryffindor, they were afraid of being rejected. Until Miss Lovegood showed up, Flitwick said, relieved, since although he believed Stephen wouldn't reject them, he didn't want to impose it on him either. As you know, Professor, to prevent ill-intentioned people from taking advantage of the materials in the chamber, I spoke to the headmaster to keep it secret. Obviously, the 4 heads of Hogwarts houses will also know, but I created a magical contract that prevents disclosure. If someone tries to force the secret, it will temporarily erase itself from their memory. Don't worry, little one. The headmaster told us everything. Although it's a bit problematic, you're right. Wizards can be quite petty sometimes, especially those who prevent non-purebloods from learning powerful magic, Flitwick said, quickly understanding the racism present in the British wizarding world, being a half-goblin himself. All right, Flitwick. No need to talk about that. Mr. Flamel, Mr. Weasley's, you may leave. If I'm not mistaken, you have a dueling class with Professors Lockhart and Snape, McGonagall said, interrupting Flitwick's serious conversation, though everyone knew it was true. It wasn't the right time or place to discuss something that had harmed the magical world for years. Right. See you, professors. Send the students from other houses who want to learn. I'll test them in the courtyard later, said Stephen as he ran off, followed by the twins. Hee, maybe you should secure the courtyard just in case, Minerva, Flitwick said teasingly. Sigh. That would be the wisest thing to do, McGonagall replied as she headed to the inner courtyard of Hogwarts, where everyone usually trained. Meanwhile, Stephen and the twins had already arrived at the dueling class, where most Gryffindors were waiting for them. Stephen, Fred, and George. You guys took forever. We thought you weren't coming. So, how did it go? Did you manage to fix, you know what? Lee Jordan asked in a mysterious tone. It's all done. Now we just have to enter through one of the rock toads scattered around, and we'll be in the training chamber, Stephen said with a smile, while the Gryffindors celebrated, earning inquisitive looks from the others. By the way, some students from other houses will come to see if they're fit for training. So we'll test them in the usual courtyard first to see if they're trustworthy enough to enter the training chamber. The snake too. Ron shouted, drawing everyone's attention. The Slytherins who heard him glared at him with daggers in their eyes, not knowing what he was talking about but sensing that it wasn't good. Smack. Idiot. You don't know how to keep a secret, Fred said, smacking his younger brother on the forehead. Ronnie, maybe we should make your confidentiality contract a bit more violent, George commented after his twin. Sorry, Ron said, rubbing his sore forehead and realizing his mistake. It's fine. Don't bully the little fool. And to answer your question, yes, Ron, believe it or not, there might be trustworthy people among the snakes. Obviously, we have to choose carefully, Stephen said to Ron, who looked a bit unhappy about sharing space with Slytherins. Thanks to Draco Malfoy and his constant bullying, Ron didn't see them in a good light. Thanks to Stephen, bullying at Hogwarts was at its lowest in decades, possibly even centuries. The only one who continued, despite being punished, whipped, thrown to a three-headed dog, and hung from the ceiling, was Draco Malfoy. One had to admit, he was quite tenacious in that regard. The peace was quickly broken by Lockhart's grand entrance, with Snape following behind him with the coldest expression imaginable. That's right. Your professor in this dueling club is me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Knight of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't need to say that, it wasn't with a smile that I defeated the Banshee, Lockhart said with a grin, causing many of his fans to squeal excitedly. Even Hermione and Angelina were among them. Boss, when does the plan start? Yeah, boss. It hasn't even started yet, and I already want him to shut up, the twins said, jealously watching the girls admire Lockhart. Don't worry, it's about to begin, Stephen said with a smirk as he watched Lockhart invite Snape to help with a demonstration. Don't worry, you'll still have your potions, Professor, when I'm done with him, Lockhart said charmingly and confidently. Snape, hearing that, showed a fleeting expression of contempt on his stoic face. The duel formalities began. They greeted each other, took several steps back, and got into position. 1, 2, 3, Lockhart counted, but before he could cast a spell, Snape's Expelliarmus sent him flying through the air. Snape had even pronounced the incantation deliberately slowly. That was when Stephen's plan began. The spot where Lockhart landed was enchanted, sending him bouncing back into the air, straight into one of the walls. That wall was also enchanted, making him ricochet, and so on. Everyone watched as Lockhart bounced around the room like a ball. My God! Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock at the chaotic scene. Meanwhile, the twins could barely contain their laughter. Stop it. Stop it, Severus. Lockhart screamed as he was flung through the air. Snape, in the midst of the commotion, finally flicked his wand, ending the enchantment and making Lockhart crash onto the floor with a heavy thud, completely stunned and disoriented. The room fell silent for a few seconds before the Weasley twins burst into laughter, soon joined by many others. Stephen, with a satisfied smile, watched as Lockhart struggled to get up with a forced grin, trying to pretend that everything had been intentional. Chapter 50, Dueling Club. Dueling Club. IIMF fine, ahem, I hope you all enjoyed the joke to lighten the mood. Don't worry, everything was calculated, Lockhart said as he dusted off his jacket, trying to walk as if nothing had happened. With that demonstration, let's pair up in groups of 2, face to face. As the students formed their groups, Lockhart discreetly leaned on a desk, trying to endure the pain. All right. Harry and his partner, come up, said Lockhart, having recovered a little. It would be unwise for Potter to duel with Weasley and his wand. Unless he doesn't mind ending up in the infirmary inside a bucket, Snape said, looking at the two boys as they climbed onto the stage. You're right, Severus, let's see. If I may choose someone, I can suggest someone from my own house, Malfoy, Snape said, not allowing Lockhart to object, as he signaled Draco Malfoy to step up. The blond boy arrogantly climbed onto the stage, looking at Harry, who only observed him with an expression as if he were facing a clown. When Draco stood before Harry, he looked at him as if he had already won. Scared, Potter? Draco asked with a proud smile. Not at all, Harry replied calmly, observing the idiot who thought he was his arch-nemesis. Very well. Greet each other and take your positions, wait for the countdown, Lockhart said. They briefly greeted each other and stepped a few meters apart. 3, 2. And before Lockhart could finish counting, Draco Malfoy cast the first spell. Levi Corpus. This spell makes a person hang upside down by their ankles. Snape had quietly told Draco to use it, as a small revenge against the Potter name. Normally, this spell would have hit its mark and made Harry scream several times before falling, but Harry was no longer the same. Thanks to training with the twins, who often launched surprise attacks, Harry had developed excellent reflexes. So he easily dodged the spell by stepping aside. Expelliarmus, Harry said, mimicking Snape and casting the disarming charm in an exaggeratedly slow and loud manner, aiming it directly at Draco's chest, sending him flying several meters backward. Everyone was shocked, especially Snape, who had planned the duel so that Harry would struggle a bit against the spell he himself had taught Draco, one that Harry's father used to torment Snape. Harry smirked with disdain as he stepped down from the stage amidst the Gryffindor's cheers and the Slytherin's glares of hatred. Serpensortia! Draco shouted, refusing to give up and furious over his humiliating fall. He quickly got up and conjured a snake that lunged at Harry. Don't worry, leave it to me, Lockhart said upon seeing the panic on some students' faces. He pulled out his wand and cast a spell, but all it did was send the snake flying upward, enraging it even more. There's no need for such idiocy, Stephen said, moving his hand and reducing the snake to ashes. Harry looked at Stephen, as he had been about to speak to the snake, but he wasn't too bothered and continued stepping down from the stage. You owe me one, Stephen said with a smile as Harry passed by him, accompanied by an excited Ron, leaving Harry wondering why he had said that. All right. Who wants to go next? Lockhart said, flashing a big smile, convinced that his class was a resounding success and that he would be talked about at Hogwarts for a long time for hosting the best dueling lesson. Us, the twins shouted quickly and, without waiting any longer, climbed onto the stage before Lockhart or Snape could stop them. Well, we have two eager young men, Lockhart said with a smile. Then, greet each other and take your positions. The twins greeted each other exaggeratedly, like old-fashioned nobles, making everyone laugh, and then they stepped apart. All right then, 3, 2, 1, begin. Sigh. Murmured Stephen, knowing what was about to happen, as he started moving his hands to create a shield. The Gryffindors, seeing him, quickly positioned themselves behind him. The other students were confused, but the Ravenclaws, always quick to pick up on things, joined the Gryffindors. After all, they were Ravenclaws for a reason. As everyone sought refuge, the twins began their duel. Fred was the first to attack, pulling out his wand and casting spell after spell. Expelliarmus. Flipendo. Petrificus Totalis. George defended himself easily, with simple movements. TSK, then let's get serious. Fred said, seeing that common spells had no effect. He put away his wand and, with a quick gesture, pulled out his light swords. That's more like it. George exclaimed excitedly, also pulling out his dual swords and starting to throw them. Fred quickly protected himself, striking one of the swords and sending it flying near the students. As he ran towards George, everyone watched as the flying sword grazed a Slytherin student, who fainted upon seeing the sword embed itself inches from his face. While everyone took cover, the twins continued their battle. As he observed the fight, Stephen noticed that although Fred had launched the first attack, George was defending himself with simple movements. "Well, I'll show you the fruits of my training with Misty," George said as he stepped back a few meters. Then, he made a hand seal and split into 3 identical copies. "Ah, I also trained with Misty," Fred replied, doing exactly the same. Now there were 6 identical figures on the stage, leaving everyone astonished. Watching the 6 Freds and George fighting with swords, no one could tell who the real ones were anymore, but excitement quickly grew, and everyone started cheering. Suddenly, the 2 teams separated. Fred looked at his team and gave them a nod. Then, everyone watched as their teams changed suddenly. One had a large shield and a mace, another kept both swords, and the last one pulled out a light staff. Obviously, everyone recognized what was happening. Thanks to Stephen, or rather, Magi Tech, who had created magical video games, every teenager was familiar with RPGs and the famous Trinity. Seeing this, George did the same. "These idiots are just playing," Stephen said with a smile, realizing that they weren't even fighting seriously and were just showing off to everyone. As the 2 teams prepared to fight, excitement grew among the spectators. The Gryffindors, and even some Slytherins, joined in cheering, though others simply watched with increasing resentment. Lockhart, seeing this, quickly grew envious and stepped onto the stage. "That's enough," he shouted, trying to stop the fight just as it was about to begin, earning loud boos from everyone, especially the boys. Meanwhile, the girls immediately jumped to Lockhart's defense. It would be fantastic to witness this incredible battle. "However, I regret to say that we have little time, and others must have their turn," Lockhart said with a smile, attempting to appear magnanimous before the students. This made the girls support him, while the boys only expressed their disdain, knowing they couldn't argue against a professor. "What do you think, boss? A good presentation, right?" "The best advertisement," the twins said as they stepped down and returned to their place among the Gryffindors, who were still excited. "I suppose," Stephen said indifferently. He didn't really care who learned. After all, he had only started teaching the Gryffindors because they had asked him after seeing him train. Helping them grow stronger wasn't something he minded. After the twins' fight, Lockhart tried to regain his popularity. So, he continued calling up other students to duel. However, he soon realized that every time a Gryffindor stepped up, they stole the spotlight, showcasing excellent magic, summoning weapons, explosions, and even giant saws that ended up cutting through one of the walls. Quickly, he decided to stop calling Gryffindors and turn to the other houses. "You, from Slytherin, and the little blonde from Ravenclaw, step up," Lockhart said, choosing 2 new students, one of whom was Luna Lovegood. As she stepped up, many Ravenclaws made weird faces, while the Gryffindors smiled. "Stop calling Gryffindors for their strange and powerful magic only to call the one person with even stranger, flashier, and stronger magic," Stephen said with a grin, watching Luna happily wave at him. He quickly returned the gesture. "Professor Lockhart, how about letting me be Luna's opponent? Obviously, I'll only defend myself to demonstrate to my classmates what we learned from you about defense," Stephen said quickly. Lockhart hesitated momentarily, but Snape, always perceptive, realized who Luna was and the kind of magic she was learning. Normally, all the professors saw her summoning some kind of creature from time to time. "Very well, Flamel, step up," Snape said, leaving the Slytherin student bewildered, as he had just unknowingly been saved from disaster. "Thank you, Professor," Stephen said, quickly stepping onto the stage, while Lockhart regretted not rejecting him immediately. "Hello, little sister. Aren't you excited? How about giving it your all?" Stephen said with a smile, making Luna even more cheerful. "I was going to show everyone Blackie anyway," Luna replied happily. Stephen, with a stiff smile, suddenly realized he had just saved another life. Sigh. You know what to do, Lockhart said tiredly, seeing yet another Gryffindor stepping up. However, he perked up, thinking that Stephen had said he would only defend himself. So, when they took their positions, he started the countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. Lockhart shouted. Stephen saw Luna start making the same movements as the Gryffindors, but a bit slower and more deliberate. That gave him a bad feeling. Luna was almost the only one who knew summoning magic, but it still took her a few seconds to complete the movements while mentally recreating the summoning. Moreover, her summoning magic wasn't the original type that brought forth dimensional beasts, it created imaginary creatures through high-level illusions and a few additional spells. Seeing that Luna was about to finish, Stephen quickly created a shield. But after thinking for a second, he decided to create several layered shields. Then, everyone watched as a giant circle, like a portal, suddenly appeared, and from it emerged the massive head of a black dragon. It was far larger than most known dragons in the wizarding world. The dragon looked directly at Stephen and unleashed a violet flame from its mouth. Fortunately, Stephen had placed multiple shields, as the first one shattered instantly. When the dragon's head retracted back into the circle and it disappeared, the entire hall fell into silence. Meanwhile, Luna, delighted, said, "That's Blackie. Unfortunately, he can only come out for a few seconds to play." Everyone remained silent for a moment before whispering, "Unfortunately. No. Thank God he can't come out more often." Sigh. Stephen wiped away his psychological sweat while watching everyone look at Luna as if she were a monster. At least now I know no one will mess with her or bother her, haha. After a few moments of silence, the Gryffindors were the first to break it, cheering and celebrating Luna. Even though they had seen Blackie multiple times, each time he appeared, they were even more amazed. The most shocked of all was Lockhart, trembling like jelly, almost bolting out of the hall. Well, I think that's enough for today. Let's end the class here. I hope you all enjoyed it. Now, I have things to do, so if you'll excuse me, Lockhart said before quickly leaving the hall without a second thought. Everyone was surprised, but happy that class was over.